It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Stay a while, stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make to be. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let you. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. 'Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting and feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. 'Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you wanna be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me?
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist, had that ice work. All this shit on me, and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air braid to dry, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's the time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. 'Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do,
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all didn't notice, exhale like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, a beat and they yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Ooh, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff on you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. So rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cops shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on a fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey, head so good he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so tönen oder sowas. Bye, 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 bye. I pray this will never end. I know your dreams. I have my heart open wide. Wir können auch jetzt mal so tönen oder sowas machen. Das gebrauchen.
looking for no wifey. But you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ. Cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night. You're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time. Giving me one more time. Giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing. I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing. I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick, cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night. You're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama,
But I can't help it,
I want you right now.
Giving me one more time. Giving me one more time. Giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
Welcome, everybody, to the LPL as we rapidly approach the final week of this split. It has been exceptionally fast somehow, but also it feels like a long time coming that we see everything come to its climax. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric for the first time with what feels like a long time that we get to cast together. We're always on the podcast together. Feels good to be back on the cast again.
Yeah, it has been a while since the Lunchables duo has been able to come together, but it's also super cool. Like you said, the split has gone by surprisingly fast, and now it feels like every day the games always matter for playoffs implications. Yeah, and today is no exception to that. In fact, let's first, though, talk about what happened yesterday and what that meant in the grand scheme of playoffs as well, because we can look at our results, which were a little surprising yesterday. Obviously, RA going down 2-0 to RNG. I don't think anyone was too surprised by that one. Top Esports versus UP somehow as a 2-1 to UP. Iceman getting mega rich on channel points there. And then FPX absolutely crushed JDG as well. I think the top and bottom result were pretty expected. That second one, though, Lyric, that series blew my mind. Yeah, and I mean, TS stomped up in game one. It looked like in game two they came in. It looked like they were just having a little bit of fun, but we can see in the end it definitely wasn't fun for TS. I think Karsa's had an underwhelming split so far here in summer. Even Knight in game three was not showing up. And I'd say it's still too early on to really judge how the roster's going to do with 369 coming back in, because they probably have not practiced with him too much. And Munch, we have a ton of teams locked into playoffs now. Even BLG,
yes,
which kind of surprised us earlier.
So we were looking through these earlier. All of the teams that are in green have locked. The reason that BLG are locked and Suning are not locked, despite their scorelines being exactly the same, is because of their head-to-head scorelines that BLG have against IG, LGD, and JDG. None of those teams win the head-to-head, and at best case scenario, they can only tie with BLG, which means BLG would go through no matter what. So the lowest possible place BLG could get with their current scoreline is 10th place. That's why BLG are through and Suning are technically not through just yet. But that can all change across the course of the day. Let's take a look, though, at the teams that are still fighting for playoffs right now. We have 6 teams in contention, but there are only 3 spots, Lyric. 3 of these teams must fall.
Yeah, and I mean, right, for IG and LGD teams that play today, it's going to be rough, but it is still possible. I think teams like Suning, OMG, TS, they are sitting pretty. They do look like the expected teams, but here in the LPL, you never know what's going to happen. I mean, on some days, teams like Top Esports just lose to Ultra Prime, so...
That's very true. Some days, very recently, that seems to happen. Yeah, Top Esports definitely giving bettors a run for their money. Let's look at the matches coming up today, because they are going to be crucial games for some of these teams when it comes to playoffs. We've got OMG versus LGD to start things off today, and then we'll go into IG versus WE. Now, that second series, incredibly crucial for WE when it comes to seeding for the top side of playoffs, but the other 3 teams playing today are fighting for survival.
Yeah, I really feel like, especially for IG and LGD, right, it is do or die coming into today. IG is the weird one, which we'll hit on it more later, but beating Top Esports and then falling in their following series, just a bit depressing and very IG.
Yeah, IG really is, they're their own kettle of fish, right? Let's talk about the series that's coming up first and the playoffs implications that come alongside it. Because if LGD loses, they're out of playoffs completely. They cannot afford another series loss. They need to ideally be winning 2-0 if they want to try and make it anywhere in playoffs. But also importantly, if OMG wins, they will guarantee themselves a spot in playoffs. And there's a little bonus caveat to this. If LGD can't get a 2-0 over OMG, then Suning will qualify for playoffs. So that is, even if it's a 2-1 win to LGD, Suning still qualifies off the back of it due to the head-to-head game differences that we were talking about earlier on with Suning and BLG. So Suning also watching this one with bated breath. They just need OMG to get a singular game win, and they'll lock themselves in for playoffs.
And I mean, right, OMG are coming in as definite favorites into today's series. OMG haven't made a playoff since 2017, so for OMG, you're definitely looking at this one as a definitely an unexpected result for this roster where we started at the beginning of the year, but it would be so great for a lot of these young, untested players coming in.
And it feels good to see players like Cream, for example, succeeding on this roster. We were so excited when he came into the roster, and he has proven himself across the course of this year. But before we dive too deep into the rosters, let's talk about what's happening on the side of LGD, because that's another roster that was very hyped up, right? There's another roster where we saw Shadow coming in. Everyone was really excited. It looked really good towards the start of the year. And then they started to have a little bit of an apple crumble. Lyric, I want to talk about what happened with this team, how we went from such a strong, dominant squad to now this team that are having turbulent times with a troublesome top side.
The big thing for me is it feels like a two-pronged issue for the side of LGD. One, a bit of it definitely being the meta. I think LGD were one of the first teams to come in and really be exceptional on that Rumble pick, which was pretty much the highest priority jungler once we came into the LPL. Shadow, one of the best Rumble players that we had. Xie also looking dominant on AD mid laners. And as patches have gone, we've gotten further from those picks, less AD mid laners available in the meta, with champions like Nocturne being gone, Rumble just being completely out of it. And the other thing is, right after LGD lost to teams like RNG and FPX, they subbed out Fearness, because when Fearness came into the roster, it gave LGD a lane to play around, because typically Kramer and Mark not getting ahead in the bottom lane 2v2, Xie not really winning out in the 1v1 in mid lane, so you'd see a lot of both Shadow and Xie trying to set up Fearness and give them a win condition. But after those losses, we saw them bring back in Garvey, and then the same magic wasn't there as Shadow. You don't really have any lane to play around in the early game, and it just leaves you with no options for LGD, especially a team like, you never really thought of LGD as having any kind of real set identity, right?
Yeah.
They weren't a team that necessarily played around side lanes or like exceptional team fighting, so they really relied on getting the early game snowball from Shadow to be able to take over the game, and that just hasn't been there with this iteration of the roster with these champions in the meta.
And I kind of want to bounce off a point you've just said there about how LGD hadn't really had a set identity that often during this split. Well, their opponents today, pretty much the polar opposite of that. OMG have had a very static, very consistent strategy, and it is dive the backline every single game. And it feels like there are a few teams that figured out how to play around this team. And there are a lot of other teams that somehow, since us literally watching case studies on how to beat OMG, some teams have still not quite figured it out. So we've brought up a puzzle. We've managed to put together a bit of a sort of wheel of fortune for you guys of the OMG Counter-Strike. Now, you guys, I want you to try and fill in the letters and see if you can figure out how to beat OMG.
Mudge, it just blows my mind. It tilts me so much. I feel like the answer is just sitting right in front of so many teams' faces, and you still see every game Cream allowed to get his hands on, okay, I'm spoiling it, ban Silas and ban Akali, take these champions away. You've really only seen Cream play 3 champions consistently so far this split. It's the Silas, it's the Akali, and it's the Viego. I want to see OMG pushed when he isn't allowed to be on comfort, because he is their star player. But you're seeing so often, like in their recent series against JDG, that Cream is allowed to get his hands on his comfort picks, and then Cream is just always going to be this player that is able to single-handedly take over the game.
Yeah, it's kind of insane, the consistency at which he can get these picks, but also it's important to mention that Akali got nerfed too, so it feels like it's more likely that Akali makes it through the draft, and maybe it's not as strong of a pick as it has previously been for Cream, but we saw it against JDG. The nerfs didn't seem to hurt him that much.
That's the thing is, it's been played 6 times. It has a 67% win rate still in the LPL. So you're seeing players that are very much known Akali players still gravitating towards the pick, and it is working out fine. Cream being one of the players to show that. His Silas, absolute phenomenal as well. So for JDG coming into today, I mean, the answer is just right there. And sure, you're going to leave other priority picks open, things along the line of the Zinzaos, the Gwens, the VA, the Ziggs of the worlds. But to me, just come in today, ban Silas, ban Akali, ban Viego, and just see what happens. See what Cream defaults to, because everything else he played has been a bit of a niche counter pick. The Kiana, the Kassadin, those aren't things you can just come out and blind pick.
And here's the thing. If we do ban the Silas, the Akali, the Viego, we have to look at the other side of that mid lane matchup too, because it's Cream versus Xie. Xie, obviously known as a playmaking mid, but it feels like he's not really had the greatest split for himself. And if you ban away the Silas, you ban away the Viego, maybe LeBlanc gets taken off the board as well. We have to wonder where Xie goes off of the back of that as well.
I think the important thing for Xie is he has definitely gravitated towards these kinds of champions, but we know from previous splits that Xie can pull out things like the Twisted Fate. He was pulling out, the Zoe in past splits, the Rise. All of these champions are things he's comfortable on, so feels like more depth there. And when we look statistically, I think both of these mid laners, it's a lot more about impacting the map or knowing that you can't just win your own lane. You got to try and help your teammates out, as we see very high kill participations at 15 for both of these mid laners, which is why typically their CSDs aren't that great. They're not playing for themselves. They know that they are part of the condition to win the game for their team. For Cream, it's just about taking it over by himself. I feel like for Xie, it's more about helping set up Shadow to be that big carry threat.
Does feel like it's where the onus on the roster is different between these two teams, right? Where Shadow, like you're saying, is much more of the carry player for the side of LGD, where it is actually Cream carrying from that mid lane a lot of the time on the side of OMG. I will say, let's just quickly mention Abel as well, because I feel like Abel is a player that has had certain series where he's popped off and really carried games, and he's had other series where he's been really quiet. And I feel like a lot of that correlates to when he is picking Kai'Sa. His Kai'Sa is exceptional. I think his Varus has been pretty good as well. But sometimes when we've not seen him on these picks, he's left something to be desired.
I mean, Abel's funny because he has 29 games on 3 champions, on Kai'Sa, Aphelios, and Ezreal, and he's played 3 games on 2 other champions, so very much falling in that same wheelhouse of OMG, having very set, defined champions that they are good on. By no means are they like a very versatile team in terms of what they are really exceptional at playing, but it's gotten them this far. It looks like it should be enough to lock them in a playoff spot, but we're going to see what LGD are able to pull out to try and prevent that.
I just want to point out that the coach's shirt there's this weird fashion in China where text is written on a shirt just like in a random location. You can see it's like on the side of his abdomen there. I saw it all the time when I was traveling on the metro in China, people with shirts with just like text halfway down their back or something. Really, really strange fashion trend. I kind of dig it though. I like how different the fashion stuff is over there. I digress. Nobody's interested in Chinese fashion, I guess. But I mean, maybe they are. Maybe I'm wrong, Lyric. Maybe I'm assuming too much of our audience here.
You are. I mean, it's 2021. It's the year of difference. It's the year of hipster fashion trends, Munch. But speaking of hipster fashion trends, I feel like if you're coming in as someone hoping to see LGD in playoffs, you are in the minority, at least in the English fan community. But LGD, we need to remember, they did the same thing this year that they did last year, right? Underwhelming spring split, brought a bunch of veterans onto the stage. We saw Mark come back. We saw Xie come back. Last time around it worked, Munch. What do you think the odds are of it working once again? Put a % on it.
Oh, not high, mate. Not high. I'm going to give it a 10%. The problem is, here's ultimately the problem, Lyric, is the odds of them just making playoffs at all at this stage are exceptionally low, because if OMG, if Top Esports, if BLG, if Suning win one more game, they are just guaranteed playoffs. But LGD are relying on other teams losing to make it. They need all 4 of those teams that I just mentioned to not win another series to be able to make playoffs. It's totally out of their hands. LGD, all they can do is win their remaining games and hope somebody else loses. And obviously today, they can make OMG lose one of their series, but OMG still have another series after that. And in fact, OMG, their following series will be against Top Esports. So that's another team where you're guaranteeing at least 1 win. So that's one more team that's like off of the list of teams that you could potentially overtake. While it is possible, it seems very, very unlikely. And since they didn't do well in spring either, they don't have any championship points. So if they don't make playoffs, there is a 0% chance they go to Worlds.
I do want to say they look pretty upbeat and in high spirits. We saw Shadow's face cam just a moment ago, like very happy, laughing, coming onto stage. So at least LGD seems like are hopeful that they are able to take this. I think by no means are OMG some like crazy unbeatable team, right? OMG definitely favorites coming into this one, but we have talked about their narrow champion pools. We're already seeing LGD starting to hit that one with the Akali taken away.
Can they do it? Will they do it? Do they ban Silas as well? It would be a game changer. Have they read the strategy book? Aphelios is not the ban I was expecting, but it is one of the 80 carries you were talking about, Lyric, that we have seen Abel lean towards. Remember, the Kai'Sa fallen out of favor in a big way in the meta. Aphelios removing that weak side.
I'm a bit surprised by the Viego ban coming out from OMG. I feel like if LGD did ban out the Sylas, you could have kept that one as your first pick to be able to put Cream onto. The Rumble ban, also a bit surprising. We did highlight how Shadow has been exceptional on that pick, so it makes sense in terms of a pocket, but we haven't really been seeing it all too much. Again, Munch, I just want to see LGD ban out the Sylas here. Leave the Xin Zhao open. I don't think it is too big of a deal. And surprisingly, going to take away the Irelia. Irelia, of course, has been talked about to be extremely strong on this patch. We haven't seen it all too much. We've seen it banned quite a bit, but not taken all too often. The Xin Zhao we hit on being left open, you would expect that to be the pick for OMG. The Sylas probably just going to go through, and we're going to see if LGD are going to be the ones willing to take it.
We're talking about the fact that Aki has played the Xin Zhao 9 times. He has almost an 80% win rate on Xin Zhao. This perfectly fits the style OMG like to run. We've got a Gwen and an Olaf as the answer from LGD.
Just really standard picks on their side, right? Olaf definitely coming up in prio, especially as an answer to the Xin Zhao. OMG now locking in the Jace. I feel like we've been seeing a lot more of these poke comps or comps that can at least play off of range come out ever since teams have become more comfortable with the Jace versus Gwen matchup. And there it is. OMG do get their hands on the Sylas. They even hovered the Orianna, I think, to be like, hey, we know what you're going to pick into this. And Xie does go locking that one in. So you have a pretty strong, like, front-to-back 5v5 so far for the side of LGD. You have the Orianna ball to put on the Olaf who can run in. You have a lot of zone control coming out from the Gwen W as well.
Yeah.
To where for now, OMG, I think their comp can still go in different directions depending on how they round out with their bot lane.
I honestly would love to see Abel and Cold just go with like a Kaiser Leona or a Kaiser Nautilus or something like that. Just commit to this dive style, because I feel like Jace can fit perfectly well within those kind of compositions, right? You get the Shock Blast out and then you dive in with the rest of the team when the fight kicks off. We'll have to see what direction they go, but honestly, I think that is when OMG have looked strongest, has been playing through things like the Kaiser and being able to just jump into the fray. But we'll have to wait and see. I am very surprised, though, that we see Cream on this Sylas once again. We've talked no end about how much Cream loves this Sylas pick, how dominant he is. We saw it against JDG. But clearly, LGD feeling like they've got an answer, feeling like they're confident to go into what Cream can bring to the table.
Now I want to see if OMG ban out the Varus. They don't. They leave it open. I think that should be the pick that Kramer would want to go towards. It has been one of his most played so far this split, and teams have consistently banned it. I think it's been one of the champions where Kramer has looked pretty solid on. I think it's fair to say Kramer and Mark have been a pretty underwhelming bot lane pretty much ever since they've been put together. Even last year, it was nice to see them gap IG in playoffs and regionals last year, but haven't been able to put up the same performance so far this time around.
But to be
and
fair,
instead
like,
gonna lock in
I just
the
want to
Thresh.
mention that quickly. I expect this to be a jinx from Kramer, by the way. It's one of the picks that he's default to when there's a lot of bans. But last year, it's not like Mark and Kramer were just gapping bot lanes in general. It was just specifically IG's bot lane. It was just that LGD versus IG matchup. LGD, for some reason, was IG's kryptonite. Looks like OMG hovering the jinx for a second there. Does Abel take this away, deny the potential strategy? Looks like it's going to be the Nautilus, as they want a moment more to think about it. I like the Kaiser. I say go for the Kaiser, guys.
The thing is, I think they'll do it. I just don't think they should. I think LGD know that they would probably go for a champion like this, which is why they didn't ban it away. You have a lot of champions that Kaiser's afraid of jumping into. The Olaf, the Gwen in topside, the Box able to come out from the Thresh. Even if OMG decide to lock in the Samira, I feel like it falls into the same vein that you're a very short-range AD carry. You want to get into the thick of things, and LGD's comp isn't the type of composition that you want to be running into. You highlighted the Jinx as a potential pick, but right now it looks like LGD considering more lane dominance to come out. We know things like the Ashe are still open, even though Kramer hasn't been one to play it. Jhin very much falling into the same vein. Still a bit surprised that the Varus prio has fallen off so heavily, and instead we do just get the Jhin coming out. So utility bot lane coming out for the side of LGD. I feel like we are once again looking a lot more towards top and jungle and that was what we hit on, right? When LGD found their success, it was about Shadow and Shi making their way up towards the top side of the map and finding advantages through there and really looking at picks once going into mid-game. And I mean, OMG haven't changed anything. We have another AD carry and support that want to go all in. You have Cream on his Silas. You have New on Jace, playing much more for the laning matchup. It's the third time, I'm sorry, he's pulled out the champion so far this split, but Jace always going to be relevant throughout the game with the damage he's able to bring, especially that 2-item mark. So I feel like we're getting what we expected out from both teams today.
And it does feel like we are going to see a good amount of skirmishing in the early stages of the game. When it comes to the Drakes and the Heralds, I feel like that's where a lot of this action is going to be centered. Theoretically, Jace should be able to get prio in that top side over our Gwen in the early stages, so you could anticipate that perhaps OMG should be able to control the top side of the map and maybe play through Heralds and try and find a gold lead that way.
For sure, and it's going to be interesting to see because even though OMG, I think, have been pretty good individually, we've seen them really struggle, I think, to bring the pieces together other than just Cream himself roaming around the map. Aki is one of the lowest presence junglers in terms of linking up with his lanes. You will usually see him go for a very early gank to get someone rolling, but after that point, he isn't visiting lanes all too much, and it's much more about finding zone advantages.
We'll see if he can find those advantages as we head towards game number 1 here. It's OMG versus LGD. It's a middle-of-the-table brawl here, and it is fighting for playoffs. Now, I want to remind everyone of the stakes. What is up for grabs here? If OMG win this series, they will lock themselves in for playoffs. And LGD, if they lose, they will be out of the running completely. It will be the end of their split. They'll still have one more series to play, but it'll be the end of the road in terms of prizing, in terms of making it into playoffs. New has been spotted out by a very early ward being dropped up in the jungle. That was, I think, Shadow was actually in that brush, dropped the ward and then recalled.
Yep, Shadow did that. Goes for the early red trinket as well. Trying to spot out if New would walk in. Also just giving Garvey a bit of information to play with in terms of, knowing when New's going to be weaving in and out of brushes. So going to help Garvey out a little bit in terms of that 1v1 laning phase. All runes are as we would expect to see. And both junglers going to be starting towards the bottom side. So we're going to be seeing what we were both hitting on, right? A lot of action towards the top half of the map. For LGD, it has just been expected of how they've been playing this split. And for OMG, it just goes with their composition. You're going to be able to find prio through topside with this Jace. Open up for that topside scuttle to come out early. Shadow shouldn't be able to contest with the fact that he does have an Orianna in the mid lane, so she's not going to be wanting to look for any of those early river skirmishes. And it might lead Shadow to having to path back towards the bottom half of the map once he does pick up his red buff.
So I want to ask a little bit about this bottom lane, though, since we're going to see a lot of action towards the top side, and we anticipate... Oh, Cream actually going for a good chunk of damage there, but hey, melee versus range matchup, Shie just gets 19 autos in to answer for the early trade. Suddenly Cream realizes he's a level 2 Silas. He doesn't get to do anything just yet.
No, but this is why for a long time, Orianna was considered a great matchup into the Silas. We weren't usually seeing blind Silas or Silas picked into Orianna for the fact that, I mean, you can look for the all-in, but it's very easy for her to find the trades on the way back. Her shield does very well at counteracting a lot of that damage as well. Let's remember that Orianna's passive gives her a lot more damage on her autos as well, so going to be able to get a good bit of chunk on the way out from Cream. And Silas, in my opinion, not even the best user of the Shockwave. Sure, you can get in there and be able to use it just fine, but definitely higher priority and better ults for you to be able to take from other champions. Yeah,
feels like... I mean, Silas is always one of those champions that's going to struggle in the earlier stages, especially against range. As you say, Ori having a particularly good matchup due to the shield. But I'm sure we'll see Cream coming into his own a little bit later on. Now, the junglers are making their way up to this top side. The top scuttle has just spawned. Both Scryer's Blooms popped. The Shadow moves in. Aki on the top side, Shadow on the bottom side of the scuttle. Shadow is a level up and is Olaf, but it looks like he's not willing to go for the skirmish just yet. Garvey was recalling in the top side. It means Shadow will concede that top crab and instead go to the bottom river.
The big thing as well is that you saw Aki being patient, right? He was waiting for Cream's TP to be able to come in, knowing Cream will get prio and just be able to move first off. That's a Shadow. Gonna have to give that one up as we guessed, gonna move towards that bottom side scuttle. And now no opportunities coming out for either side. Looks like Shadow just going to come and pop the Scrying Plant, see if there are any camps in the bot side jungle for Aki. There isn't, so Reset's just going to come out and no action to be had just yet. Neither of these teams necessarily known for a ton of action in the early stages of the game. I think both of them are typically just more drawn to neutral objectives. So, Munch, we might be waiting until around that 7-minute mark with, Herald about to come up before these teams really look for a scrap.
So I wanted to bring up the bot lane earlier. Obviously, there was a bit of a scrap in the mid lane that kind of distracted me. I want to ask about Abel and Cold here. Now, we're seeing the Samira from Abel. This is only the second time we get to see it, but he did win the last game of Samira. He's played it once, 100% win rate. Samira Nautilus, I don't know the lane super well, but I'd imagine it is hyper-aggressive, right? Can we expect maybe some 2v2 action, or is it just not likely against a Thresh with this much disengage? Or engage, but a minion blocks Mark, it denies the potential catch. And it's just going to be both teams disengaging as Aki is threatening an invade onto Shadow, but Shadow started as clear on this bottom side, so he's quite happy to just keep on churning through those camps.
Yeah, now we're seeing the opposite. We're seeing Shadow be the one to walk in, and Pink's coming around mid lane with the fact that he does have push. Probably going to go for this Raptor contest right now. Instead, actually just hovering around mid lane.
All in on
Garvey.
the top side. Garvey's in trouble. Again, we keep on seeing Garvey falling in the top side. Fearness shaking his head behind the scenes.
And this just keeps happening. Garvey got solo killed every game in their series up against LNG. Comes into this one going down once again. And this is one of the points we were hitting on about Shadow not having as many options as he did before when Fearness was on the roster. Because Fearness, maybe not the best laner up in topside in the LPL when we do have so many absolute titans, but definitely one who is able to hold his own. LGD going to opt for the Dragon play on the bottom side because Abel and Cold did go for that reset. I want to walk back to your point in the bottom lane. I definitely think there is kill pressure that is able to come out from OMG's bottom side, especially at that level 6 mark. Once we get open to ultimates being available, you can look for the engage, able to dash in, hopefully build up the style points and get the ult off. And Cold already going to look for it, but not even really much of a sidestep from Kramer and Mark. Just naturally we're walking back and the hook doesn't connect.
All right, let's take another look
here. Yep, just goes for the all and gets his full combo off. And I wonder what the items are on Garvey at that point.
I think he must have had that serrated Dirk. He must have gone back and got the serrated Dirk because he basically 100 to 0 Garvey.
So New already had the serrated Dirk. I'm wondering what items Garvey was sitting on because, I mean, Garvey hit everything as well. There wasn't really much to see there, right? New hit his full combo, had more damage coming off in the end. It looks like Garvey probably just buying the cloth armor off of his most recent base, and New just able to take advantage of that. So OMG now swapping to just continually playing around their bottom half of the map. They are going to utilize that kill pressure that both Samir and Nautilus are able to bring.
You can't just walk in, man. I can't believe he just walked into that one. You could see the entire enemy team. Your enemy mid laner is missing. I don't know where you thought Cream was. That's going to be the flash burn from Shio.
And now it's just going to be very easy for OMG to keep up prio in this mid lane. Cream just going to be able to continuously threaten engages on. Sure, doesn't have the hijack up, so you don't have to be worried too much about him being able to steal away your ult or looking for the engage in that way, but still Cream going to be able to find a lot of advantageous trades if Shie walks up. And you always got to be worried about roams coming out from either Cold or Aki to punish that flashless Orianna. Does look like Mark going to be around the mid lane right now just trying to give pressure so Shie can push out and, just safely farm in that matchup.
I just had a thought. I'm looking at this Silas and I'm trying to figure out which ultimates Cream wants to take later on in the game. Because Shockwave is a little bit janky when you're Silas, right? It's only a melee Shockwave, so quite often very easy to miss. And looking across LGD's team, there really aren't many great Silas ultimates to take. I'm thinking maybe that's why Kramer went for this Jhin instead of a Varus, right? Because it's that much worse for Silas. There's a pick onto Cold. And so far, it feels like both teams just disrespecting what vision is available for the opponent's Shadow now. Knocked up. There's Creep to finish another kill. And for some reason, we see two players just completely taken out with no help from their teams.
I mean, I like the setup coming out from LGD to find the pick on Cold, right? That they had vision in that brush. Still for Cold, I think it is a bit unacceptable when you were sitting on control wards, you were sitting on a sweeper to not just look for those. But LGD set up the play, they were able to find the kill. Shadow going down, I think, is a bit more of a head scratcher in my mind. Chie also sitting on no mana after that play, so he wouldn't be able to contribute much regardless. OMG with that pick on a Shadow are going to be the ones who are able to pick up this Rift Herald. And I feel like we've just seen teams punishing mistakes so far. No team really trying to push advantages. OMG, power to them, have been playing a little bit through their bottom side. As we are going to see here, he's just sitting on a ward. The hook comes out. And wait, did Shie? No, it wasn't Shie. Shadow flashed in that play. Mark had the lantern though, so I honestly think that was a bit of a miscommunication coming out from the side of LGD.
I've like rewatched it now, and I still have no
play.
idea what the plan was there. Oh, Garvey gets knocked out. Nu doing a good job in this top lane matchup, having a CS lead for himself, and Aki has decided it's time to shut this Season 11 champion out of the game. Garvey knows what's going on, though, fully respects it, backs away, has no TP, though. And this very likely could just be the tower completely taken here. Drake not up for 50 seconds, so there isn't much of an answer for LGD.
You even see Cream using Fog of War up on top side, so Garvey in no way safe to sit under turret. I don't think LGD are in a position where they can really punish the bottom lane coming out. You'd want to see some heavy trading coming out from Kramer and Mark, get those health bars a little bit lower before you can threaten any kind of dive. Shie does have TP advantage over Cream, so it is always possible to force a 4v2 dive, but in the end, LGD aren't going to opt into it. Looks like they're probably just waiting for the dragon to come up. That one is up in 15 seconds. And OMG are going to be behind on tempo because they made that play on top side.
Now, this next strike is going to be important. It's up in 10 seconds, and right now, LGD have control. The reason it's important, though, is because it's a Cloud Drake before Soul, which means we are guaranteed to have either an Ocean or an Infernal Soul. So this is a Drake worth fighting for, and you can see Nu has moved over. He went off of the reset on the top side and is now ready to fight for Drake. That means OMG will have numbers advantage, will be able to control this, and Nu has his teleport coming up in just a moment's time, so can always go back up to that top side and stop Garvey taking too much for himself.
Yeah, I would have liked to see OMG start this just, a tad bit sooner because they saw Garvey showing on the wave. You already know he's there. You assume that they're timing his TP properly, so if you could have been a bit more efficient, Nu having to waste less time on the bottom half of the map. Now we're going to see Garvey potentially going to get a plate. Does look like he should be able to secure that one.
No.
He's just going to back away in the end. Doesn't have full information of where Nu is at this point in time.
Flash forward from Cold. Shie's in trouble here, and, well, Shie doesn't get to play League of Legends. That's the power of Nautilus with a Silas hijacked Shockwave.
And that was nice timing coming out from OMG. That shows that they are keeping track of Shie's Summoner spell because it was just about to come up. They find the window to make the play. LGD hovering around bottom side do have two members here.
Ooh,
Able nice sidestep though.
Yeah, still has his W as well, so he's going to be able to keep himself safe. Nicely played mechanically there from Abel.
And for OMG, despite the fact that I feel like against a lot of top teams, they have been pretty weak in terms of their laning phase, it definitely feels like OMG are just a version of LGD that maybe you have slightly better players, but they have an identity, they have a core, they stick to the champions that they're good on, right? That's why we're seeing things like Samir come out. That's why we're seeing, let's see how many games of Silas for Cream. This is Cream's 11th game of Silas so far, and OMG this kind of thing works in the LPL. We see it time and time again, that just sticking to what you're good at and very early on finding a style is enough to get you to playoffs. I think E-Star being the team that jumps out to all of us last year in spring, that was enough to coast, and it looks like that will potentially be enough for OMG.
Not to put too fine of a point on it, but 2018 IG, 2019 FPX, they had pretty defined styles. They didn't really shift much.
RNG this year?
Yeah, RNG this year, yeah. Doesn't feel like it's a new story here in the LPL to have a defined style that works for you, and it might be enough for OMG to make playoffs at this rate. They're almost 3,000 gold ahead at this point in the game, 13 minutes in here. And LGD starting to lose control of things, as Shadow will be able to finish his red buff, will walk away with his life, but it feels like the line of control is encroaching further and further up the map for OMG, and LGD, they have less and less breathing space.
I mean, just look at the gold differentials on the top half of the map, right? I mean, New is 1,700 gold up. Aki is about 500 gold up. Cream has an advantage for about 500-600 gold. So the whole advantage for OMG is on their top side. I like that we see New pushing up aggressively with Cold and Aki hovering around. They know where they're able to find their pressure. With that, LGD are looking to just play around the opposite side of the map. We haven't been able to see them really force anything in that 2v2. Haven't been able to get any heavy trading where Shadow's allowed to make a play. I do think Shie could have used his TP advantage when we hit on it last time around to try and set up some sort of dive, but LGD being a little bit trigger shy are going to look for it this time with Shadow just sitting in the brush.
They'll try. New is here to attempt to clear the wave. He's on this Jace though, and we've all seen Jaces get dived in the top side. Here's a TP, flashes away from the death sentence, and a couple of tower shots for Kramer. Now OMG to answer the play. Shockwave onto Mark. Cream won't look for the engage though, decides it's time to back away. They don't want to overextend.
Yeah, if Cold had been a little bit closer, I feel like OMG could have looked for that one, but not going to risk it with just having Cream jump into 3 members all too soon. Instead, OMG going to look to put some pressure on this mid lane turret. I like what OMG are using their tempo to come towards mid lane. They'll be able to take this one for free. And the next Rift Herald is coming up right now, so this should be another objective that should be able to get into the hands of OMG.
Feels like OMG just have complete control of this game, right? Ever since that first Drake, which went the way of LGD, doesn't feel like they've had much of a moment to work with. Even trying to make the dive happen in the bottom side, but New outplaying. And now Herald for OMG, or at least it'll be started as Shadow is here, Shie as well, and the bot lane moving over. This will be a full contest from LGD. New has TP. He's in base right now, but the Herald pulled all the way to the blue buff there, and will now finally reset. It's going to be Abel taking the blue buff, weirdly enough.
Yeah, it's quite strange. Not quite sure what they're going for there. OMG right now do have a mythic advantage, right? You have mythics on 3 members compared to 2 on the opposite side for OMG. You'd expect that Abel's probably to pick up his Immortal Shield bow at this point, but not able to go for a reset when you are looking to contest this Herald. Flashes up across the board. You do see both Mark and New missing out on theirs. I would say News feels a bit more impactful. In the end, with the posturing coming out, you are going to see OMG win out. Probably the threat of the accelerated shock blast from New just going to push LGD to want to look towards the opposite side of the map. Dragon's coming up so they can get bottom side vision down now. And now if OMG want to contest this Drake, they're going to be walking in blind.
Or they can try and push another wave in the mid lane. They have a huge wave pushing in the top side as well, and they just picked up a Herald. LGD will get themselves an Infernal Drake, but the question is, at what cost, Lyric? Because OMG are going to push multiple tier 2s at this point. LGD are here to try and clear the wave in the mid lane, but New and Cold, they're just pressuring. They're just keeping the team busy while their Herald goes up top. Cream is there to help push that one in. That will be a tier 2 taken. And remember, the amount of gold from a tier 2 was buffed on this patch. Feels like an objective potential win with the tier 1 being factored in as well as an Infernal Drake. Maybe this could be positive for LGD if they can look towards Assault.
I still like how we've seen OMG use tempo over the past few minutes, not even only just in this last play, right, but how they were connecting, covering bot with the TP to roaming towards the mid to making their way up into topside river. So definitely good understanding of tempo coming out from OMG in that sequence. Recall's going to come out on both sides, and you're finally getting to a point where OMG are getting to their strongest point, right? Going to be waiting on that man immune for New, and Jace will just be an absolute monster. Garvey still not having his Rift Maker just yet, I think is going to hurt, where Garvey would just be functioning as your pseudo frontline, right? You aren't actually a tank, but you are a bit of a drain tank coming out with the amount of sustain you have in your kit and with the resistances and the projectile disruption coming in from your W. But he's just going to be so weak. I love what OMG are doing, just walking into the bottom side. Yeah. Garvey does have TP, but I don't think LGD are in any position to look for any kind of contest.
Projectile disruption. I'm pretty sure there are tablets you can get for that these days, Lyric. Medicine is advanced a long way. We've got Garvey pushing the wave up in the top side. It's going to force a TP out from New to respond to the pressure as OMG completely controlling the bottom side of the map here. Cream has that hijacked shockwave, and it feels like he's getting a bit antsy. Feels like Cream wants things to happen. He's got 4 stacks on his Dark Seal. He did really well earlier on in the game, and he's not had much of a window to do anything since.
LGD just haven't been contesting all too much. LGD been respecting, right? Once OMG start moving multiple members into one quadrant of the jungle, LGD just starts backing off. OMG are allowed to get their vision control, and it's been a decently controlled game so far.
It doesn't matter at all, but that was just hilarious. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
Some of the Nautilus hooks that you see land, and then that one that's like basically on the wall doesn't pull him. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know what to say about Nautilus hook at this point. Cream is pretty lonely on this bottom half of the map right now, but maybe just looks for Shadow in a 1v1. Forces the Ragnarok and a Lantern out as well. I love how confident Cream is to just charge at the enemy and try and make things happen. Whenever he's on the Silas, the Akali as well, it's just so much fun to watch this player.
I mean, a true solo queue star, right? I feel like that is what you would see coming from a solo queue player. You're like, hey, there's not enough happening. I need to be pushing the tempo of this game forward, kind of turning the cogs to the next step of the game, is looking for those plays. I do want to, move back to the Nautilus point real quick and saying that the most tragic one for me was there was one, I think it was in the IG versus one of the LGD series last year, where Balan looks for a hook on someone, and there's no way it tagged the wall, but I guess it did. The hitbox did, and he just pulled himself accidentally into 5 members of the enemy team, and it was just quite depressing to see. Poor Balan. Rest in peace.
I remember when Nautilus came out back in my day. I remember that mechanic being put in the game where it was like your hook can hit champions, but it can also hit terrain. And back when Nautilus came out, that was like, oh my god, what a cool, crazy, game-changing mechanic. And back then, champions just had one cool mechanic per kit as opposed to 17. But I remember that being like such a dramatic, cool thing. And nowadays, it feels like a negative a lot of the time, honestly. Nautilus, so often, his hook being able to pull terrain ruins him as opposed to actually helping him out.
Yeah, and now you have champions like Akshan. Assuming that's how his name's pronounced. If his name is pronounced Action, I was going to say I'm actually really, really depressed by that.
I think it's like Akshan, I believe, which
Akshan.
Like it's almost like a U sound. The proper syllable isn't really in the English language, but it's similar to kind of like a U sound.
I mean, I'm still okay with that.
I apologize if I've butchered that.
As long as it's not Action, I think we're totally good. But looking at all the little tricks in his kit, definitely League of Legends coming a long way.
It's 3-1, so it's definitely not Action. There's been anything but action in this game, that's for sure. I don't want to talk too much about Action because I feel like I could talk about him for a long time, and it's not necessarily positive things. As Aki being able to block the shots with his ultimate. Cold happy to tank a couple up as well. OMG make an attempt on the bottom tier 2. It's not going to happen though. And everybody backs away again. But Drake is up, Lyric, so that at least is a consolation prize for OMG.
My problem is I feel like we're way too far off for Soul, for OMG to be able to threaten any kind of Soul and be playing out this type of game we've been seeing for the last few minutes, right? Which is ping-pong side waves back and forth. You're going to play around your strong side where Cream is, push into the enemy jungle, get vision down, and get a bit of damage off on turret, but wait for the dragon to come up. You're far too off from that. I think for OMG, you got to be setting up topside. You got to be setting up around this Baron, trying to threaten a contest, pull them out of their jungle, look for the engage, because if not, you're only giving time to members like Xie and especially Garvey, where Garvey was pretty much taken out of this game, now given time to scale. And LGD will have windows to where they're able to win late. Sure, do they have champions like Olaf and Jhin, which maybe aren't the most useful late game? Yes. But we know the amount of AoE coming from Gwen, as well as the shockwave from Xie, will definitely be enough to turn a fight if OMG make one overstep. So I'd like to see OMG be a bit more proactive, start making their way up to topside, push in this mid wave, walk into the enemy jungle, get some wards down, and pull LGD out of their base. LGD are being allowed to turtle when I don't think they should.
And also, I mean, just look at the composition from LGD. It is comfort for this team. So you've got Xie Orianna, which I would say is maybe his most prominent pick historically. You've got Kramer on the Jhin. We saw all of 2020, every AD carry in the LPL is more than happy to play Jhin, and Kramer on these more passive AD carries certainly thrives. And then there's Garvey, who's on Gwen. Let's be honest, Gwen exceptionally strong in the late game, can straight up 1v5 fights. This is not the kind of composition that you want to just stall the game out forever on. And it feels like the later stages of the game, for a Xin Zhao, for a Jace, for a Samira, they don't necessarily get better. I feel like this is the strongest OMG's comp is going to be.
I mean, we saw in the early game that Abel had a CS advantage earlier on, Cream was even, and new news about held the advantage he's had in CS the whole time, but I mean, the fact that they've dropped so many waves on sides, allowed for LGD to keep farming out their jungle and pick up side waves, is just a bit of a problem. They are maintaining about a 3.5k gold lead, so that's fine, but it feels like at some point as OMG, you're going to have to force that Baron.
Frost comes out from Cream, doesn't quite connect. That's a huge shock blast onto Kramer, though he is not enjoying the cues coming out from New. But again, it's just going to be... we've got a bit of an ARAM going on, to be quite honest, Lyric, because I think OMG are just waiting for Drakes. Maybe they've just changed the win condition in their mind and going, okay, let's just play for Drakes instead. That top tier 2 that he's down, that was taken, what, like 10 minutes ago at this point? It feels like OMG have not been able to find a single extra bit of space on the map.
You even have a few riskier plays in OMG's playbook that you can realistically look to make, but you'll be opening avenues for LGD to trade on the opposite side of the map. So what you can do is, you know, have Cream, Aki, and New even like push out one side lane very deep with the Jace and Xin Zhao hiding in one brush, look for a pick and then try to turn that into something, but you will be opening up space for LGD to be able to respond. So I still feel like the best choice for OMG would be looking to more hard force, not necessarily even taking the Baron, right? But just committing to it to get LGD onto the map. But they're not going to do that. Xie, once again, going to be allowed to freely push out a side wave. Now Xie sitting on 2 items, getting to a point where he's pretty strong, where, you know, Orianna damage early on in the game is, you can pretty much just shrug it off. Now will be able to do quite a bit. Garvey, who did not have his mythic for the longest time, now already making his way closer to his second item.
And I love that we get to see Cold running with a Zhonya's as well. This is one of the items that I think is... It's one of the few fun items that supports get to build these days, where it's pretty much a Nautilus pick, but we've seen it on like Leonas and things a little bit as well, but gives you that, you get to go for the combo on Nautilus, and quite often what you'll find with Nautilus is they go for the big combo, they pop their ult, they pop their E and everything in the fight, and then they kind of just walk around for a bit and don't do a whole lot of anything until they've got cooldowns back up. Well, now you can go in the middle of everyone. You're usually super squishy, but you just Zhonya's for a while, and then you get your cooldowns back up. Beautiful.
And I mean, I think Zhonya's totally... Don't want exactly use the word busted, but definitely very strong item. I still love the game. I can't remember who it was. I think BLG was playing where we saw it on all 5 members. It was BLG. It was on all 5 members. Yeah. That was a great game of League of Legends, but just being able to buy time for another rotation of cooldowns, I think is so critical in a lot of fights and skirmishes and being able to win out, so... But for OMG...
You know, as an AD carry main, I envy Zhonya's users. Man, I wish there was an AD Zhonya's. Like, Zhonya's is so infinitely better than GA, man. It's... the comparison in, like, strength between those 2 items, it's not even remotely close.
Yeah, just, you know, just do what I think Aiming did in that game, play Ezreal, and then just buy Zhonya's anyway. But Munch, I gotta say, I feel like this, what we're seeing in this game, maybe not gonna bode too well for either of these teams in the, you know, the hunt for an LPL championship or a world seed, because I feel like any team would have been able to just force so much more on the map by now if we had an RNG and FPX, even making our way towards the middle tier, right? Even if maybe a Suning or a WE would be able to do more. So,
I'm torn on whether or not to ask you this question or not. I'm going to go for it. You've been a coach, Lyric. If you're a coach on OMG, on LGD right now, what is the ultimate goal? Is the goal still like, we're going to make it to Worlds? How much do you allow yourself into the kind of, like, these teams know that they are not top teams right now. How much do you think in terms of the team atmosphere, the belief is Worlds? And how much do you think it is like, let's get to playoffs first, and then maybe there's a miracle run?
I think a lot of that actually depends on team atmosphere, because as someone who coached a mid-tier team in the LMS for a long time, where realistically looking back, we probably never had a chance at going to Worlds, if the team atmosphere is fine, you're still able to convince yourself that it's possible. So, you know, maybe for OMG or LGD that is there. I think for LGD that was the expectation with this roster coming in, right? There would be no reason you're bringing back players like Xie and Mark, who, you know, might be decently expensive with the amount of experience they have. To where OMG, I feel like with the hype that you built up, it's still there, but if you just make playoffs, it's the first time since 2017 for this organization. That is a win in and of itself.
That's very true. OMG trying to grab Their first playoffs in literal years here, but they have complete vision control of the Baron. The observers very kindly showing us that there is no vision whatsoever for LGD. And OMG, they can just zone away while a couple of members just burn through this one. It's going to be New and Aki on the Baron as Abel playing for zoning here. Blue Trinket comes in, but it's too little too late from LGD, and OMG, they finally make a play. They got another Drake as well a couple of minutes ago. It feels like OMG starting to turn the heat up. And hey, Garvey, he'll get a tower, but that doesn't feel like enough in answer for a Baron.
Munch, I am so happy. I am so happy we finally see this play. You can see because we have cams. My hands are up in the air. Life is good. OMG finally made their way towards the Baron. I feel like it's going to push us to actually, getting to see something happen. OMG now going to start pushing in their waves, threatening under turret. LGD going to be put in a position where they maybe have to look for an engage. Blood is coming, my boy. Blood is coming.
I don't know. I've been lied to before, Lyric. I'm not sure I'm ready to have my heart broken. You're building my expectations here. Could we actually see a team fight? I almost don't believe it. We'll have to see. As OMG grouping up on the bottom side of the map, they already took the tier 2 on both side lanes. So mid lane, you would expect is the next port of call, but they do have exceptionally strong side lane pressure, right? With a Jace and a Silas, they can certainly play 1-3-1.
I feel like for OMG, you probably would have wanted to have someone answer top wave. You don't necessarily want to have someone hard pushing that out, but maybe at least start like a slow push or a push back to the enemy side, and then play this 2-lane setup where you do have members like Zinzo, Nautilus hovering back and forth to where Cream able to hold the wave on one side and just kind of play out by, ping-ponging between each side, seeing if you can find picks or put the damage out this Jace.
There's a hook, Lyric! Moment of truth? No, Cold flashes away. He gets away with it. And Cream has stolen the box. Maybe the least impactful ultimate to steal for Silas. So I guess not least impactful, but certainly not exactly overwhelming with power. OMG, after one hook onto Cold, looks like they're not super confident, but they are going to stick around, at least for the time being. The problem they have is the waves aren't synced up, Lyric. So they're taking it in turns to push bot, then to push mid, then to push bot, then to push mid, and it means that LGD can just answer each one of these pushes one at a time.
I mean, a lot it's going to come down onto Nguyen if he's able to hit these EQ combos. Does get a good bit of damage down right there. Yeah, like you said, good hook coming out.
The shockwave going to be Zonya's by Abel. I was wrong. It is an AD carry item after all. As Cold takes a couple of shots here. Cream is off on the side, and he's getting wrecked by Garvey. Look at the damage coming out as Garvey finds himself the kill. And OMG, after all this time in the lead, it's falling a little bit apart here. But LGD can't quite chase them down.
We still got to the point where OMG had Baron, they pushed in waves, and LGD were forced to do something. I feel like OMG still might have just sat on their advantage for far too long rather than looking for those plays earlier. Last time we hit on items, Shea was at 2.5, now making his way up towards 3.5, finishing out the Morellos. So is some healing on the side of OMG, right? Cream, Abel, having stuff coming out from the items of both New and Aki as well. So maybe just wanting some more immediate power by finishing that one off outright, as this would be soul for OMG. 15 seconds. Once again, Munch, I'm going to get your hopes up because we are going to get something. LPL does bring action. No copium needed here.
It's Infernal Soul. If LGD don't fight for this one, I give up. Cream has teleport available, needs to get over to this pit right here, but he will not have his flash. Cream stealing away the shockwave. This is the moment. Aki's in the middle of everyone. Shockwave not going to come out just yet. It's only on to 2 there, but here we go. Abel onto the back line as well. Damage coming across the team as OMG finally get to use their gold lead. We finally get blood for the blood god. This is a 1-for-1 trade. AD carry for ex-AD carry. All right, in fact, it's New, not Garvey, but who cares? We got to fight, Lyric.
We gotta fight. That's what we've been waiting for this whole time. We saw Cream fighting his way in. Mark gets instantly deleted. And now we're gonna see how much OMG are gonna be able to do with this push. They will at the very least get an inhibitor. Not sure if death timers are long enough for them to go for an outright end though, but they might be.
Might just be. They still have 20 seconds to it. Lyric, I think they're going to be able to do this one. They've got an Infernal Soul as well, so extra damage coming on in. They've got Cream and Abel, who are both great at shredding these towers. One tower down. They're just going to kill Thresh as he walks in. See you later, Mark. Write a death sentence about that one. 9-4 in the end. It's not the fastest game we've ever had, but OMG take the victory.
You know, I feel like there could be a lot of positives come out with, like, OMG, great performance, but I still just feel like that was not it from either team, right? I feel like you go into playoffs with this sort of performance, and you're just gonna get so heavily punished by even the teams just right above you, as we were hitting on earlier. The teams like potentially a top esports, a BLG, a Suning. So gonna want to see more come out from BLG in the next game, or LGD as well. We saw the type of composition that LGD did go for, so once they fell behind, it made sense why LGD were the team trying to buy time, especially when OMG are just giving it to you for free. OMG are just like, hey buddy, just, you know, you can have an extra 15 minutes in this game, scale up, get your Orianna items, and try and come back in. But in the end, it didn't matter. It came down to one engage, and OMG just gonna keep defaulting to their picks. People not gonna listen to the image we showed before, Munch, your puzzle. No one listening to your puzzle.
I know, we made a puzzle for you guys. Someone email LGD. Just get them on the Weibo or whatever. Get them on the Weibo. What am I, 70 years old? Jesus. Somebody tell
Oh my god, LPL quick shot. LPL quick shot.
Look at his hairline. It's getting disastrous over here. I've completely lost my train of thought with that one. But yeah, LGD, just ban Silas, please. You gotta ban Silas. Even picking picks that Silas couldn't get really great ultimates, it doesn't matter. Shockwave is good enough, especially for Cream, because at the end of the day, you want to be in melee range anyway, so even if you just use it on one person, it still does crazy damage.
Yeah, I mean, this game happened.
It was a game.
It was,
I've got something I want to say, Larry. Like, because I feel like we're about to go into full-time conversation. I have a real conversation we can have. Isn't it interesting to see teams like LGD and OMG that, if you think back like 5 weeks ago, everyone on Twitter, everyone on the internet was like, oh my god, LPL is so strong. There are 13 teams that could be at the top of playoffs by the end of the year, etc., etc. We're all super excited. I have a totally different outlook on the LPL right now comparatively to then. Like, we do not have 13 good teams right now. We have a lot of teams that have fallen off towards the end of the split, and I feel like both of these teams are in that category for me. I feel like now we're in the category of 6, maybe 7 really strong teams that there's going to be some fluffing about there, and we have like 3 super solid top teams. And this, in my mind, at this point, there's a pretty big gap between the strong teams and the actual top teams that are going to really perform at the World Championship.
I definitely agree, right? We're looking at teams like FPX and RNG, I think, especially differentiating themselves from the pack. And then teams like OMG, LGD, the JDGs of the world, I think even being a bit of a tier below. We'll give OMG a bit of benefit of the doubt because they have been a team that have had a lot of exciting high-tempo games. LGD have been the team that have just kind of slowly fallen off to where they are now.
Yep, feels like neither team, though, being particularly proactive in this one. OMG, slightly more proactive, but not as much as we would have liked. We'll see if they can crank it up after the break.
Much earlier than the Nidalee will be.
Actually,
We should be fine.
I've always just not taken tower hits here. That was so well played,
what
honestly.
Happened? It was an ambitious move here from JDG. They were trying to go for that Baron as quick as they possibly could. Dragon is spawning in a couple of seconds. Gold card does land. They're going to try and jump everything out onto Gala, Xiao, I should say. But Gala ends up getting himself out, and they're going to be able to pick up another kill. And if you can't kill them straight away, there's just nothing you can do. The CC chains, the survivability's not going to be enough. Double kill for Wei.
Now remember, the Dragon could just be burst. LNG can't really threaten a trade on this one. As the crab goes down, SOFM gets that one. Here we go with the engage from Tarzan. He's not that tanky though. Health bar already low. The bombs come on through. Ally in the backline turns golden to keep himself alive. Bin with one. Now into the backline himself. LNG low, but they're winning out the fight. It feels like Icon taken down. Tarzan in the pit. SOFM back in and he gets the soul. It somehow comes up trumps for Suning as they pick everybody up.
At the moment, View isn't really someone who can be dealt with in side lane, and Zeke is a problem as well. They're
Look at
taking
Han.
this tier 1, but Flank's coming in.
He's flanks coming in. Look at the quickness on top. They do drop down the Tempered Fate to try and keep everyone alive. iBoy gets 1 kill, but if they can take this fight, it'll be fantastic for the side of RA. They trade 2 for 1. There's a good Everfrost though onto 3 people, and this Weiwei pick is just too damn good. Triple kill for Weiwei. He's going for the quadra kill for Weiwei. Penta kill for Weiwei.
I'm going to try. Hook comes in from Crisp onto on. Doomby with the Everfrost. There's Baron gone, and Doomby wants the fight as well. Jumps in with the present guard, keeping himself safe for now. SOFM with the re-engage. It's Nuguri on the front line as the target here. Wonfong pre-firing. This Doomby on the back line. I think it's going to be 1 for 1 here, but Wonfong is down.
我们的调整就都打得稳定一点吧，然后打节奏的话就打得凶一点。面对 LGD 的话，就希望自己发挥的好一点吧，对拿下比赛还是挺有信心的。
Welcome everybody to the LPL once more. I'm Munchables, I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards our second game of the series, and we're going to quickly talk about the top lane here, Lyric, because we had Garvey Dent on one side flipping a coin, and it landed on the burnt side, which means chaos. That means you got to absolutely just sprint it down and get solo killed, as he has in 50% of the games where he seems to have been flipping that coin.
I mean, we were talking about this before. I feel like that coin has, one-sided, but has both sides on one coin, right? Because I feel like Garvey just runs it down every game. We've seen him get solo killed the past 4 games in a row. That's why we'll hit on this first before we go into our MVP. That fearness will be coming in this game where LGD was finding a lot more of their success. So hopefully this time around, LG can actually pull it together.
This feels like the more consistent version of the roster that we've seen from LGD. So hopefully we'll have a better showing from them here in game number 2 and a bit more of a proactive showing because they basically did nothing and then lost the game. So hopefully they bring a bit more to the table here. Let's look at our MVP though for game number 1. I've already forgotten who it was. They told me in my ear, but I was too busy getting excited about my Garvey Dent joke that I completely forgot immediately. It was Aki on the Xin Zhao. Not super action-packed, not a massive amount of damage, but a huge facilitator of the objective-based gameplay that we got to see.
I mean, this is the one where whoever it is that picks the MVP, I feel like you have a hard time. Heck, you yourselves might be flipping a coin to decide who gets to do it, or asking an 8-ball. I'm not quite sure. It just felt like neither team really showing up too much. OMG did enough to win. I feel like that is good. Definitely counteracted to what Nu said in the interview we just saw, right, where Nu comes out saying, we just want to keep a very fast, aggressive tempo. We saw glimpses of them trying, but not too much. Nu himself, though, coming out with a good performance, right? Getting that solo kill we talked about. But yeah, we saw in these team fights, especially this one, I think Aki having an incredible performance to definitely be able to justify an MVP performance. Now we're just going to be looking towards game 2 to see if Aki and OMG can be able to do it again. But my mind is really just curious to see where draft goes.
I have a question before we get into the draft. And now this is not necessarily the most important question. I do think it's a crucial question. Now, you can debate on the difference between those words and whether that made any sense, but I'm not going to be a part of that debate. So Nu has been playing for a couple of years at this point. At what stage does a player become a veteran? Because I am waiting for the day that I can say that we have a new veteran up in the top lane. Because I feel like there's something magical about
You're just going too far, man. You're just going too far with all these. I get it. Game 1 wasn't what it should have been, but, you're at least lighting the mood. So I appreciate that. I respect you as, talking about new things in Draft Bunch. What do you want to see coming out from Draft this time around, Mr. Big Brain Analyst?
Well,
Mr. LPL Uzi?
It's mini Uzi, I'll have you know.
Sorry.
For the one Sivir pentakill I got on the Chinese server
Uzi
literally like
an
a year and a half
player,
ago. So. Look, all I'm saying is me and Uzi have never been seen in the same room together. I'm just saying it's a coincidence. What I would like to see is I'd like to see the Nocturne from Nu in the top side. I'd like to see this like pure dive style composition. Obviously, like Silas and Akali, we've talked about it no end for Kareem. I'd love to see the Kai'Sa from Abel as well. Even though Kai'Sa is not super popular right now, I do really like it when this team just fully categorizes into we're all just going to dive in. We're all just going to make these plays. And importantly, it's not just dive in terms of a team fight. I like it when OMG is proactive and actually goes for turret dives across the map. I don't feel like we got to see that very much this game. They played a much more tempered, like neutral objective-based game, which I like it when these guys are getting underneath towers. I like it when they're playing these slightly riskier plays because it feels like they have the hands to pull that style off.
Yeah, definitely. Seeing Nu on something that does have more emphasis. Probably not going to see the Nocturne, right? We have seen it in jungle so far ever since those nerfs came out, but whether it is something like getting your hands on a Lee Sin or a Renekton, or Nu has even been one of the players who's been willing to pull out more pocket pick champions. We've seen him bring out things like the Wukong, which are aggressive dive champions. So there's always potential there. I feel like the big thing... There's Mundo. I feel like the big thing is if Aki is able to influence the mid lane, because it's very hard to set up any kind of like really aggressive dives or these kind of plays on side lanes when your mid laner is getting pushed in so heavily, like we saw Cream getting early on, right? So we're gonna see more come out from Cream this time around, or more from Aki interacting with the mid lane. And there we go, Munch. We already get a bit of a change up from LGD, the Silas band coming out. You would expect the Akali.
There it is,
Munch.
They've cracked it. LGD have cracked the code. They've banned Silas and Akali against OMG. It's unbelievable. They've done it.
Now for LGD, I want to see if they pick the Viego, because I feel like that's the third part of the puzzle, and they don't. I expect OMG to pick it. That really has been Cream's third go-to champion so far. Of course, Viego not as heavily prioritized in mid lane in a lot of situations than we've seen before. I feel like we've been seeing him a lot more come out in the jungle role lately, but still, I would expect Cream to be able to pick this one up. It is still a flex that can go across 3 lanes. And then we're going to be seeing where OMG want to go with their second pick. You do still have something like a Diana available if you do want to go for the AP jungle double AD soul lane option. She really is the, I'd say, only truly viable AP jungler. You do have things like we've seen, like Rumbles come out sometimes, though he is banned right now. I know there have been some rumblings of champions like Fiddlesticks or even Nidalee, which we see every now or then.
That is a super early Jinx lock-in. But I guess you know you're against Aphelios, right? And they don't want to show their hands, so just locking in a safe AD carry. You expect Thresh, surely, to be locked in for the side of LGD here. Take that away before Cold goes for it.
That's what I want to see, because Mark hasn't been a huge Thresh player. We did obviously see it in the past game, but is going to go for it once again. Going to follow your train of thought. If you have 2 immobile AD carries, both would love to be paired with the Thresh, and they are going to take away this one. Back to the Jinx point real quick, is that this is going to be Abel's first time picking up the champion this split. LGD also locking in the Olaf, I think makes sense when you are going to be the team that has a lot more options in terms of being able to bring out those AP soul laners. And now we're going to see where OMG do want to go. We already hit on the Diana, but there is always the potential of just trying to keep the Viego as a flex pick. If you do that, you do just lock in support here. The Leona, something you can pull out. Sure, you do lose in the early laning phase, but you can always use your Solar Flare to try to burn Thresh Flash at level 6, and then look for an all-in following that play.
It's cold with that Leona. And now we go to the bans once more, Lyric. And for OMG, it feels like maybe removing some of these stronger ranged mid laners, things like the Zoe that Viego can struggle with in that mid lane. But then again, she ain't not necessarily been playing Zoe that much this split, so perhaps not the best ban, but certainly a bad matchup for Viego in the mid lane.
The things I'd be keeping my eye on would be things like the LeBlanc or even something like a Twisted Fate, but I think taking Twisted Fate could be quite rough with the potential counters that can come out. So OMG instead just going to opt into taking away top laners. I mean, when we've hit on that, Fearness has really been the stabilizing member for the side of LGD. I think taking away Camille and Renekton makes a lot of sense. We've seen Fearness. He's had 3 big champions in my mind, where it's been the Camille, the Renekton, and his last one really being the set pick as something that he loves to gravitate towards. And now we're going to see for OMG where they want to go. I've still been speculating that we could see Cream just take a champion he's comfortable on, but LGD clearly seem to think that they might be putting that Viego somewhere else, as this would be a champion that makes sense, right? Trundle is something that does fine into the Olaf matchup. The Pillar being able to answer a lot of plays coming out from the axes. And not as big of a fan of this one, especially when we're thinking about a team like OMG. This is a champion that he's played so far, and he did have a win on. I don't think Cream looked bad on it by any means, but a ton of scaling now coming out for OMG, and no much LGD might be looking to reciprocate.
I can't believe this. I can't believe they do this to us, Lyric. Aren't they thinking about the English commentators when they draft? Are we not the first thing that they think about when drafting in a series that has playoff contention? Like, surely we must be their first thought.
Well, we have an Azir versus Orianna matchup. We have seen Azir like a couple of times this split. Not something I particularly cared to see coming into today, but at least Shie gonna get back more closely to a meta that he was, I'd say, much more proficient at. As OMG now wanting to keep up the high pressure with a Zac pick. Two scaling drafts on both sides. I really like the amount of gank pressure that is able to come out from Aki. So maybe for OMG, putting more emphasis up towards that top side matchup where you do have Jace against Viego. So more volatility of Viego having a dash, having some CC in his kit would be able to set up for Zach to be able, the CC chain following through, and then Viego being the one to have the damage while allowing for your bottom and mid lane to just scale out. LGD's bot lane should be able to have pressure, and at 6, the Azir, if he can link up with Shadow, can look for the Emperor's Divide, push Cream into the Olaf and look for a kill that way. So both sides having some options, but I feel like early on, we're really only going to be looking towards the top half of the map.
Looking to the top half is going to be the name of the game, which is true of game number 1, right? That's one of the things we highlighted coming into this series, was that we wanted to see both of these teams playing towards their top side. Now, I want to bring up the conversation of Drakes again, because I feel like we didn't see much focus on Drakes in game number 1. Even though we saw a few Drakes being taken, it didn't feel like either team was heavily prioritizing, aside from on the, I think it was the 3rd Drake, we saw New just walking from Fountain to guarantee his team the Drake, as opposed to going back up to the top lane. Other than that, though, it didn't feel like it was a focus. Are we going to see that changed at all here for game number 2?
I don't think so. I've even been talking to some teams more recently these past few days about how they perceive the game should be played. And a lot of teams that are more typically bot side oriented, I would think teams like RA, teams like EDG, even these teams are starting to realize that playing up towards that top side, getting the gold trade with the Rift Herald, and the agency that the top lane champions in the current meta bring is probably a much better way to play. So both these teams kind of opting more closely to this in game 1, even though OMG did have some bot lane invades. I'd still expect to see a lot of attention put towards that top half of the map.
So Rift Herald, the name of the game. Maybe some dives, maybe some ganks, as we get to see a beautiful sunset across the horizon on Summoner's Rift. And that sunset, unfortunately for LGD, it's got their logo on it. And I fear that may be horrible foreshadowing here, because I want to remind everyone that if LGD lose this series, they are out of playoff contention. And also on top of that, because OMG won a game, Suning are now locked in for playoffs. We forgot to mention that at the end of game number 1. Suning are officially locked for playoffs because OMG won 1 game in this series. So with tiebreakers and game difference and all of that good stuff, Suning are officially into the top 10.
I think it was expected, right? Suning, of course, sitting on 8 series wins, but also having one of the easier schedules to round out. They play RA, so that one not an easy game by any means, but ending with TT kind of becoming the god killers when they did slay Rogue Warriors and completely dismantle their hype train. But Suning, I would say, still an expected favorite, but nice congrats to them, with them going to be able to get another chance to go back to Worlds, as we see Aki just going to clear both of his smaller camps first, so going to get them cycling through on a nicer timer, also dodging out on the ward that LGD were able to put down. So I like the mind games coming out from Aki so far, and both junglers pathing towards the opposite side of the map. Aki actually making his way down towards bottom side, while it is Shadow who's going to be moving up towards playing around Fearness on this Jace.
And we got to be looking at Fearness this game, right? He's come back in. Aki, he knew that was warded. Goes for the sweep as he re-enters, sees that the ward is gone. He's very happy with that one. So Shadow won't have full information on where Aki is on the map right now, but there's a reasonable amount of assumptions that can come on through. Good ward coming out. I think that's from Cold there on towards the Krugs. Very nicely done here by OMG. Feels like they're playing very strategically around the pathing in the junglers. But again, Fearness coming in, replacing Garvey for game number 2. Feels like New is going to have a much tougher challenge on his plate.
And we've already seen Fearness do a good job of bullying him off the wave at level 1 and just slow pushing it into towers. So New right now having to catch a big wave, which is why Fearness does have such a massive CS advantage, and now can look to get some trading onto him as he is answering this wave. We're going to see junglers trade Scuttle Crabs on the opposite side. If Fearness can get a bit more trading out, you can look for some kind of pressure top.
All in on the bottom side here. Abel has lethal tempo procking away. Kramer has a red weapon though, so we can answer a little bit. Mark low on HP. No zap available just yet for Abel. So no summoners burnt from the side of LGD, but a lot of pressure coming out from OMG.
Yeah, LGD definitely have to be careful with the fact their jungle is on top side. Shadow going to go for a recall now, so probably going to start making his way down towards this lane and just make sure no shenanigans do come out in any kind of like dives. They're looking to punish Mark and Kramer in this lane. And I mean, we had a slow game 1 when you had compositions that could have theoretically forced more. So we come into game 2 and we have Aphelios versus Jinx, Azir versus Orianna. I don't have much higher hopes. Aki does have a lot more, I'd say, room to find like really unique ganks. You have the Orianna in mid lane, so you're setting up the shockwave as well. Just a ton of AoE on both sides, but maybe punish finally coming out from OMG onto mid lane.
Remember, Aki has really long range engage on this Zac. Xie, is he ready for it? The elastic slingshot gets the knock up. Xie flashes, but is followed by Cold and the rest of the squad. Jump on in! Cold with the first blood.
That was the best caster curse I have ever had happen to me, Munchables. Nice to see OMG looking for the play. They move immediately towards the mid lane. Like you said, Cold going for the flash. Xie, with a nice flash of his own, looked like he could potentially get away, but the Zenith Blade connected, which pretty much sealed the deal for OMG being able to pick up that kill. And now Fearn is just continuously looking to stack up waves on Cream to find favorable trades with the range advantage that he has. Looks like LGD might opt into a dragon trade, though.
That says something right there. You just called the top laner Cream because he's playing Viego. That says a lot about what we've been talking about with champion pools, doesn't it? Great knock up there from Aki. And Xie maybe needed to flash before the knock up as opposed to afterwards.
Yeah, definitely did. And back to your Viego point real quick, just to highlight it. This is Dude's first game on Viego this split. Hasn't picked it up so far. When you look at OMG and who has played it, it's been Cream 5 times and Aki has picked it up once. So maybe OMG trying to show more diversity in terms of what they are able to play, you know, thinking and hoping that they will be able to secure a playoff spot by bringing out Cream's Orianna once again, putting Aki on the Zac for the first time, moving New up to the Viego as well. And now we're to...
Sorry, I kind of want to dig into that a little bit further, but I might not have a chance. Aki could have an opportunity onto Fearness here, who's used his accelerated shock blast, flashes away from the knockup. See, Xie, that's how it's done. See, you press the button before the knockup, and you survive the gank. Now a hook in the mid lane as Mark is answering the play onto Cream here. Does not have flash available, and one last little auto as Mark grabs himself a kill.
And that's a really nice setup coming from LGD when you go for this pincer plane mid, right? There's no safe place in the lane for you to be able to lean because jungle coming from topside, support coming from bot. Gonna be able to secure that one, and 6 minutes in, already getting a bit more than we did in the last game. Rift Herald gonna come up in about a minute and a half. It has been OMG's bot lane who's been able to keep a pretty steady push with the rockets coming out from Abel. With the fact that Cold isn't in lane right now, Kramer and Mark will be able to push this one out. But, you know, I feel like we're going to be tracking this more in about 30 seconds time. So when the next wave does hit on which team has bot prio and potentially will look to move up towards top first. LGD have had push up top side, so you'd expect them to be the team who are able to look for that, especially with the fact that they do have Olaf in the jungle against Zac.
So I wanna ask you a question on a topic we mentioned briefly earlier. But every time I try, Aki immediately looks for a gank down onto the bottom side. The flay's a little bit too late. It's a double knock-up. There's a slow, the lethal tempo in, and the let's bounce means Kramer can do nothing. Abel with a kill now. And Cold, by the way, that's 2 kills for the man.
I mean, Cold is just taking everything. And we see Aki coming over the wall to set it up. Cold even channeling his Hex Flash to close distance, be able to follow through. Mark not even having any time to answer before he's bursted out. Kramer had Flash, but it still wasn't enough since Aki had the ultimate. And OMG already off to a good start of opening up a bit of a gold lead. And we're even getting into a place where the other matchups are starting to become easier, right? I think especially looking at this top lane matchup where News at the level 6 point has more mobility in this kit, has more all-in potential there. And with those kills down in bot side, it actually opens up for OMG to be the team to move their bot lane first and be able to look for this Herald. I feel like LGD would be way too behind on tempo to look for this one, so I'd probably like to see them just default to playing with Kramer and bot.
Fairness, man. What was the plan? What did you expect to happen there?
I mean, it was one of those things.
They were.
If you looked at the minimap, the other core of LGD was moving over as well. Xie, Shadow, and Mark were all like hovering towards top side, but it's like man, Kramer just walked to bot lane. He's just starting to hit the wave. OMG have such a massive tempo advantage on you of getting to the objective. Feels just like a weird call coming out from LGD as a whole, but Fearness obviously the one to commit the most into it. Does get picked off in the end. And with the fact that there was no response play towards the bottom side, LGD actually weren't able to pick anything off the back end of this. As we're going to see, right, Elastic Slingshot into the Hex Flash from Cold. They instantly get onto Mark, and Mark's not even able to flash before he's bursted out. The ultimate comes through and really disrupts the flash coming out from Kramer, and just a really nice setup coming out from OMG this time around.
And that was really nice from Aki as well, because Kramer actually got the flash after the E comes on through, but then Aki manages to get his Q onto Kramer, and it pulls him all the way back, and that is just a heartbreaker. So Aki, we have to talk about it. Aki has been one of these players that, when he's playing well, has been absolutely on top, but quite often has some quieter games that he's not able to have an impact. This Zac pick, sure, he's down 20 CS, but he has 100% kill participation. He is just going lane to lane to lane, getting kills.
And that's what you want to see when someone pulls out a Zac, right? Because that's what we've been seeing other players really popping off. Even Karsa, who we said, I think, have had a bit of an underwhelming split, and they lost to Ultra Prime yesterday. The one game on Zac he had showing us the same thing. So Aki following through with what we've seen so far of Zac in the league, being the one to facilitate his lanes, get these guys ahead. And now we're going to be keeping our eyes on bottom lanes, where we were speculating, hey, we have this top lane matchup where you have a setup there for the side of OMG, you have Prio and push there for the side of LGD early on. Hasn't been about that at all. LGD still just kind of with their hands up in the air, haven't been able to look for anything. They did find one nice gank on mid, but that has been about it. And it's been all about OMG just dictating the ganks with the Zac.
It feels like LGD just chilling for now as another Elastic Slingshot comes in. That's going to be the ulti force from Sheer. And now a Solar Flare. He's slowed, but nice little dodge onto the Zenith Blade. Well played by Sheer. The fact that he survives on full HP there with 4 people from OMG making an attempt is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and now the rest of LGD might be able to find a pick onto Abel. Nice cleanse, but still OMG not in the best position, but she actually going to be the one to walk around to catch the wave. It might be OMG who are in the best position, as the 3 members of LGD are just left by themselves.
Oh, look at Aki. Aki's finding his way around, not on a ward just yet. Now he is spotted, but the Elastic Slingshot is already in, and Kramer's already been caught. Let's bounce, baby. It's OMG taking over this game, and a beautiful zap from Abel. Is he able? Yes, he is.
OMG completely taking over the fight. The fact that Shea walked back mid to answer the wave, just completely detrimental to the squad. And then New diving turret to cancel Fearness's TP was so massive because New's TP was not up when that exchange started. So OMG gonna get a bunch of kills, also gonna be able to pick up the dragon off that one. And now it's not only Cold who has money, we see Abel picking up some kills, Aki getting some more gold under his belt. And now we're at the 3K gold advantage for the side of OMG.
And it feels like we need to see a little bit more, you know, Peter Pan gameplay from LGD here. We need to see them playing with Shadow. Peter Pan's always playing with his Shadow. LGD need to go back to the basics, back to the fairy tales here.
And we're going to see it all start off right. I feel like the crucial thing is that we see where Shea is on the map. He was trying to walk through jungle, cut off by OMG. Aki finding his way right onto the backline. Cold extremely decisive flashing in as well. This sets up for a beautiful shockwave. We see on the mini-map that Fearness's TP just got canceled.
Oh
and then
God.
Abel, really nice snipe coming out in the end.
I didn't realize it was completely blind as well. That was beautiful from Abel. And look, this is not a pick that Abel has been known for. This is not a pick that he's been bringing out recently in the LPL, but it's certainly a pick he is looking good on. And it's great to see a Jinx looking good away from a Thresh, right? With an aggressive support. I think Jinx is one of these champions that people often underrate how effective she can be in the early stages of the game, especially with the execute damage on your ult. With the flame chompers, you can follow up on these all-in engages so easily and just get massive amounts of damage now.
And we're going to see him left to his lonesome on bot side now that OMG are going to transition themselves towards top. And we can go over stakes once again because OMG now opening up a pretty crucial gold lead. Just for anyone who wasn't here at the start, if OMG win this game, OMG are locked into playoffs. If LGD lose, they're out. This one is very straightforward. A lot on the line for both of these teams. With LGD already losing game 1, that somehow locks Suning in with how game differentials and head-to-heads work. So a lot of playoffs on the line just from this first series.
And it feels really good as well. Like, I know we've been complaining that OMG aren't just playing the one style we've seen all splitters. By the way, Kramer, that was first tower with 5 plates on it. So Aphelios, big at this point. Aphelios equals big. Just remember that. Moving forwards is new. We'll add to the tower at the top side. But I feel like this is a really good look for OMG. The fact that they're bringing out a different composition and clearly showing that they can still be proactive with scaling on their roster against a full scaling comp. It doesn't matter if you have scaling, so long as their scaling is worse in the early game, you can still be proactive.
And a lot of that just... It made sense. It made sense in its own way. I feel like a lot of that does come down to the Zac as well, right? The fact that we've just seen a lot of LPL teams, for whatever reason, not used to playing against Zac, but I feel like we see this not only with Zac, but when things aren't around for a long time. I still remember that game at MSI where I think it was Mad Lions against RNG, where Mad Lions, like, 3 cleared top side and level 3 ganked top, and RNG just like looked mind blown, like, what is this? This is full clear meta. You don't do this anymore. So Zac kind of looks like he's working in the same vein with how a lot of LPL teams not able to find the response to a lot of the ganks he's able to pull off. But LGD gonna 5-stack this Herald. Aki being set up for a perfect window. Look out for the Shockwave from Cream as well.
Here we go. Aki in the middle of everybody here. Look for the Shockwave. It's on to Kramer. He does not get to play. 2 more kills for Cold. Leona is going crazy in this game. Another one is LGD are scattered to the winds. That TP just ain't going through as Abel gets yet another kill. That's surely 4 now for him. It is 12-1 on the scoreboard, Lyric. This is brutal.
And it's all coming from these engages from Aki and the decisiveness from Cold to follow up. I love the fact that Leona's popping off. I don't care if he's taking all the kills. He doesn't need the money more than other people.
He's got the Zonyas.
Good on you, Cold. Keep
We're
passing
15 minutes in and he's already got Zonyas.
Yep, a ton of gold on the support. So he's not going to have a lot more options in terms of like being able to make more aggressive plays, having that active there to be able to get him out of harm's way and then look to either escape or look for more windows. As we're going to see here, LGD grouping is 5. It just gives OMG such an easy time of getting on top of them, especially with the lead that they have. We're gonna see the flash in for the Q to land onto Kramer. It's gonna set up for the Shockwave, and then Cold falling up as well. New on the opposite side, also pulling the attention of all the other members of LGD. Doesn't go down either with a nice flash from him, and the other members of OMG on the same page to keep him alive. So overall, we're going to see OMG wiping out the side of LGD. They were on the same page. It goes back to what their strength was earlier on in the split, right? The coordination in these engages is when OMG was looking their best early on.
And Kramer at this point is just regretting only running 1 cleanse in his summoner spells here because it doesn't feel like 1 cleanse is enough for the amount of CC that OMG could throw his way. And it's all knockups as well. Cleanse doesn't even help him here unless he's got Flash alongside it because you've got Zac with multiple knockups. You've got the Shockwave that's coming through as well. This is a tough one. And even the Viego is technically a knockup. As it's going to be 2 towers taken in the mid lane. You can see New pushing at the bottom side. Fearness is just desperately looking for anything on the top side, but I seriously doubt he'll be able to take a tower. And if he does, it will be in trade for the one that's going down on this bottom side. Abel, already an item and a half in. He's going for a BF sword item as the second item on Jinx. I'm really curious where he goes with that. Could be a Stormrazor.
Yeah, just all in on having like a ton of burst coming out from his abilities. His ultimate gonna hit like an absolute truck. And you know, looking at items across the board, I mean, for OMG, not necessarily hitting second item breakpoints just yet, but still massively ahead of a lot of their counterparts on LGD. For Shie not even having his mythic item just yet. So Cream massively far ahead as LGD are going to look to be a bit aggressive, at least get some vision down. Dragon's not up for another 3 minutes and 30 seconds, so this won't be able to tangibly turn into anything. But, man, OMG have built up such a massive lead early on. There's no objectives to even take. We're still 2 minutes away from Baron. Shadow, he might be an objective himself.
Go. Oh, the wards go down onto the lantern. That's going to be the Ragnarok burned here. Can they follow up? In comes Aki. Does get the Q. Solar Flare comes down. Shadow, no Ragnarok. Remember, there's no tier 2 at 18 minutes. But OMG Can't go any further. Not willing to commit all of their ultimates to the play with Cream on the top side. I want to take a quick second here, Lyric, and go back and clarify what I was saying before. And that's that scaling is... It's all in comparison to your opponent's composition, right? And sure, Orianna, Jinx, these are theoretically scaling picks, right? But when you're against an Aphelios and a Zir, they can be much more effective in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to what tools you have available and what you're able to do, right? Because thinking in terms, I'm actually going to pause because Aki's looking for it. Doesn't end up going for it in the end. I think it just depends on what tools your kid has, right? Because Azir with his ultimate, with his swoop and boop, as we did call it last year, I think Dangda was the one who coined that. You're able to set up for a jungler much easier, but Cream with the shockwave at level 6, right? You are bringing more like burst and potential damage early on. So different tools and different ways that champions do stack up to each other.
To add to that as well, like when you've got a Zac in your jungle, you don't need to be the one setting up for the gank. Zac can set himself up. You can follow up with that shockwave, so you can kind of, you almost augment the gank that Aki is able to bring to the table. So it feels like it's not just about whether or not you bring the kits to make the gank happen. It's also about how much you can follow up on the gank when it happens.
And we're gonna start being able to turn towards Baron, so hopefully we get some more, you know, ganks in terms of, if by ganks we mean full-on 5v5s with total chaos and bloodshed on both sides. But dragging up in about a minute 40 seconds, and with how hesitant both teams were playing around Baron in game 1, I feel like we are just going to get more to playing around that next Drake. For OMG now, they have been able to pick up Drakes at a much faster on a much faster timeline than they were able to in game 1, so realistically playing towards something like a Soul is very viable. But OMG have such a massive advantage. I just feel like they can do whatever they want. They could go for a Baron force right now. They can try and force a fight. They honestly could even probably force dives on turrets, so I don't want to see that happen. Realistically, with their advantage and with their champions, if they execute it right, they probably could just find the targets they need, burst them out right away, and be able to keep going with how tanky they are. So, for OMG, I just want to... Oh, take it away, Munchables.
You got Cell Division as well. It's Zac. You can definitely dive. Like, so long as Aki is tanking, you can pretty much dive all day long. Like, I don't even think it's that risky with the gold lead that they have and the champions that they have. I think you're absolutely right that they should be looking for more. And Aki is. Good play from Mark, though. Oh, he pulls him back. Yo, Aki has been practicing Zac. These are some clean Zac mechanics.
Yeah, using the Q on the blasting plant as well to just
I didn't even know you could do that.
Yep, able to get that in. I mean, like you said, Aki showing us what this champion is able to do. Looking for the engage. Gets Mark's flash, so I think that is definitely worth. Didn't lose anything on it. Not losing any tempo on the map just yet either. As Aki's still going to hover up towards the top side, while it looks like Abel potentially going to go help Cream get the blue buff. Maybe they can look to two-man Dragon on the bottom side while still keeping up vision on the top half of the map.
Easy peasy. All three carries are on the bottom side of the map right here. Unfortunately for LGD, they have no idea. They have no vision. They have no way of knowing that both Abel and Cream were doing Drake while Nu was pushing that bot lane. But that maybe could have been a window if LGD had had more information to be able to contest. But Aki keeps just threatening the elastic slingshot. And Shadow has to respect it every single time.
Too. He's laughing on the player cam. Oh God, Aki, don't do that to a man. It's like his first split here.
Yeah, it's like those plays when you see a Thresh just throw the lantern into his own jungle. There is no jungler there, but the enemy team just has to respect that you're probably lanterning for someone, right? And just backs away.
Yeah, and Aki just going to keep using the elastic slingshot. I mean, now we're at a point where I'm going to go back to the game 1 rant. I want to see OMG playing more around this top side for Baron. They definitely win the mid-wave contest with the Jinx coming out, so they can push that one in. They could start making their way into the enemy jungle, getting deep vision down. And I don't even feel like you're in as much of a threat for any kind of like crazy shenanigans at Baron, just from the fact that you do have a Zac. So you have a lot more effective range to look for an engage and turn on to LGD. So you're not even really forced into any like close quarters. You're all stuck in the pit. It's awkward. Maybe the enemy team has like a positional advantage. No, you have a lot of great turn potential coming out from OMG's comp.
You certainly do. Vision control has been gained by OMG. There is one pesky ward that was up towards the north side of the Baron River that will be able to spot OMG out if they try and just rush for the objective. But now, with mid-prio taken, with vision control taken, this is the chance now for OMG to see if they can just burn through. LGD are going to have to answer. They use the blue trinket. They know that this is happening. Knowledge isn't everything. A second blue trinket comes down. That's 2 going to be on cooldown now. And OMG can just keep this up all day long right now. LGD trying to move in, trying to contest as Nu has found a 1v1 with Xie. That's going to be the Azir ultimate. And in the meantime, Mark is wiped off of the face of the earth. Nu going for a dive onto Xie here. The heartbreaker over the wall. And it's a heartbreaker for LGD fans because with Baron in pocket, OMG might just finish this one out.
This is the kind of decisiveness we wanted to see from OMG in game 1, and we're getting it in this one. Going to the Baron, forcing out the blue trinkets, forcing them to walk into you. You already control vision. You know they really have no idea what's going on, from the fact that Nu was able to find that angle onto Xie and pick up a solo kill. And OMG just look pretty much guaranteed to lock in playoffs at this point. We're going to get a replay, but OMG just playing this one out, right? Forcing out the blue trinkets. You'd already pushed in the wave. Nothing for LGD to be able to do on the map. Nu gonna find his way onto Xie right away. You have a control ward there, so Xie is walking in blind. It sets up that angle. Then Nu just gonna walk around to Xie, just trying to get there to support his team, and it gives the opening for Nu because Xie still didn't have any information on whether Nu was, walking back into river, maybe helping with Baron, trying to turn around or continue from that angle. And yeah, Xie gets punished. But I want to go back to my point. OMG have not made playoffs since 2017 summer. It's been a long time, and I think for this roster, for this, I'd say random jumble assortment of players that got put together this split, unexpected, but really nice to see. And hopefully OMG can keep developing and show us maybe more than what a team like eStar did in 2020.
Yeah, and it feels like this is a really strong performance to finish out on, right? Showing a different style of composition to what we've seen all split, showing that they can still be proactive, they can still make things happen. Aki especially, I think, having a fantastic game for himself, really showing that. Remember, when Aki came in, we were talking about his kindred and these kinds of things. Zac is a totally different style of champion, and yet still able to have an impact, still able to be somewhat of a carry from the jungle. And speaking of which, he's picked up a Medjay on the Zac. He's got 10 stacks, as does Cream on this Orianna. Last-ditch effort for LGD as they all group up, but they've grouped up for a Shockwave, and there's a Rocket to finish off Shadow as well. I respect the attempt. I respect the attempt from LGD. That was very much the definition of a last-ditch effort. Here comes Aki, gets the pull back onto Fairness. I won't find another kill as Cole getting awfully low, but does have a shield. Xie wants a little bit more. In he goes, but Cole has his Zhonya's. He's going to be able to find Abel instead. There's Aki jumping into the fray as well. Health bars are going down. LGD, have they found the opportunity? In with the Heartbreaker Nu, looking to answer. Kramer goes down as Cream finishes the rest off, and somehow they still come out on top. OMG, their gold lead insurmountable, and for the first time in 4 years, the old school legendary organization of OMG are going to make it to playoffs once more. They're looking to return to glory of olden days. The Nexus Towers falls. One more kill for the road as OMG lock themselves in for playoffs.
OMG bring in this rookie mid laner known as a solo queue star, melee mid laners and assassins. They completely build around his champion pool. OMG's whole style all split long has been about playing these dive compositions, making him comfortable, and it has completely worked out for the organization. Not sure how many old school OMG fans have stuck around in the Western audience. I know I see some OMG flares on Reddit sometimes, so those fans going to be incredibly happy. And again, it's just a feel-good story, especially I think for someone like Cold, who has stuck by this org and this team for so long, to be able to finally get back to a place of success. Because we think back to old OMG with players like SMLZ when they were successful, when they were competing at things like Rift Rivals, when they were getting top 4s in the LPL, and yeah, it's been a long time coming. Heck, we go back even further, right? The Season 3, Season 4s, when they were topping the LPL and showing up at Worlds. So definitely a long time coming for OMG as an org to get back to playoffs once again.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, we're talking about old fans. We're talking about the glory of those days way back when, thinking 2014 when we had Cool and Go Going, etc., etc. this is a time for new fans of OMG, right? This is a time, it's a totally different roster to the rosters that we saw all those years ago. It's a totally different look. I mean, it's even a different logo at this point. It feels like a new team stepping forward, and it's an opportunity for new fans. And these players certainly deserving of fans. I mean, Abel certainly a veteran, Cold certainly a veteran, but New, Aki, Cream, all coming in very recently into the LPL, either their first or second year when we're talking about New. This feels fantastic for them to have such a great performance. And honestly, Cream and Aki, for me, the best performing players on this roster, at least in recent series. I'm super excited for what's ahead for this roster, and I cannot wait to see them in a best of 5 as well with creative drafts like this.
I feel like Cream, right? We've hit on it so much. Their all-star carry, the guy who's going to show up, get the damage down. Aki feels like the main facilitator, the one really setting things up. And then it feels like Abel and Cold feel secondary of both of those roles, right? Like, Abel has shown games where he has been able to step up and carry, but definitely more of a secondary to someone like Cream. And Cold, same to Aki. And then New's a bit of this like wild card / X factor. Some games he shows up and he just completely takes over, or other games he's just, you know, doing his job, clearing waves up in topside. So it definitely feels like there's some versatility there. And to the surprise of absolutely no one, Aki picks up our MVP.
A very well-deserved MVP for Aki. I'm over the moon for him. He's not had that many MVPs. He's got 5 across the course of the split, which, when you consider how many wins OMG managed to get for themselves and how many very one-sided wins, I think Cream picking up a massive amount of those MVPs, Abel getting a good few for himself as well. So feels good to see Aki having his time in the sun, and it very much was him setting up each and every single play that we saw throughout the early game.
It was just exceptional to see, right? In Game 1, we were talking about how they had the options, they had the avenues to try to force things to happen, but they weren't looking for them. This time around, a completely different story. Aki getting his hands on something that can force these plays to come out. I really liked how they moved to turning around and playing with things like Baron this time around as compared to in Game 1. And I mean, LGD did also make it a bit easier. It felt like LGD were always just extremely clumped together as 5, and you were giving Aki these like big 3 to 4 man engages, easy for him to ult, set up a shockwave, and everything just went right for the side of OMG.
I mean, every single one of these clips, pretty much, Kramer is getting railed right at the start of the fight. Kramer didn't exist in this game. Like, this is Nephelios. We've seen a lot of 200 years clips recently. There was like 1 year total across this entire game. He did not get to do anything. And I think that's one of the big strengths of Jinx as an AD carry when we're talking about that bot lane matchup, and when we're talking about scaling. Jinx snowballs super hard. Yes, she scales real well. She's great as a late game hyper carry, but in the early game, in the mid game, if you get kills and gold onto Jinx early, she gets an early item. Because of the passive, because of the resets, because of the execute damage on the ult, you can just completely take over the game. It felt like there was so much damage coming out there, so much ability to follow up on Aki when he went in.
That's the thing, right, is that he was doing his part as well. You have the rockets for the wave clear early on. None of the enemy team is that tanky, and Jinx loves facing off against squishy team composition to keep getting those resets from her passive. And he was able to help facilitate and work with the team, provide some damage as well for them to just keep taking over in 5v5s.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming out from OMG, and they have officially locked themselves in for playoffs. Now we're going to jump towards our second series. It's IG versus WE, and it's a similar story. While WE have already locked themselves for playoffs, IG are on their final chance. If they lose this series, they will be out of the running. We'll see what they've got in the tank right after the break.
一天时间安排除了睡觉就训练吧，还有吃饭。
时间安排就是每天起床，然后吃一口饭，洗漱一下就开始要训练了。
一天的时间安排，对不起，一天的时间安排的话，就吃饭、睡觉、打游戏吧。
其实我的作息就是不是很规律的，就要看我困不困。我就说我是困了就睡，不困就会打很晚。
具体就醒来打排位，然后训练赛，然后到晚上就差不多该睡觉了，就比较简单朴实无华吧。
就起床打游戏打排位没了。
晚上3点左右睡觉，然后早上中午12点就起床。
职业选手时间安排就是起来洗漱、吃饭、训练，然后继续吃饭、继续训练，然后训练到晚上2、3点左右，然后上床睡觉。
早上起来打游戏、吃饭、打游戏，然后训练赛打游戏，然后打游戏睡觉。
一般就是下午1点起来
，1点之前起床吧
，1点钟起床吧，
就1点起来吧
，1点上班。
正常的话，12点多起床之后，1点要到训练室，然后打一场rank之后，2点准备训练赛。
2点开始训练赛吗？
到2点开始训练赛。
2点正式开始训练，然后2点钟打训练赛，训练赛打到5点，然后吃下午的饭。
晚饭5点吧，
然后5点到7点会有个休息时间。
2点到5点就训练赛，然后中间2个小时是休息的，就吃饭睡觉都可以吗？
然后5点到7点这段时间是休息时间，比较努力的选手可能会在这个时间多打几把排位。那如果是不努力的选手，大家可能在这个时间划划水、休息休息也是很正常的，因为大家中午这个点都会有点犯困。
5点钟结束训练，然后吃东西，然后继续打排位，然后到7点训练赛。
然后7点的时候再打3盘训练赛，然后有的时候10点会加练2盘训练赛。
7点然后训练赛打到12点吧。
7点打训练赛。打训练赛到10点、10点半，然后7点的时候训练的话就打到1点吧，或者12点，然后你可以吃夜宵，然后再继续训练。
然后7点钟开始下午的训练，下午训练呢可能到10点钟吧，10点钟结束，可能11点会有一个加练，也是训练赛，然后训练11点打完，可能到个12点半、1点左右的话，就是开始自由 rank 时间嘛。这样
训练赛完就是打 rank， 打到5、6点，
开始自由 rank， 打到3、4点这样吧。
到晚上最晚就4、5点吧，
然后一直打到3、4点睡觉。
我自己会打到比较晚，就喜欢晚睡吧。
在打LPL的时候，就是应该是1个月会有两天吧，就看赛程嘛。
不一定，看赢不赢。
来到老干爹怎么感觉没什么假期了？
就根据实际情况安排嘛，我觉得。
看赛程吧，1个月2到3天。
其实如果是正常的话，一般都是1个礼拜放一次，但是现在没有了。
至少1个月左右会有一次这样。
휴가는 약간 그때그때 다른데 여기 저희 팀 같은 경우는 이제 경기를 계속 하다가 한번 텀이 좀 길거나 했을 때 하루씩 이렇게 쉬는 그런 시간 휴가를 주는 그런 팀입니다.
一般1个星期1次吧，然后看赛程。
没有什么固定假期的。
그리고 휴가는 이제 보통 시즌 중에 받기는 힘드니까 이제 경기가 막 한 4일, 5일 좀 떨어져 있다거나 그럴 때 그냥 하루씩 쉬는 것 같아요.
我们平时的话，就是不是赛庆期的话，会大概7天放一天。
然后有比赛的话，就是看赛程来。
就这个就是看就是我们赛程，就赛程如果不是很紧张的话，会差不多一周吧。
下一场隔得比较久的话，然后可能会考虑休息一天。
还有假期的话，大约半个月1次吧。
职业选手大概半个月会有1次假期。
네, 휴가는 한 달에 한두 번 정도 있는 것 같아요.
这个说不太准。
休假的话，如果是赛程紧的话，1个月2天最多。
睡个懒觉，然后继续打rank吧。
睡觉。
假期的话，可能多睡一会儿吧。
就夏季会跟朋友玩，就是要不跟越南那边玩其他的游戏吧。
都大部分的话休息吧，然后有些人的话就喜欢出去吃饭吧，跟朋友。
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm not calling late. I wanna be up all night. You up all night. I wanna be your ball. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it. I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Eh, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Eh, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Eh, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Eh.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick, cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
下一场对战 IG 的择赛选手，心情就还行吧，因为每次跟他打就感觉能从他身上学到很多东西。要注意的话就放开自己，就打好我自己的吧。在接下来冲击季后赛的赛程中，我感觉我们队伍最近赢的还行，就蛮有信心进季后赛的。
What's going on, gamers and gamettes? I'm Munchables, and I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards our second series of the day. Bit of an extended break there because we're moving to a different arena. We're actually moving to multiple arenas today, which is kind of exciting. We're going to be playing this one technically online, as WE will be from their home arena in Xi'an, and I believe IG will be playing from Shanghai. Due to travel restrictions because of, COVID is affecting the world. I don't know if everyone knew that one. It's a big deal. Let's look at the standings and where we sit right now, because every single matchup is crucial when it comes to the playoffs right now. So we need to re-examine where we are at, because according to our statistics website, Suning have now qualified off the back of that first series. I believe it is down to like three-way tiebreaker scenarios and things. I'm not especially sure exactly how it all works, because I think IG individually can overtake Suning, but I think if in that scenario other things also affect it, so it's getting a bit crazy. The key thing to look at this though is that there is only one remaining slot for playoffs up for grabs. That 10th place is what everyone is fighting for now, and IG that you can see there are about to have another game. So they need to win every single series remaining if they want to make it. Now, I'm not going to lie, that's going to be a tough task for IG. But on the other side of this upcoming matchup, WE, they've made playoffs. They're already locked in. They locked in as of yesterday, 9-4. They're just looking for seeding at this point, Larry.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I think the craziest thing to me about these standings, right, is that Top Esports and JDG, it was their year in 2020, Munch. 2020 was the year of Top Esports and JDG, and one of these guys are not going to make it. That absolutely blows my mind. Both of them champions in 2020, and now we're going to get to a point where, honestly, Top Esports' fate is in their own hands. If Top Esports just win their series, they're in playoffs. Nothing IG or JDG can do about it, but I mean, we saw what happened yesterday. Who knows how this goes going forward?
They should have been in playoffs. They should have been guaranteed yesterday against Up. And well, who knows? And the hilarious thing, Lyric, is that a lot of fans and even analysts still believe Top Esports are one of the top 4 teams that are probably going to make it to Worlds. Top Esports are beyond us mortals explaining them. That's something for deities to deal with. Let's talk about the teams in this series, though, because WE made it, as we just said. Congratulations to WE. And it feels like this new reiterated roster has been the most successful roster for WE in years and years, honestly. It feels so good to see this organization having life within it again.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, right, is they've now had this core they've been playing with for a while of Beishang, Elk, and Missing. Bringing in Breathe to the top lane, I think, was really what revitalized them. And now Shank's definitely fitting their mold more than someone like Mo. Maybe not as much as someone like Teachima in your eyes, Munch, but nice to see WE lock it in. They didn't have the most convincing win in their last series up against Rogue Warriors, but we have seen the highs that this WE roster can deliver, and just much deserved place in the playoffs for WE.
Yeah, for sure. And let's take a closer examination of a couple of those players that you mentioned there. Let's look at Breathe and Beishang, because I think that the top side of the map really is the crux of the success that we've seen for WE this year, with Breathe being an exceptional laner, one of the best top laners that we have in the entire league, and with Beishang there to supplement him, to make sure that he can succeed, to always be shadowing up in that top side.
When I think of teams that play around topside in the LPL, there's two that come to mind. Two that come to mind, how hard they force around topside. One is RNG, the other one being WE, because having that standout 2v2. And WE with Breathe and Beishang, like you said, I feel like the big thing that pushes them forward is the fact that both of these players are at the top of their role in their respective positions. So we can see extremely high jungle proximity for Breathe. Beishang is always up in that top side, setting him up so he can find all those solo kills, 15 solo kills right now for him. But Beishang also a very active early jungler in general, as he is 6 in terms of being able to impact first turrets going down. So high impact, they get involved on the map early on, and these guys are the win condition for Team WE. We saw up against Rogue Warriors, it did get a little bit messy, but they still, for the most part, were looking up towards that top side to get these guys going.
Yeah, I mean, look, every series gets a little bit messy sometimes, but fantastic performances coming out from WE recently, able to actually take it to the top teams. And that's a crucial thing, because this is a team that, when we look towards playoffs, they're probably going to end up maybe in the first round. They could possibly get to the second round as well. But at the end of the day, we need to see them having a great performance in playoffs. And we have seen this pair specifically turn around so many adverse positions, like that one right there, right? Beishang flubs his flash, but Breathe is there to make sure that they can resolve that situation. They can save the day and turn it into a positive play. And it feels like there is so much potential on this roster. But Lyric, if we're going to talk about the top side for WE, we also have to talk about the top side for IG. And it's a bit of a different conversation, because I feel like with WE, there's a very clear, defined style that we could talk about with these two players. It feels like, yes, Breathe and Beishang, yes, glass of wine and all of that. Whereas with IG, it's a little bit harder to put your finger on what on earth goes on with the Shy and Shun. It feels like they change their style every single game. I never really know what to say when it comes to trying to analyze how IG plays.
I mean, it's just weird, because, I mean, the Shy is crazy. We all know that. The Shy is still an incredibly dominant laner. We can see that in his CS differential at 15. Actually doesn't get a ton of jungle pressure relative to other top laners. We need to remember, though, even this 11% is only like 1% less than Breathe, who was top 3 in the league in jungle proximity, so it's not actually all that much of a difference. I feel like the thing about IG's top side is it's more dynamic. We've seen that IG are one of these teams that love setting up a 5-man dive spot. We see that Shun is someone who likes to link up with Rookie before moving up to the Shy, but it does seem like Shun always finds time to give the Shy a little bit of help, and I feel like Shun has been one of our premier junglers at getting going in the early game. Highest KP at 15 in junglers, 3rd in first turret potential, first turrets going down and being involved, so even higher than Beishang on that one. And even his XP difference, he's always farming, always able to stay ahead of the opposing jungler. So I feel like Shun right now is definitely more of the highlight in this pairing, and the Shy is just kind of this like cannon that you're trying to aim the right way, make sure it works, and no problems come about, because the Shy is still someone who can always put up big damage numbers and big performances. We just haven't been able to see that consistently since he's come back into the roster, but he was showing us that he was capable of it in spring of this year. So I don't want to count the IG topside out just yet.
So it's kind of like Han Solo and Chewie, right? Where Chewie's the smart one. He's the one that's driving. He's the one that's fixing the Millennium Falcon. Whereas the Shy, he's more like the gunner, right? He's Han Solo. He goes and sits on the turret, or sometimes it's Luke, you know. They mix it up a little bit. Not necessarily as clever as Chewie. Chewie's Shun. He's the big bear that we've seen lots of times. So didn't really quite work as an analogy, but it was close to working, so we're going to run with it. The key thing to talk about here, though, is, once again, I want to reiterate, this is IG's final stand. Now, I know that there are a lot of IG fans, even in the Western audience here. You guys have got to start praising in chat, right? You guys have got to start believing, because if you want IG to make it, they cannot drop a single game. They need to win every single game that they can have, so we need to see IG performing today. WE, is not going to be one of the easiest opponents for them, but they need to show that they can defeat a team like WE if they want to show up in playoffs. Even if they make it, they need to have a good showing here just to prove that they'll be able to stand a chance in best of fives.
And we need to remember that even with them winning everything, right, their fate is not in their own hands. They still rely on other teams like TS to also not do as well. But for IG in this matchup specifically, right, I definitely feel like WE's mortal. We saw that in their series against Rogue Warriors. Honestly, that series was a fiesta. That series was just full of random shenanigans. I didn't know what was going on. Both teams just kind of causing chaos everywhere. There was a ton of action, a ton of blood. And if there's a team who is willing to go into that, it is IG.
Well, speaking of, let's head over to our stage and take a look at our lineups here. So I believe this is Shanghai, where IG will be playing. You can see them step onto the stage. It's all about believing is the slogan. I have to say, I don't think there could be a more appropriate slogan for IG, honestly. Especially this year where we have had some shenanigans with the rosters. We've had all sorts of nonsense going on. But those superstar Korean solo laners still in this roster, and the rest of the squad needing to be the facilitators for both Rookie and the Shy.
And it's just sad to see, right? Because IG definitely having more player skill than the last time around. I really do feel like Shun and Lucas are upgrades over their respective counterparts from last year, but just not able to pull it together. It feels like IG are still a little bit messy. You still have very individualistic performances coming out, which leads to those mistakes. Where on the opposite side, I do feel like WE have more of a set identity. I do feel like WE play more as a unit. But WE, in terms of their decision-making on the map and like where they're putting focus relative to where their comp is strong, doesn't always lend itself to the same power.
I have to say, WE not looking super happy today. Not looking like they're coming in with high spirits, but I could be wrong. Maybe they're just not showing up on the stage at least. And I just want to give a quick shout out to our production team. We have just seamlessly transitioned hundreds and hundreds of miles across China from Shanghai to Xi'an in a single camera transition. That was completely flawless. Bravo, people behind the scenes. I don't know how you managed to pull that off and make it look so... I mean, we just got back again. We're back in Shanghai again. The speed at which we are traveling. We're living in the future, Lyric.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Munch. I feel like in about, maybe 5 to 10 seconds, we're going to be back to us in our homes, in our bedrooms, which don't look as nice as, sadly, the Shanghai or Xi'an stadiums.
Speak for yourself.
There's that British ego I was waiting for, but, going back to the players and how they look, neither IG or WE looking that happy today. I guess IG, it's kind of fair. It's kind of expected. I mean, you need a lot of miracles for things to go your way. WE definitely being the more unexpected one. And it does just suck for IG, right? No matter your opinion of like the performance of someone like Nani versus Shy, because Nani definitely stepping up big. IG not able to have the roster they expected to have. And I think especially not having No Faye in person the whole split. Really tragic that we weren't able to get to see what IG could do early on. Whether that would have been better or worse, right? It would have been the representation of the team that they wanted to put out. So, some kind of miracle run possible, but not likely at all. Yeah, it's gonna be rough.
You can kind of understand the spirits peak low for IG as well, because when you consider the situation they're in, this is their first of 3 remaining series. Like, a lot of this is just out of their hands. It's very possible that by the time they play next, it's already over for them, and there was nothing that they could do at this late stage, which I do just want to quickly clarify on the wording there. Like, they had chances. It's not like the whole season was out of their hands. They could have won more early. But at this point, it is out of their hands. Feels like those last 2 series may well just have to be played for the sake of other people's standings and not really matter at all for IG. And I have to say, that can't be fun. Stepping onto the stage when you know that you're already out of the running, that cannot be a fun experience.
Also, Rookie has never missed LPL playoffs. Like, IG as an org have been in playoffs every split that Rookie has been on the roster. This one looks very likely to be the first one that they are going to miss, and that's just weird. Whether it's happy for some fans or sad for others or our feelings on it, right? It's just going to be strange not having IG in playoffs. Well, for WE, they've gotten playoffs for the last few splits consistently. since 2020, and they just haven't really been able to pull off any good performances once they get to playoffs. So for WE, right, you're already locked in. You still have these last few matches to, I'd say, get some practice and training in. Today you do play IG, and then your last 2 games are against RNG and then Top Esports. So gonna be some tests going into the best of 5 performances, but WE hopefully can show more now that they've had this set core for quite a while now.
Well, we're back to Xi'an, where the champ select has begun. WE banning away Thresh and Lucian. It's answered by Camille and Viego. So solo lane is being removed here by IG.
And now we're going to be keeping our eyes on the Xin Zhao and the Gwen. Definitely 2 of the bigger picks so far. We've seen Ziggs bans coming in and out of kind of trend depending on the teams playing. With these 2 teams on the Rift, you wouldn't really expect it. Wink does play a little bit of it, so that's something we always got to keep in the back of our minds. But with WE being on blue side, they're not going to be the team that bans out that Xin Zhao. And with the Olaf ban, they're trying to push that into IG's court, saying, hey, if you don't ban that one, we're going to take it right away. So, ooh, doesn't come out. Twisted Fate.
So I understand the Twisted Fate ban though, right? It's exactly what we've been talking about with WE. They want to play through the top side. Twisted Fate exceptionally good at setting up your top laner to carry. We've seen Cryan showing that multiple times over on the side of RNG. We've seen Shanks happy to pick that champion up. Baistron goes for the Xin Zhao. Now over to IG for their first 2 picks.
Yeah, the Lee Sin would be something that would be nice to see. IG have not been a team who've gravitated towards this pick that much at all. Shun and Rookie have only played it once so far this split. We know Shun is someone who is able to play this champion quite well. And even Rookie, I remember the game he played it. I can't remember which team was against. They did lose, but I remember Rookie finding some really good angles to find kicks onto the enemy backline. So we know it's possible. Also, always there if the Shy wants to be able to pick it up. I think for WE, this should just be a Gwen lock, and we've seen them go towards it almost any time it is open. And then for WE, you could be looking to match in the bottom lane. You can always look to go for something like an early Nautilus pick, or even just lock in AD carry now. Something like the Ezreal has been where Elk has been going. 14 games on Ezreal. His second most played is the Varus at 6. So highly comfortable champion for Elk.
Yeah, relatively comfortable for him. The Shy going to go with the Jace here. It's pretty much the matchup we've seen against Gwen, right? Every time a Gwen is locked in blind, Jace has been the answer, and the Shy, one of the most lane-dominant players we have in the entire LPL. Love him or hate him, he dominates lane, certainly in terms of CSD, and he has a favorable matchup, so we've got to keep our eyes on the Shy moving into the game. It's going to be Braum and Ziggs being removed in our second round of bans.
So W respecting the fact that those can still be 2 AD soul laners and maybe need to show your composition with AP somewhere, gonna take that one off the table. For IG, I'm guessing you're just gonna keep looking to force through bans down in the bottom lane. The Nautilus was something that we hit on that can potentially be taken away. If you want something that I'd say thematically goes more at the Ezreal, there it is, the Alistar, right? Providing engage and disengage, being able to have that roam threat later on. Now we're gonna be looking at AD carries for the side of IG. The Varus is something we keep hitting on consistently, but it seems like it's really fallen out of favor with teams so far. Aphelios also still open. We've seen teams don't really care about having the Aphelios with the Thresh anymore. They're just willing to pick it outright with Leonas and the Nautiluses of the world, but this also would be very IG flavored.
Anything aggressive, right, is good against Ezreal. You've got your Kalista, you've got Draven that's really good against Ezreal. You've got Kai'Sa, by the way, as a very, very good matchup against Ezreal. We're not going to see it. We see the Aphelios from Wink. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined, Lyric.
Well, I'm sorry much. I'm actually kind of happy because we've been seeing IG go the opposite way so much lately, right? Where it has been the Kalistas, it has been the Dravens. They haven't had much to fall back on in terms of like scaling later on. We have seen Wink play this a little bit. I remember in their last series where they did lose, Wink almost pulled off some insane turn on the Aphelios, but we're looking towards the opposite side. WE going to bring out the Sylas, so having a ton of dive for the back line so far with the Sylas and the Xin Zhao. And now where you can go with support, I mean, the only thing that jumps into my mind is still that Nautilus being open. Tahm Kench is something we still have seen here in the bottom lane. I still like it more in soul lane. I think I say that every time. It does feel like a stat check champion to me. There is a lot you can do in terms of setting up bot plays with the W, but thank you. We are going to get the Nautilus. Just give me that sweet top lane Tahm Kench.
We're going to see the LeBlanc as the last lock in here. It's going over the way of Rookie. which is always going to be exciting, right? Rookie's LeBlanc, it's legendary. But Shanks as well on this Silas. It's definitely his signature pick from the split. He's played it 10 times. His next most played is the LeBlanc himself. That's only on 4 picks. So certainly both mid laners with comfortable picks. But importantly, IG for both of their solo laners getting the counter pick.
So I actually like IG's draft more like thematically in terms of like they're playing off range, they're playing off poke. There isn't a ton of engage on the opposite side, but WE's comp is just filled with power picks and champions that are considered S tier on this patch. So there's no way to not like what WE have put together. I mean, the Silas, the Gwen, the Xin Zhao, you got almost every champion on their side is considered top 3 in their position right now in the current meta. So I feel like this one could be a bit rough for IG, but they do have that range to play off of. You do have like early game pressure coming out from mid jungle. You have scaling sitting there on both your top and your AD carry. So IG definitely have tools, but it is still looking a bit scary.
Certainly. Well, I mean, to be honest, every series for IG looks a bit scary. I can't remember the last time I watched a series that IG were in and I was confident in the result for either team. Like, whether you're a WE fan, whether you're an IG fan coming into this one, you should not look at this draft and think, yes, this composition is theoretically stronger, therefore this team wins. This is an IG series. It's always chaos. It's always filled with shenanigans, and IG are on their last stand. The desperation is high, and I anticipate action on the top side of the map. But WE, they've looked strong this split. They've guaranteed themselves playoffs, and right now, they're fighting for a spot in the top 3. If they can win this series, they will overtake LNG in the standings and grab themselves 3rd place.
So I'm really interested with what Rookie's done. Rookie's actually taken Airy in this matchup. This isn't something you see all too often. Typically, you can see LeBlanc take things like Airy, or last year when we still had things like Gunblade in the game, like Halo Blades, you would take into certain matchups like things like Kassadin, where you can just really heavily bully them out with autos. And I'm guessing that's the route Rookie is going to go for, but I feel like you do lose a lot of like burst and catch potential later on into the game for a slightly better laning phase up against the Silas. So gonna be really curious to see how much Rookie is able to do with this Airy on LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I've seen Lucian's bringing Airy to the mid lane as well. I feel like Airy is having a little bit of a resurgence in that mid lane, but we'll see what Rookie's going to be able to do with that one, as the ward going to be cleared away in the jungle by IG. By WE, sorry, the ward from IG. But it does mean that Beishang has been spotted. He's going to have a slow start. And importantly, we've got a Lee Sin jungle here for IG. Now, if you think back about a year, we saw an IG jungler playing Lee Sin, having a not-so-fast clear, and it becoming an internet sensation of all of the other junglers in China.
Don't do that to him.
Trying to outpace the clear. Let's see how fast Shun is going to be able to clear his camps this game.
I don't care much. Don't do Ning like that, man. Ning had some rough series like towards the end of last year. But I also think people forget how much Ning did to kind of like save them when he came back into the roster. So it's one of those things that sucks. IG weren't as good as they could have been with Ning, but Ning also Ning got done dirty, man.
I say it from a place of love, right? Because at the end of the day, Ning was the world's finals MVP. The man is an absolute legend of League of Legends. And I think, like, you can have some fun about his summer split without being too offensive. In the grand context, Ning is an absolutely exceptional player. Beishang moving up to the top side here. Breathe trying to bait the Shy. The Shy has overextended. Who could have seen this one coming? He goes inside the brush. Beishang follows it up, gets the W, and forces the flash out. Nicely done here by WE, but Shun is here to answer the play. Breathe is still only level 2. This could get dicey for WE, but I don't think Shun's going to commit for now. As a trade in the mid lane as well. Rookie takes a tower shot, though. Not ideal for Rookie in that mid lane.
Yeah, and you know, the play we just saw just comes down to how junglers decide to go with their clears, right? Because Shun, I'm sorry, you're getting me the mindset of Ning. Shun going for a 4-camp clear compared to Beishang. Cleared 3 camps, went straight for that gank top. And the Shy had already put down a ward. I'm going to stop, though, because Shun's still aggressing.
Yeah, he does not care. He wants to fight fight Beisheng here. Resets the blue buff, doesn't follow up on the Q. The Shy moving in as well. And now Shun will return to that blue buff in the meantime. IG going for the bottom Scuttle Crab. This is jungle dominance from IG as a team trying their best to shut Beisheng out of this game.
I mean, this is what IG have been doing pretty much all split long, right? You're drafting a lot of early pressure in your lanes, and you're looking for plays like this. I feel like it's becoming a lot more common, especially since the Shy has come back onto the roster, and pretty good win condition by them, right? Beisheng has been one of the most crucial, if not, probably the second most crucial member on Team WE after Breathe. Breathe definitely being the one to have the most standout split, but if you can shut out Beisheng, Breathe going to be all on his lonesome and trying to take over this game. Breathe TPing back in with where the Shy's holding wave is quite nice, especially while Shun is still on this top half of the map. Shanks trying to hover over in Fog of War for now to try and give him some assistance, but Shun might find this.
Shun trying to get up to the top side. Breathe is moving down towards Shanks. Maybe Shanks can save his top laner here. Shun flashes forward to try and finish off the kill. The Shy here too, but Shanks over the wall. They're turning it onto Shun, and WE flip it onto its head. Shanks in a 1v1 with the Shy, but Shanks has health bars. It's going to be Rookie moving in, though, trying to contest this one. Shanks with double buffs might just go for it. Flashes forward and finishes the Shy off. Keeps Rookie at arm's length. Now moving away. Beisheng still on the opposite side of the map here, but Shanks with the Kingslayer. He's got the health, he's got the double buffs, and he's got away with the play.
And this is why Team WE brought Shanks back into the roster. He just aligns so much better with his jungle and his top laner, makes his way over, saves Breathe, looks for that 2v2. Breathe does go down in the end, but the fact that he's able to pick up a second kill off of it is massive. And when we were talking about Rookie taking Airy, how much he's going to be able to hold Shanks down in this lane, it feels like it was all for naught. And now Missing even going to come help Shanks look for that reset. Just everything going on, everything around this WE mid laner.
And it is a disaster for IG as Rookie looks for another trade. Shun comes in. Maybe they've found Shanks. He already flashed, but there's a hook onto Shun. He's stuck underneath the tower. It is answered 1-for-1. And now Elk is in trouble in the bottom side as well. IG looking for a dive here. Turret shots coming in. Elk will go down, but Beisheng has arrived to answer it. Wink falls. A TP coming out. It's from Rookie. I think he TP'd from the mid lane there. And Missing is going to find him on the way out of the jungle. There's a hook. Missing is looking to get Shun and Rookie off of the play earlier on. Rookie will walk away. As Missing has those double buffs that have now been passed around the team, what, 4 or 5 times?
I mean, kills going all over on both sides. WE leading with 1, gold about even, but just a ton of craziness. This isn't uncommon for either team from what we've seen in their recent series, but I feel like the big thing is Shanks now getting more alone time in the mid lane. Rookie going to be losing out in CS, and we're going to come back to the initial play onto Shanks. Shanks was low. Chain does land. Should go for it. Nice flash from Missing to be able to, you know, secure that Q and make sure they get a 1-for-1. And IG feeling pressure that there's so much happening on the opposite side of the map, thinking they have numbers advantage with a massive wave, do want to go for this one. Wink flashing in to secure it. You can see Rookie wanting to channel TP to try to help and find the pick onto Beisheng, but I mean, Wink was just so low, he was going to go down for sure in the end. And I got scared here. I thought maybe Rookie was going to give over another kill as well, and that could have been absolutely massive for the side of WE. But the fact that Shanks is still doing just fine in this mid lane matchup, bot and top are a bit behind, but I think IG probably had a lot more chances to dominate with the pressure from all 3 lanes than what we're seeing from all this chaos.
Oh, Breathe uses the Neo to work. The Shy is in trouble once again as Beisheng moves up the Shy. Gotta have some fancy footwork here, but he's knocked back with the ulti. His flash is not available just yet, and 1 more auto means Breathe grabs himself a kill here. That's his first of the game, and we talked about the WE top side. They have 4 kills across between them here.
IG should have known to expect this as well. This has been WE's go-to playstyle all split long. IG, to their credit, do have the topside river completely lit up with vision, but not enough to counteract that angle. But Shun now looking to make a play on the opposite side of the map.
Elk is in big trouble. No summoners here. There's the Zenith Blade, but gets underneath the tower as Shun now starting to tank it himself. Missing, doesn't have Q available. And there's a wave under the tower here, but finds a hook. Gets the Riptide! Missing, man! He is popping off. What is it with supports killing people today?
Missing is popping off, and IG is IG's doing something. IG's just handing it to him much, but this does not bode well for IG's playoff dreams.
I am having a whale of a time today, mate. This has been some silly, silly games. We saw the Leona popping off from Cold, getting all of the kills earlier on today, and now we're seeing Missing, who's known for his Leona as well, popping off, getting a couple of kills, and it's all off of IG diving too deep. In fact, both of them were on Shun, I believe, underneath these towers. Shun is 2 and 3 right now, so yes, he's impacted a lot, but he's also impacted a lot for WE.
I mean, the thing is, you have gold advantages on multiple members of WE support. Mid lane, top lane, jungle is not far behind for Beishong, and your only real advantage is onto Wink. So from a draft that quickly went from controlling all 3 lanes, enabling Shun to look for invades, steal away camps from Beishong, it has quickly gone to, okay, now we're in a neutral position, and WE are sitting pretty with champions like Gwen, Sylas, and Ezreal that are going to be no slouches later on. I don't think it's totally over for IG, right? We've hit on the Aphelios, I think, 100 times before. You're going to have the Shy who potentially can do a ton with the Accelerated Shock Blast, but I'm still not feeling great for IG when WE have just been answering every over-aggressive tendency from IG so well.
You certainly have, and it's going to be a Herald for WE as well. Now, importantly, gold is basically even. There have been no Drakes taken. This is the first objective to be taken this game that WE get for themselves. So I kind of want to dig a little bit deeper onto this one, Lyric. What is it that is so unpersuasive about this composition from IG? Because, you know, with gold even, with them getting a Drake here, I'm sure a lot of the fans at home are confused as to why you're saying that this is so heavily one-sided towards WE.
I feel like it's less to do with IG's comp in my mind and just more to do with the fact of the champions WE have. Because WE do have things like the Gwen, which we've seen single-handedly take over games. They do have the Ezreal, where it's going to be hard for any champion on IG to lock him down. Sure, you have the Leona, but champions like Lee and LeBlanc are going to be relying a lot more on like vision denial to be able to get on top of him and burst him out. We already hit on how Rookie doesn't have the electrocute, so a lot of his burst damage is going to be lowered from that one. And then Shanks, already getting ahead on the Sylas, is going to win out in side lanes against LeBlanc later on. There's just so many different avenues of like WE's champions doing well that I feel like makes me feel great about WE.
Oh no. Wink, you got the tower, mate. Why are you staying for the extra wave? Very, very greedy from Wink, but now Elk's in trouble as Shun goes in underneath the wave, flashes forward to try and finish him off, but the hook comes in, and it's Missing versus Shun once again for the 19th time this game. Solarfly comes in, Lucas backing him up, but Breathe should finish this first kill off here. Shun goes down, and Lucas might have gone too far, but Rookie waiting in the wings should be able to protect his support. The chaos continues, Lyric, and it's another 1-for-1.
So for what happened with Wink, I feel like what IG were thinking was, hey, WE've committed 2 members to topside. We want to be able to push this wave out in bot. We feel safe. But I feel like the fact that the WE had TP advantage on both soul laners at that point meant all of IG's members had to start backing off from WE's bottom side jungle. As we are going to get the replay here, you have Shun just farming his Gromp with Lucas walking into the enemy jungle. So a little bit disconnected from the members of IG on what they want to do. Remember, they do see both Gwen and Zinza on top side. So I feel like it's just a really weird team decision rather than to just solely blame someone like Wink, even though he was very clearly kind of inting on our screen. We see Shun try and get a return, is able to get a kill onto Elk, but we saw the usage of those TP advantages that we just hit on, with Breathe able to come down and pretty much take the other members of IG down with him.
Lyric woke up today and chose violence as Wink kind of runs it, but then Elk also, in return, did kind of run it himself. I don't know why Elk and Missing were pushing up so far up that lane when IG had control of their jungle. It is going to be towards the top side of the map here. There is no Herald. Now, the player positioning might persuade you that there was a Herald on the map right now. There is no Herald available. We're just grouping up and fighting for vision for the time being as Shanks moves up and will clear that top wave. Breathe clearing in the bottom side. And we've set our AD carries towards that mid lane now where it's a little bit safer.
This is going to be nice for IG, where the Aphelios will continuously have pressure over the Ezreal for a little while. So they're going to be able to keep going for the sequence that we're seeing right now, where they're allowed to walk into river first and can start setting up whether it's picks in the enemy jungle or dives around that top half of the map of like what you're looking for now. Don't necessarily need to kill the Sylas. Can zone him off turret, try and get some more plates, try and get some more gold onto Rookie. Plates only up for about another 35 seconds, so gonna want to get that one. Is Shanks playing cautiously, but IG looking to be a little bit sneaky.
Shanks really wants to go for it. He really wants to get that wave, but good respect coming out from Shanks. It feels good to say that. Feels good to see him playing so respectfully. He's going to walk through the jungle here, and Dragon's Rage is shunned away. That was beautiful. They both kick each other in the face simultaneously. I think it hurt a little bit more from Shanks. He's wraps his chains around his foot. It's like a knuckle duster, but for your shoes.
I just can't get over the fact that, like, we are seriously getting the WE cliche, right? We're getting the fact that Breathe and Beishang have been holding hands this whole game. Beishang has always been there for his top laner. IG, to their credit, have been trying to answer on the opposite side of the map, so I'd say much better than, like, just kind of standing, staring, doing nothing. You know, not to disrespect a team like LGD who just got eliminated today, but like we kind of saw from both them and OMG in game one, you're seeing both teams try to trade on opposite sides of the map and find their own advantages, which is why IG aren't really out just yet in terms of gold. Not even sitting 1K behind just yet. Dragon up in about 50 seconds. For me, who we're looking at for WE is their top side, right? We're really going to be looking at, I think, especially Breathe and Shanks going into this fight. Can Shanks find a massive flank? How much disruption can Breathe do in the front line with his W, with his needlework? And then on the side of IG, I feel like you need Shun to find a massive kick onto some key carry, which is going to be hard when their big members right now are both mobile and semi-bruisers in terms of like Silas and Gwen with the healing they provide. Then we're also going to be keeping our eyes on Wink. Because if Wink can stay safe, if Wink can deal damage for free, he is the strongest member of IG in terms of where gold has gone.
Yeah, I mean, look at the CS difference between the AD carries right now. And on top of that, we saw Wink getting solo local gold for the first tower in the game, as well as 5 plays. So Wink is really, really huge. He's headed towards a collector as his second item by the looks of things as well, but won't finish that one off just yet. Is WE trying to wrestle control of this mid wave away from IG? It's been IG taking control of the mid wave for a long time, as you mentioned, the AD carry priority. With the whole team involved, Elk can be a little bit more aggro. Maybe a little too aggro. That was a bit dicey from him, but now on towards the Drake. WE happy to start this one off, but Missing taking a chunk here, and IG, they're not going to let this one go for free. But as I say that, they let this one go for free.
Whoa, much.
They go to the mid lane. They go to the mid lane. Now an engage. We've got a hook coming through. It's Lucas as the target. He uses his stopwatch as a solar flare. It's not quite going to connect. Beishang moves up. He's got the hallowed miss. Another solar flare goes in as the Shy is hooked up. Half of his health gone already, but he survives for now. Knocks him back. And WE can't finish the kill. It's 1-for-1 though. Support for jungler. Elk trying to get some damage down. Rookie back into the fray. Wink stepping forward. And IG toying with the idea of going for more. They're playing with fire though, because Breathe wants to keep this fight going himself. Shun stepping forward as Breathe tries to get a couple of snips onto him. With a TP coming back in. I think that is the Shy returning to the fray once more. Rookie's off in the wings. Maybe they can go for a dive here. The minions crashing. There's the tower going down. Onto Elk they go, but Rookie has to back away again. This was a tense fight, but IG, I think, taking the advantage.
I mean, IG doing a nice job of playing off their range, right? Tethering WE, just keeping them right at arm's length to where they're able to weave in all of this damage. Wink was left untouched after his initial flash came out. The Shy, same with him. And Rookie just kept finding ways to weave in and out of the fight to get damage down. IG going to be able to turn this one into a Rift Herald, so going to be able to get some more gold, you know, presumably off a play they're able to make with this one. They've already gotten all of the outer turrets down, so you're going to need to be trying to set up this for some kind of like big push somewhere, which could be quite hard. We're going to go right back in the replay of Missing, just getting a nice hook onto Lucas. Both Rookie and Lucas were looking to get some damage down, presumably to try and find a pick. Beishang following up, and like I said, keep your eyes on Rookie because he keeps weaving in and out like that. The Shy does get hooked, but somehow able to survive in the end, flashes away and even gets a nice knockback.
Oh.
But we're already on the map with action!
Big play, TP's coming through. Here we go, Beishang in trouble, low on HP, and he's gonna go down. Rookie with the first kill, and IG looking good in this one. A chain onto Missing, but he flashes out, and in fact, it's Shanks to get one. A great hook from Missing onto Shun. He's over the wall, finished off by the needlework. 1,000 pierces going his way. This Rookie tries to back away. Distortion on cooldown, but he's going to be okay thanks to the Cloud Rift. WE narrowly winning this fight out. It's a 2-for-1.
IG getting caught up in the scrap. That's not really how their composition wants to fight these out, right? They want to have it like they did last game where they're able to kite out a lot of these initial abilities. I feel like the fact that you lost flashes hurts you more than vice versa, right? If WE does, because you do have more repositioning tools on their side. So WE find the close scrap. They are able to slightly win out. Gold still incredibly close for both sides. And I think we're still in a place on the map where the Shy is able to do quite well in terms of pressuring sides, but with Breathe now actually on his second item, probably not going to be the same as we go straight into the replay. Missing in Beishang, solo walking into the enemy jungle. This is actually pretty dicey from the side of WE. Breathe is close enough to where he's able to join in, and he's the one that jumps over the wall to get straight on top of the Shy, as the other members of WE are able to burst down Beishang from that really greedy invade. Missing with the hook that you talk about leads them to getting on top of Shun, and then Shanks and Breathe able to follow up to secure that kill.
And that third needlework doing so much damage. And you can see why, because Breathe already has 2 full items on top of his boots here. You see Beishang with his mythic and a half item, and that's kind of the story across the WE roster, except for that top laner. So Breathe, the man to watch, or is it missing? Because he's doing the exact opposite of his name this game. He does not seem to be able to miss a hook.
Missing to me has been the most up and down member of WE this year. I think definitely more on the downside. So it's nice to see him come in and really have a great performance this time around, because he's definitely just completely outperforming Lucas on the opposite side. It felt like for 2020 when WE found their magic, a lot of it was based off the synergy coming out from members like Missing, Beishang, and Teacher Ma. So Missing stepping up and showing us glimpses of what we saw in 2020. IG, though, going to be the team to force heavily onto the opposite side of the map. Looks like they just want to get deep vision for the fact that Dragon is coming up in 40 seconds. Probably going to assume some resets going to come out for some members. You want to try and get on midway first once again as IG. Then you push in a river where you already have vision control and have denied vision on the opposite side, and you can start weaving in and dishing out a lot of this poke.
Yeah, Breathe trying to clear the wave on the bottom side. There is a bit of a threat of a dive with Lucas there, but Missing trying to contest and get some vision for themselves as the Herald comes down in this mid lane. Elk doing everything he can to just clear this wave, but the Herald charge will finish the tower off here. So nicely done by IG to get themselves another objective, and they are still behind in gold. It's a 2,000 gold lead in favor of WE right now, but IG, it feels like they're the ones in control of the map, and Drake has just spawned in. Feels like IG should get that one for themselves as Rookie. Just going to get a bit of poke onto Elk.
I mean, WE opted out of even contesting, right? They've already been making their way up towards the top side for the past 15 or so seconds. So gonna try and steal out camps on the opposite side, get some vision down for Baron, and hopefully take this tier 2. Might even be able to look for a dive onto the Shy, but other members of IG are starting to make their way up now, so that wouldn't be the best idea.
There we go. Everfrost comes in onto the Shy. He doesn't have flash available. There's a depth charge missing. In fact, he did have flash available. What am I talking about? Shock blast onto Shanks here. As IG have answered. Remember, Shun on the bottom side of the map. Elk moving over. This could be advantageous for WE if they can force a fight now. Red buff about to be taken as IG back away. And it looks like that's all WE will get. But they managed to get that tier 2 tower, even if they don't get a kill.
And the fact that Shanks got chunks so low meant they wouldn't have been willing to look for any kind of engage. If they could have kept the scrap going longer and maybe IG over-aggressed on them once Shanks had gotten his back off. Shanks does have teleport, so he would be able to rejoin the fight, and you look for something at that point in time. But we're not going to get into that. 2 items now on 2 members like Elk. Really feels like it's going to be his big spike, right? Divine Sunder and the Mura Mana on the board, so those Mystic shots going to start hitting like a truck. On the opposite side, though, we've already highlighted the 2 members for IG that we should keep our eye on, which is the Shy and Wink. The Shy also on his same core 2 items as well, while Wink already starting to make his way onto his 3rd.
Yeah, it feels like Aphelios, when you go for lethality and armor penetration, you really can just shred whoever comes near to you. And then 4th item, Infinity Edge, just sends you to another level. Missing face checking into Shung. They both turn the corner, see an enemy, kind of panic for a second and walk the other direction. Neither of them even auto-attacking. As it's vision control onto the Baron for WE so far. And IG trying to contest, but look where Shanks is right now. Pressuring in that bottom side, forcing the Shy to come and answer, but both have TP.
And Shanks right now can start making his way towards mid. You use that window on pushing in next wave mid to just continuously push aggressively into the enemy jungle and look for those picks. But Looks like some of WE's members are sitting on some standing gold, with both Beishang and Missing wanting to back. Looks like the Sterix Gauge may be able to come out for Beishang at this point. Nope, just gonna get another Ruby Crystal and some more Vision. So ran out of wards, backing, refilling those inventories, and gonna now get back on the map, reinstate that pressure, and now start aggressively pushing for Vision.
And it feels like this game has slowed down significantly from the pure chaos that we saw in the first 10 minutes. Now, it feels like there's a little bit more at stake, right? Both teams were trying to wrestle for an early lead, but at the end of the day, if you lose the early fights, you don't lose the game off of the back of it necessarily. Whereas now, if you lose a significant fight, you're going to lose a Baron. You're going to lose late game dragons that can lead towards a soul. You maybe lose control of the entire map. IG, speaking of map control, are all over this bottom side jungle. They're all over it like a rash right now. But WE are like, hey, you want to play bot side? Sure, we'll do a Baron any day.
Still, though, WE now spotting out the other members of IG on mid-wave, starting to hover over, so they don't want to risk it. IG going for the 0-3-2 play, having their two soul laners play down towards the bottom half of the map. Hopefully you can try and find a pick onto Shanks, then TP back up towards that top half, but they're not going to be able to, as Rookie still just poking his head in to get a bit of damage down. Not going to be able to find anything meaningful, as, you know, the healing coming out from Elf with that Divine Sunderer.
I feel like we've had a very quiet game here for Rookie as well. Who's a player, I mean, everyone loves Rookie, right? He gets a chain onto Missing. Won't be able to turn it into anything. But it feels like he's had a pretty rough split for himself. Not to the... obviously, our expectations of Rookie are exceptionally high, which is why it's considered a rough split. He's been fine. He's been reasonable. Just not been literal god of 1v9 like he was last year. I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more out of him in this game. With this LeBlanc pick especially, it feels like there's so much skill expression. But Baron started off down to 9,000, and IG, they're going to be late to this party, but Shun over the wall. This would be a 50-50. That's enough for WE to back away. They were just checking it, right? Maybe they can get away with it. Maybe IG don't check in time.
And that's a quality I feel like all of our top teams have, right? When you see teams like RNG, FPX, top esports in their heydays, they're all willing to go for these sort of Baron plays where maybe you luck out with a Baron, maybe you luck out with a pick if just one member of the opposite side walks in to check by themselves. So a lot of different avenues to go for it. They don't lose too much time. There's nothing on the map for them to take. Dragon not up just yet, and they're able to get the resets off in time to come up with the 30-second timer to Drake. IG still going to be the team controlling Vision on the bottom half of the map is quite nice. We're going to be watching the Shine, seeing if these accelerated shock blasts can be able to output any meaningful damage, though. A good amount of sustained healing on the side of WE, and only heal cutting looked like it was on Rookie.
Here we go. WE setting up for the fight here. You can see Breathe is in the bottom lane right now. He's just TP'd over to try and get priority there as Shanks moves to contest this mid wave, but there is no contest available for WE. Look at IG. Forget the Cloud Drake, they say. They go and threaten the Baron instead, but Rookie poking back in. Zelk with a very aggressive E forwards there. Can be punished for that one. It'll be on cooldown for a little bit because he's not landing these Qs. But now WE, it's their turn to force priority onto this mid wave because look, Breathe is soloing the Drake in the meantime. WE, they get to contest this wave. They get to deny the Baron and get the Drake for themselves. Everfrost comes through. Lucas forced to flash away. Very nicely played by WE.
WE just playing patiently, posturing around, threatening IG to make sure that they don't go for any sort of Baron play on top side, while still taking that Dragon down in bottom side. These are the kind of performances we need to see from WE if we're going to be convinced that they can actually have a deep run in playoffs.
And I've got to call you out a second here, Lyric, because you criticized Shanks in that interview saying the macro wasn't going to be good enough. Elk is not in trouble. Shun has gone real deep on this one. Needlework coming across the team. True shot barrage. As IG, I don't really know what the plan was there. I don't think that Shun can 1v5 at this point. Rookie hooked in as Missing finds yet another anchor, and it's going to sink IG all the way to the bottom of the ocean. A fight win for WE. That'll be Baron. That'll be a bot tier 2. That'll be everything that WE need.
Another big mistake coming out from Shun. WE with a great engage to punish. I love seeing what we're getting from Shanks and Breathe in the situation, and then missing, just hitting these hooks consistently onto priority targets. The gold lead has ballooned to 5K. Now you're gonna get a Baron for yourself as well, and WE gonna be able to control any lane of the map that they want. As we head straight into the replay, they thought that they were able to find Elk. They go in, tries to land the kick flash, but actually just hits it further away. And yeah, Elk with nice timing on his E as well, but still, WE off this one just realized, hey, it's time to turn it around. Now their jungler is in way too deep. Breathe goes in. On the opposite side, you see Missing and Beishong looking to engage. WE are going to keep following up. We're going to see Missing with the flash hook onto Rookie to help secure that kill. And just great team fighting all around.
And I mean, Rookie flashing in a straight line away from a Nautilus, not necessarily the optimal play there. NIG, they've had a bit of a crumble on this one. Could be Apple, could be Rhubarb. We'll have to wait and see. Certainly delicious for WE fans everywhere. As now they move into this bottom side. With Baron up wave, they can easily take some tier 2s off of the map, and IG can't do much about it. And the problem is, when you've got things like a LeBlanc and a Jace on your roster, playing from behind, it just doesn't get any easier.
I feel like the Jace is kind of fine, but you have LeBlanc that went, has Airy, has Scorch, has all these like early game lane dominating things indexed into their runes right now. That had Rookie gone electrocute right, at least his burst would have that extra few hundred damage on it once he does hit those 3 abilities. But I mean, even in general, right? I guess the rune doesn't matter. He has electrocute. He's in the same situation as he would be in now. So for IG, it does feel pretty done.
Oh. Hook onto Lucas. Here we go. Final fight potentially if WE can take it. 1 kill already. Wink. Nowhere to run as an Everfrost onto 2 as well. Shanks proving he deserves to be on this roster as Beishong looks for the 2v1. Elk there to follow up with him. A TP onto the wave. The Baron still in pocket for another minute for WE. They're looking to close things out. Rookie steps on forward. Shanks tries to follow him, misses the E. As the Shy flashes onto the fountain, he can't do anything. Rookie falls and the Shy might just get dived. Elk with yet another kill. 21-7 as WE make a statement in game 1.
Great to see from WE. Gotta be honest, Munch, I was having massive doubts after their series against Rogue Warriors. At least now showing that they are still a serious contender and serious threat to not only potentially, the LPL title if they can keep improving, but at the very least one of those world spots. I mean, their top and jungle look phenomenal. When Missing is performing, it feels like one of the things that really pieces WE together for me, because Missing and Shanks, I think, definitely being the biggest question marks on this roster. And when those guys are showing up, it feels like everything just goes right for the side of Team WE.
Yeah, feels like they were able to have such a fantastic performance. And, Elk as well, relatively quiet for a lot of this game, and the early game dives certainly didn't make him look that fantastic. But in those skirmishes around the neutral objectives, he was able to just get so much work done. Obviously, eating away from Shun's flash kick as well. Really, really nice play coming out from him, just managing to get that consistent damage out. And it feels like this was, Lyric, I hate to say it, a macro win from WE, especially the play around Baron and Dragon, where we see Breed soloing the Drake while denying IG the Drake. Shank said it in the interview that they needed to play well in the macro. You criticized him, but they've done it. They actually did good macro.
Yeah, I think to their credit, right, especially in the mid-game, once they got a hold of this game, all of their choices were their own. It was great to see they pushed the game forward by themselves. I do want to flip it to the other side, because in the early game, I feel like IG made it a little bit easy in the early game to capitalize on some of the mistakes, but I mean, W in the mid game, exceptionally decisive. I love seeing when teams are able to play around Baron like W were doing to bait a lot of these fights. I love especially when they had Breed doing the Dragon and they were posturing to make sure that no shenanigans could go on. So WE definitely coming out a much better mid game this time around. I will say Shanks, great performance. My only question marks still lie on that champion pool. Has 11 games on the Sylas now, 4 on LeBlanc, 1 on every other champion he's played. A game on Renekton, a game on Orianna, a game on Viego, so very comfortable on the Sylas. Definitely massive performer when he gets his hands on this. Are we going to be able to see more?
The hilarious thing is, we've criticized Cream endlessly for being like, oh, you banned Silas and Akali, and this guy can't play. Well, with Shanks, you just banned Silas. It's just one. You don't even need a second ban against him. So, yeah, definitely feels like Shanks. We need to say a little bit more than just the Silas, but hey, still a great game here for WE. We're going to jump into a break. We'll be back for more in a couple of minutes' time.
Much earlier than the Nidalee will be.
Actually,
It should be fine.
I've always just not taken tower hits here. That was so well played,
what
honestly.
Happened? It was an ambitious move here from JDG. They were trying to go for that Baron as quick as they possibly could. Dragon is spawning in a couple of seconds. Gold card does land. They're going to try and jump everything out onto Gala, Xiao, who I should say. But Gala ends up getting himself out, and they're going to be able to pick up another kill. And oh, if you can't kill them straight away, there's just nothing you can do. The CC chains, the survivability's not going to be enough. Double kill for Wei.
Now remember, the Dragon could just be burst. LNG can't really threaten a trade on this one. As the crab goes down, SOFM gets that one. Here we go with the engage from Tarzan. He's not that tanky though. Health bar already low. The bombs come on through. Ally in the backline turns golden to keep himself alive. Bin with one. Now onto the backline himself. LNG low, but they're winning out the fight. It feels like Icon taken down. Tarzan in the pit. SOFM back in, and he gets the soul. It somehow comes up trumps for Suning as they pick everybody up.
At the moment, View isn't really someone who can be dealt with in side lane, and Zeke is a problem as well. Look at him. Tier 1, but a flank's coming in.
These flanks coming in. Look at the quickness on top. They do drop down the Tempered Fate to try and keep everyone alive. iBoy gets one kill, but if they can take this fight, it'll be fantastic for the side of RA. They trade 2 for 1. There's a good Everfrost though onto 3 people, and this Wei pick is just too damn good. Triple kill for Wei. He's going for the quadra kill for Wei. Penta kill for Wei.
Going to try. Hook comes in from Crisp onto Doomby with the Everfrost. There's Baron gone, and Doomby wants the fight as well. Jumps in present guard, keeping himself safe for now. SOFM with the re-engage. It's Nuguri on the front line as the target here. Wonfong pre-firing. This Doomby on the back line. I think it's going to be 1-for-1 here, but Wonfong is down.
Rookie 选手的话打了也很久了，然后也是我的偶像，就是对线他的时候注意什么？注意不被打爆吧。IG 的优势就是感觉他们都很能打架，然后线上也很厉害。我们的优势的话就尽量的去运营吧。
They got to gain their edge through macro, Lyric. Through macro! And they did it. Game number 1 with the help of IG sprinting it in the early game. Beautiful stuff. WE looking pretty good in game number 1. Looking like the team that we've seen succeeding this split. Not looking like the team that we saw going against Rogue Warriors the other day. How much wasn't joined by Lyric? What do you make of it? Do you think this is possible for IG? Because technically, if I'm not mistaken, they are still in the running for playoffs. I believe they need to lose the entire series before they're fully out, because they can currently still tie with Top Esports, if I'm not mistaken. It's all getting a little bit complicated, I'm not going to lie. But can this series go on longer, Lyric?
Like, can it? Yes, it's possible, especially, right, with a team like IG, I feel like it's more possible than with maybe another team of similar level, just with a different play style. But is it likely? I don't think so, especially with how that game 1 went. IG defaulted back to the normal way they've been playing. They start off with 3 winning lanes early on. They're invading the enemy jungle. They're finding advantages. And then suddenly just chaos erupts all around the map. They weren't tracking Shanks. I'm not quite sure how the wave state even ended up like that in mid to where Shanks was able to move, but a lot of like wonky things happening to allow the early game to go neutral for WE. And then suddenly WE's winning. They are outplaying them in terms of like map movements and playing around dragons and getting tempo and going to the enemy jungle, like all this stuff. And IG just couldn't do anything to get back in it.
IG falling apart a little bit, and it feels like a lot of players on IG not really having the performances that we need to see from them. I will say though, Shun very intelligently opting out of doing a full clear at the start of the game for 2 reasons. Number 1, it was really good in being able to 3-camp Beishang, being able to get both of the scuttles for his team, but also avoiding the conversation of how fast he can clear on Lee Sin. He's a genius, managing to outplay WE and me at the same time.
Yeah, well, I'll transition this into, guess what? Breathe got MVP. I think that is I'm not going down the pool of berating my boy Ning anymore, Munchables. That is all on you. We can hype up your boy Breathe and your team WE. As you know, your WE pillow did get taken away from you as we went over on some past episode of the LPL cast with Munchables and Lyric. But yeah, Breathe on this Gwen. He got a ton of resources from Beishang. We highlighted in game they were holding hands almost the whole time. Beishang continuously made his way up here, was always helping him get turret plating, get turrets down, funnel gold onto him. And then in team fights, Breathe delivering. He's consistently gone back to this Gwen. It is his most played champion now with an 83% win rate coming into this series. You can always rely on Breathe to step up and carry.
You really can, especially, I mean, you mentioned the Gwen already, but just, he looks terrifying on this pick, and the movement speed you get out of the Cosmic Drive as well, you're able to just dance around these fights, and the needlework. Man, the needlework damage on the 3rd proc is kind of insane. You're able to do so much, and you can see him running with scissors. They say it's not allowed, but Breathe doesn't care about your rules, because he can take over the team fights when he gets this pick for himself. It's beautiful to see, it's beautiful to witness, and I anticipate that it should be either picked or banned by IG coming into game number 2.
It's also been the Shy's most played champion as well, so always possible for IG to just decide to go into that one. They did have the winning lane matchup, but when they aren't able to like play around the 2v2s and 3v3s properly, and WE are just ganking the Jace, it's like, well, you're just gonna fall behind. Again, I don't feel like that early gank was the biggest problem. It was when they lost that next 2v2 where Shanks was able to pick up 2 kills, where it was like, okay, well, this feels a bit harder for the Shy, even though he was still able to keep up push. So we're still gonna be looking at draft. We did also highlight maybe potentially taking away the Silas from Shanks. Shanks and Silas just synonymous at this point, so then he will probably be pushed onto something maybe like a LeBlanc, and you know, we can kind of see how the draft develops from there. So yeah, I think questions in draft with how both teams can play around this. WE still coming in the heavy favorites. If IG lose this, IG are donezo.
Yeah, it's the end of the road for IG if they lose just one more game in the series. And I'm really curious on the Shanks topic on what we could possibly see from this guy, because yes, we've seen 10 games of Silas, we've seen 4 on LeBlanc, and then 1 of everything else that he's played. And I do want to add that obviously he's shared time with Mole on this roster. So there are less games that he's played this split than a lot of the other mid laners in the LPL. So I don't doubt that he has other champions potentially in his pool. And it's one of those where if the Sylas is available, why would you not pick it, right? Why would you show something not the Sylas if you're so good at if it's such a great win rate for you? So I am curious what they would go towards as WE if he's pushed off of the Sylas, because you have to assume in scrims they're not just playing Sylas every game. Because moving towards playoffs, in a best of 5, he's not going to get Sylas every game. They'd have to have other options. I'm just, from a personal curiosity perspective, I want to see what he brings out.
And it all comes down to a question of proficiency as well, right? Because he's played things like the Orianna and Lissandra, champions that you would expect Shanks to have a level of competency on, the style that do fit him. He's pulled out some AD mid laners to, I'd say, varying degrees of good performances on. So definitely glimpses of these things being here, being in his pool, being things he's confident of pulling out. But like you said, when you've played 14 games on 2 champions and 6 different champions or other games, it's like, it does open some questions, right? It does definitely open some questions going into best of 5s. If this was still a world of just best of 3s, that's whatever. Just keep doing you, my dude. But in best of 5s, you are going to expect a team to eventually try to punish that. Not saying he's limited champion pool, just saying he hasn't been in a place where he's had to show it just yet, right? WE have been winning regardless of how clean those wins have been. And in the other roles, everyone is extremely versatile. I mean, Breathe playing a ton of champions. We've seen the Camille, we've seen the Trundle top. He's pulled out the Lucian, he's pulled out the Aurelia. Even missing, the Bard, the J4, the Tom Kench, the Gragas. So there's definitely flexibility in other roles to make it hard for other teams to draft against you.
Yeah, there certainly are ways to ruin the picks here for IG. And I'm really curious what IG bring to the table here, because remember, this is their last hurrah. This is IG, 2018 world champions. They're almost always in playoffs. They almost always make upsets happen. Everyone always believes in IG, even when they're against the ropes, right? Think back to regionals. Most of us still predicting IG, even though LGD consistently were beating them in best of 5s. A lot of people still believed that IG was going to make it to the World Championship. Didn't happen in the end. Now 2021, feels like this roster is having issue after issue across the course of this year. Now they are in potentially their final game to prove themselves that they can make it to playoffs. And whether or not that happens is another question, but certainly from my perspective, I just want to see them go out with a bang. I want to see them show up here in this series against WE, show that they can't be pushed around by another organization. We'll find out, though, as we head into picks and bans.
Yeah, teams have swapped sides. IG now on blue. Bans changing up slightly. IG now being the team to take away the Jace. That, to me, would signal that IG are hoping to get a first pick Gwen of their own. WE so far keeping their bans about the same. The Thresh and Lucian, their other ban in Game 1 was the Olaf. With the way IG's banned, I would say banning that out again probably wouldn't make much sense, with the fact that if IG are positioning for a Gwen, you can try to open yourself up to where you are the team who picks up that Olaf if it is left open. And I'm curious to see if things do go in that direction, where IG will be looking for things like jungle, for things like soul lanes, because even Lee Sin could be left open, and maybe then on WE side, you pick up something like that as well. So for IG, the question is, do they go for the Gwen here, or do they go for something else? No, Viego taken away.
That is super surprising to me. Honestly, I was totally on board with you with the Jace ban. To me was like, okay, yeah, Gwen first pick for the Shy, good as gold, easy peasy. But now it's a Viego first pick, which could go to Shunt, could go to Rookie, could go to the Shy. At least you have flexibility with that pick, but it does mean that Breathe just gets Gwen. Yet again, we've seen what Breathe could do on Gwen. Clearly, IG have a plan. They have something that they're comfortable about going into the top lane against Gwen with.
And I expect WE just go Olaf here once again. I don't see any reason why you don't. WE have picked Olaf almost every game in their past 2 series. It's been Olaf consistently for Beishang, so just go towards that one, and then the question marks will be on IG's side. The Lee Sin, an incredibly strong pick, but no, actually in the end, throwing the biggest curveball of deciding to lock in this Ezreal super early, maybe afraid of it getting taken away. And I mean, heck, it's kind of funny we were talking about Shanks and his potential champion pool question marks, when Elk definitely having some question marks of his own with now his 16th game.
I was like trying to ponder what on earth IG were planning here. right, with the Viego first pick, and I thought, wait, I know. They lost game number 1. They keep on changing things up. They're playing strong side bot. I was going to talk about Kalista and Draven, and Wink has locked in the Draven. They've also taken the Braum, so that Elk and Missing can't play super weak side with the Ezreal Braum that we see all of the time. I really like this draft, actually, from IG. It's different. It's not necessarily the most predictable draft, but it is a different take comparatively to game number 1, and it feels like Elk is going to be under a lot of pressure.
The thing is, you're going to have to try and fit Engage into your lineup somewhere else, right? Because with an Ezreal on the opposite side, you're already getting outranged by the enemy team. Sure, you do have this aggressive laning phase, and it's fine because Ezreal's locked into, like, fight you with turrets there, but later on in the game, you're going to need to find things to help get Draven in range to deal damage to you, as, you know, draft does disappear.
Yeah. That's great. Both teams opting into the 3v3. What a way for the game to turn here. Twisted Tree Line, here we come. It's such an important game as well.
Don't do that to us much. Don't bring back those memories.
Tree Line so badly. Honestly, there is so many situations where you're playing with 3 friends. Nobody wants to play Flex with 3 people. Come on now.
I'm just saying, Dominion was the best. Dominion was the best.
It was fast. It was fun. It was Dominion. To be honest, I didn't really like Dominion. Dominion didn't really tick boxes for me. I didn't mind playing Rammus on Dominion. You just like try and play like Call of Duty style, where you're just sprinting around the map and never fight anyone. But I was big on the 3v3, the Twisted Tree Line. That felt like the real ranked mode for League of Legends.
I just completely disagree with you. I feel like Twisted Tree Line was only for people who, you know, for whatever reason decided they wanted a spur for something like that and wanted to like level up by playing Twisted Tree Line and speedrunning. But yeah, Twisted Tree Line not the best though. Like you said, IGWE, who knows what they're opting into. I guess we're still waiting on an update for everyone here on what is going on. Probably some kind of misclick would be my guess, though. My guesses aren't always the most reliable.
Well, they are guesses. They're not estimates, they're guesses. So it would make sense that they are unreliable from a syntax perspective, at very least. Yeah, we'll see what's happening with the champ select, and we'll return to it shortly. He was hovering the Rakan. Whether or not we see that locked in for Missing, I would assume, since that was the latest hover, that will be locked in, but maybe they didn't quite lock in fast enough, and maybe it was a dodge or something in the end. Not entirely sure. We'll have to find out for you guys. So let's at least like sort of do a thought experiment here of what you expect for the rest of the draft here, Lyric. Let's just assume for the sake of it, Rakan was locked in there. What do you anticipate for WE and for IG to round these drafts out?
For IG, just it's going to be hard to think about this on the go of like, okay, this team would have 2 bans here, and the other team has bans in reaction. But for IG, I'd want to see Engage somewhere. And my problem with thinking of something like that is I don't know where you pull it out with the champions you have. I mean, you could put Viego in the mid lane. You can try and pull out some kind of Engage option in top, but we haven't seen the Shy do anything like that in a long time. And heck, those champions aren't even in the meta right now.
What about a Zac?
The whole jungle pool's gone. Zac definitely being something that is open and is viable, especially with the fact that you've already drafted yourself some early lane pryos, so that could be one option for them. And the side of WE, I think they could even just keep all-inning on their Ezreal. Keep all-inning on the fact that they can try to outrange the opposite side is, we get a bit of a remake.
We go again. We
go all the way back. Viego still locked in once again. Last time around, it was the Gwen and the Ezreal, I do believe.
I would assume that we are rinse and repeating the first few picks until, I guess, the pick for Shanks. So this was a Draven and then a Braum. And then it's over to Shanks to see what he ends up going with.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
It must have been IG that misclicked. So they wanted the Nautilus, and it means that the Braum is now available for that super weak side that we talked about before. With Ezreal and Braum, you can be incredibly safe. Very difficult to dive.
And this does answer the question of where IG's Engage was going to come from, but it does bring you to tears with the big brain that you thought they had of denying the ultra weak side Braum pick. But still,
it still leans into what I was talking about, right? With the super strong bot lane, playing through Wink instead of playing through the shot.
Yeah, IG gonna have a very aggressive bottom lane. We've hit on that they do have a set play of setting up that 5-man dive, something that is always possible to see, especially when you are gonna have heavy trades coming out from the Draven and Nautilus lane. Now WE looking to take away champions in that top half of the map, already taking away the Renekton. With the fact that there's no Jace available, I'm curious to see where the Shy wants to go. They realistically could have the Viego go up towards topside. You yourself are also incredibly strong in early levels, but not the same amount of, I'd say not the same consistency and mid-game impact as something like a Gwen, and you definitely have a lot more opportunity to roam and impact the map if you are put in the mid lane. But I'm guessing WE probably gonna go for jungle first. Olaf is still a champion that's left open, actually.
Or just Silas, right? Silas is still open. IG banned Twisted Fate. So, you know, Shanks literally has his pocket pick if he wants to go for that. I'd be surprised if it's not Silas, honestly. But they're flicking through a few different options here. We'll see what they end up locking in. I mean, I'm so used to Shanks on Silas at this point. It would blow my mind if they didn't, and there it is, yeah.
Also, just for everyone out there, apparently Rookie was having a problem in terms of locking in the champion that he wanted, so that is why the remake of Draft happened up until that point. So I feel like we all could have assumed that with the way the draft went, but we are getting clarification now. I just have so many questions with what WE are going to do now. IG being the team to take away the Olaf and also putting in the Orianna, so we are going to get to see the Viego matchup in top lane to try and give the Shy a bit more of a formidable matchup in that 1v1. For Beishang, not too many things left open. And this was one of the things, Beishang was phenomenal. Oh my god, we're just hovering through a bunch of old picks. We're going to get the bear, Munchables. We're getting the bear.
Part of me wants to say Sejuani, right? Because you have two melee solo laners, but at the same time against an Olaf, I don't know if you really want to go Sejuani. It's Beishang going with the Graves here. Now, this was a premium pick for him back in 2020. It's not been in the meta for a while, but Beishang bringing it back out. Mid lane Graves has been popular in solo queue. I don't know about jungle Graves, though.
He's already played it once to split. Was not a win. You do have a Braum in the bottom side, so having like 80 carry and pseudo double 80 carry with Braum passive, I think is going to be quite nice. You could keep playing off that range that we were hitting on with also having Graves in your composition, but you also do have these pseudo divers, right? Silas being the big one to me, and that question still going to be left unanswered of if Shanks can do more than just continuously default back to the Silas pick. But I think IG definitely having a composition this time around that I can get on more on board with. We want to see if they can exploit the bot lane pressure that you were hitting on earlier.
Well, I have to say as well with IG, there is a lot of chase down on this squad, right? With an Olaf and Orianna to speed him up into Shockwave when he runs into the middle of everyone. You've also got a Draven and a Nautilus that are exceptionally good at chasing plays down. If the fight is extended, they will keep chasing you. It's very difficult to escape. And it feels like for WE, their solo laners especially, kind of have to commit to the play, right? They really have to get into the middle of everything, and especially with picks like this Silas, once you're in, you don't necessarily have a way out a lot of the time. So it feels like this could get dicey. If IG can take control of some of these skirmishes, it's going to be difficult for WE to operate.
It does go both ways though, right? Because for IG, they have immobile carries. And if there's one thing champions like Silas really love playing against, is getting on that backline and disrupting immobile carries. So going to be avenues for WE to take advantage. I still want to see what IG are able to do in terms of like the lane prio they're able to get early on, and if they're going to try and transfer that into more plays in the jungle. I would expect so, because they should have early push in the mid lane from this Orianna with, you know, what we saw earlier today with this matchup. But the thing I'm most interested in seeing is the top lane, because I'd say we have more of a volatile matchup there with the Viego and the Gwen, and you have the Shy against Breed. So it should be a hype 1v1, but my gut also tells me, wait, Lyric, it's not a 1v1. Beishang will always be topside.
And Shun has shown in the past that he's more than happy to be topside, although I would expect Shun to play bot, right, with a Draven. I mean, if you've drafted a Draven, surely you play towards the bot side. That would be the obvious conclusion to draw. We'll have to see, though. Once we get onto the map, we'll see the early jungle pathing and where these players want to play. Could see just a trade of those Scuttle Crabs. And once again, I am curious about that mid lane matchup. This time around, Rookie on the Orianna. We talked about it in the first series of today, Lyric. Orianna has a very good matchup against the Silas in the early game. Feels like Shanks is going to struggle to get out of that lane and roam.
Who knows, though, realistically, right? Because we saw Rookie with an advantageous matchup in the last game and even doubled down on the lane phase. Airy, Scorch secondary, just looking to continuously auto him and take him out of the lane. But Shanks still was able to do fine in that 1v1 and even able to impact the map early on. So I don't want to count Shanks out, but Rookie, I feel like that's been the area where Rookie has still been most consistent this split is in terms of laning phase. It feels like later on in the game, on the map getting picked off has definitely been where Rookie has seen the most struggles. So this time around is we get the flashing lights, Munch. I feel like we're getting closer.
Here we go. On to the Rift once more. WE versus IG. WE on the cusp of pushing themselves into 3rd place in the standings if they can win this series, and IG in their final game potentially. If they can win this one, they keep their playoff dreams alive. But if they lose this game to WE in this series as a result, they will be knocked out of playoff contention. And look at Wink's runes. Super interestingly, he's gone for Futures Market, which is not a rune that you see often for AD carries. He really wants to hit those power spikes.
Yeah, this is something we have started to see more of, I think especially on this patch, so it is very curious. I can't remember who played the last Draven that I casted, but they did do the same thing to hit those earlier item power spikes and be able to all in on that laning phase a little bit more, which definitely makes sense for a Draven. And the Shy and Breathe both opting into the TP Ignite start, so definitely signaling some potential early action up there. And that's one thing I might be kind of afraid of for IG's composition, is that you do have 2 side lanes, in my opinion, that demand a bit of attention. So it's going to be hard covering both, to where for Beishang, it's simple. You have Ezreal Braum down on the bottom side. You're really fine to just leave Elk and Missing chilling, and you're happy to put more into making sure Breed's situation is good.
WE
we might get an invade.
They're toying with the idea of a very, very late invade here. Shun is in the area as well as WE move in. Sweeper comes out. Beishang is there. Oh, that's going to be the Braum passive tagging onto Shun. Mystic shots coming out, but IG have answered. It's 4v4 here. As the chicken started, it's going to be a 50-50 smite for IG's chickens here. As WE are certainly not done just yet. There's a top lane 1v1 going on at the same time as Beishang hooked in. Ignited as well, but it's Lucas forced to flash away. More Braum passives being thrown out as WE continue to contest. But there we go. The smite out from Shun gets his chickens, throws an undertow, and WE go back in. There's a stun Braum passive to chase it up. But he flashes out. Shanks now backing away. Lucas stepping up. Can they find the engage here? In goes Missing. Getting Braum passive onto everyone that he can here. The Q's coming out from Elk. The longest level 1 with nothing happening I've ever seen as WE try and escape. Dog hits the wall from Lucas. But Beishang, he's coming back over the wall. Lucas is in trouble now. Doesn't have flash available. He'll go down. Elk over the wall to keep himself safe. Missing over another wall as he gets chased down by Wink. A stun onto Shun. It is pure chaos, Lyric.
I mean, okay, WE come out with 2 kills because Breathe also got a kill on top side, but Mudge, I'm not quite sure what we just watched. For WE, I thought that was a really smart plan. I'm not quite sure because you have strong level 1 champions on both sides, but when you think of Braum with then Graves and Ezreal and the range you can play off with that Braum passive, in theory it's like, okay, that can work really nice. IG finding avenues
oh my
to back
god,
Shanks.
oh my god, Rookie's going for the solo kill onto Shanks. The auto follows! He managed to get it despite the flash, doesn't even use his own summoners.
And didn't even have mana at the end of that one either, just able to force it down. The work still going. Beishang now invading Shun's jungle. Shakes TPing in to punish Rookie as well.
He wants a bit of revenge. He doesn't have the damage, though. He's only a level 2 Silas here. Lyric, if this is the last game that IG plays at the split that matters, then let it be chaotic. I am in love with this game as we had a 1v1 in the top lane.
Yeah, I think critically, Breathe already hit a full stacked passive Q onto the Shy. Hits another E, gets in there again, and just able to outdamage any... Oh my god, that's so tragic, though. You know, another minion or two's worth of autos and Breathe would have gone down as well.
Damn. Out season 11, the Shy. He's been 2021 right there. As Missing moves up, Lucas won't be able to participate. And Rookie, low on HP, does still have his flash, though, as Beishang has decided he's the mid laner now, and it's Shanks going into the jungle, who's looking to contest Shun for the Wolves. Smite comes out. Shanks with big damage onto this Olaf, but Shun will walk away with his life. And now over to the blue buff goes Beishang.
And for WE, they're just committing to making Shun's life a living hell. Shank's even giving up CS in mid lane to just help his facilitate his jungler doing this, right? Rookie starting to build a bit of a massive advantage in terms of CS, but with the level lead you're going to be able to build on Beishang, that can be a bit more meaningful. Is Missing coming behind Rookie.
Oh, Rookie's in trouble. Flash still available here. The E will go wide. That should mean the Rookie is fine on this one. Only 2 stacks of Brawn passive. He's out of there. He's going to head back to base. He's going to spend... He's got a good chunk of gold as well. Might even be able to finish off a Lost Chapter. I don't think he'll quite have enough for that, though.
I really liked watching how Rookie was weaving in and out within that. Yeah, I know, Oblivion Orb against the Sylas matchup, right? We see this pretty much on every champion when you lane against Sylas now, just going for that early Oblivion Orb. This time around, Rookie able to buy tier along with it to try to circumvent any mana issues that can come out. This will allow him to keep just punishing hard in that matchup. As Missing now, probably is completely fine. Shun, only level 3. I'm not even sure he's that close to level 4 to where Beishang's still just farming his own jungle. Shun, he does finally have Krugs available, but that's it.
Yeah, this is rough for Shun. And this feels a bit like game 1, right? Just the other way around. Last time it was Shun playing towards that top side, all of the laners from IG invading and trying to shut Shun down. This time it's the other way around. They took the same blue buff that Shun took last time. But here we go. Gromp available. As IG toying with the idea of a dive here, Beishang is here too, though. This is going to be a difficult dive to pull off, but they do have a Draven. Shun moving onto the Gromp, and Elk desperately trying to clear this wave as fast as he possibly can, but he's on Ezreal at level 3. There's only so much he can do to try and thin out the wave, but he will be able to survive. The dive doesn't happen in the end. WE's bot lane live another day.
I mean, to be fair, that could even just be a play to make sure that Shun doesn't tilt up the face of the earth by helping him get the enemy Gromp, right? Just like, hey, bro, it's going to be fine. We will get you something back. And now for IG, they're going to not back off as Shun's still playing around this bottom side. It's what we expected when they did draft the Draven, right? But when you look at Shanks, he is also staying around here. They really want to prevent Shun from being able to take any camps on the map.
And also just keeping Shun busy for the time being, right? As Beishang is respawned, you can see Shun's wolves are up. Beishang could just make a beeline into Shun's topside jungle, and it will be with this bot lane prio. Drake started up, and this is unsurprising, right? You expect IG to play through the Drakes with a Draven in that bottom side. And also, Orianna mid, you have tons of priority. And Beishang, forget the wolves. He's looking for the Shy. No flash for the Shy. Uses the stealth, but the red buff will be here. Heartbreaker to buy some space. Needlework coming on through. Do they have the damage to finish him off? Collateral damage not available for Beishang, but it doesn't matter. Breed snips him in 2.
And it's just tragic for the Shy. I think one important thing to note is, you know, when your jungler's taken out of the game, it's going to be much harder for you to avoid situations like this of, like, helping you with your wave states and you know, getting resets and so on and so forth. But the Shy caught up in the lane. W just making a nice maneuver to bring Beishang up and punish him. Still up in CS. Doesn't have the TP, but doesn't look like he should miss too much on returning to lane for now. Rift Herald is about to be up. Breathe going for the reset with no TP and Rookie pushing mid. Looks like IG potentially could be the team looking to start this one up with Lucas and Wink here as well.
And Beishang, I mean, he's playing Graves. You don't care about Heralds as Graves. You care about Can. He goes over to his chickens and will continue clearing. Could even move towards the bottom side of Shun's jungle since he'll know this Herald has been started up. You can see that Wink has moved over as well. Everybody moving over to this, but actually Beishang looking to potentially contest. Breathe needs to be careful on this one. WE, I don't think you can go for this. Elk still in that bottom lane. Yeah, Shun finishes the Herald off. This is going to be traded for a plate, maybe 2 plates in this bottom side.
Even then, W are going to be able to get a lot off this, right? They get plates down in bot. You're taking away more camps from Shun. You are going to be able to get some plates down on top side. I think Breathe should be fine. He's, you know, in a safe position. Missing is already over here as well, so not going to be able to do too much. And it feels like with the state of the way the game was going, IG just going to look to maybe more quickly get us into a mid-game scenario with breaking down first turrets, but Elk is going to be getting huge from all the solo turret plating.
Yeah. We've got the race cam on, but there's a Rift Herald, so I'm not anticipating this to be a particularly close race, as that will be the first tower taken by IG. It's going to be traded for 3 plates, but importantly, those plates shared across the team of IG, so you're not stacking one particular person. So there is a bit of an advantage there for IG by using this Herald up in the top side, in that they get the gold, but they also don't quite get to stack it quite how they would have liked. There's Wink making sure that Herald gets another charge, but now time to back away for IG. But look where Beishang is. Maybe the flank. Maybe a play can come on through. Elk is going to have to reset, but he did get 3 plates for himself in the end, and the Shy moves to the bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't think that hurts WE by any means. I mean, IG made a play. They shared XP off that play. They shared gold, as you already highlighted, so not the best, but IG did what they could. And now we're going to be getting into resets. No Dragon available for 2 minutes. WE definitely going to be the team that has a lot better control of side lanes, right? When you have an Orianna on the opposite side, you can always look to for push and move scenarios coming out from both Breathe and Shanks, to where for IG, it's definitely going to be a lot more of this death ball, putting Orianna ball onto either the Shy or Shun, finding that massive shockwave, Wink running forward aggressively as well, but I think once again, WE's comp, the longer it goes, it just looks more versatile. Looks like it has options. Shanks can get in on the back line. You have Missing, who's going to be able to disrupt and dissuade a lot of what IG are doing, but IG do have tools. They do have Heartbreaker, they do have Shockwave.
And I think the key thing as well is that WE, very, very squishy team composition, right? A big Shockwave in one of these fights when Rookie has a couple of items will do massive amounts of work. The issue with that game plan is that WE don't really need to group up in a big way, right? They don't need to cluster. Even in the middle of a team fight, they want to be spread out. They have a lot of range to work with Beishang and Elk. You've got Missing to try and protect Elk as well. And then Shanks and Breathe will be diving around the bottom line, the back line, sorry. So difficult to find a good situation for IG in these team fights. But if there's anyone that can find that kind of shockwave, it's going to be Rookie.
Rookie already showing us, you know, wanting to prove the haters a little bit wrong by finding that initial solo kill onto Shanks. And heck, Rookie's even drawn a lot of attention from WE already, right? Missing's made his way over. Beishang now hovering around this lane, but Rookie's still holding up more than just fine. Actually, 30 CS up ever since those early shenanigans. Is Shun going to be hovering around bottom side? WE do have a ward, though.
And, you know, Shanks has been one of these players that has been criticized for his performances in the mid lane, and I think he's been reasonably good, but a lot of people thinking that Mole should be the main starter on this roster. And this was the moment really for Shanks, right? This is the moment for Shanks to prove himself. He's against Rookie in lane, and Rookie not really having the greatest split of his career so far. And Shanks on his signature pick, maybe this was his chance to prove himself, but he gets solo killed in the lane. He has almost a 40 CS deficit. This game has been pretty rough for Shanks so far, and he's now going to have to kind of redeem himself in the mid game on his Silas.
Yeah, and now we're going to have to stop talking about Shanks, even though I did want to go all in for my main man, Mole, as Beishang hovering up around top side. No, okay, no dive going to come out.
Have you ever met Mole?
No. But his accent is so cool, you know? I think he's called Northeastern Faker in China, so, you know, really cool accent, really, really great player, but didn't work out for the WE roster. So we're going to stop talking about him as IG go for the Dragon, and actually they're not going to do anything. Like, WE are not going to do anything like this. So moving back to Shanks, even with Shanks having a rough time in this laning phase, right? WE just looks so much more whole with Shanks on the roster. Definitely think Shanks has improved as a player since his initial split with WE, and WE as a five-man group definitely looking more on the same page when Shanks is on the Rift.
Yeah, definitely the case. Feel far more coordinated with Shanks in the roster as opposed to Mole. But we're starting to see some mythics coming on through, or at least first items here, Lyric. As you can see, Wink has gone for an Essence Reaver, his first item. Almost finished stacking a Cull as well. And there's also a Gore Drinker for Shun. So we're hitting some pretty big spikes across the board for IG, whereas for WE, it's only really Beishang that's finished an item for now, as Breathe went for his early tier 2 boots, so he'll be slightly delayed. Obviously, Elk has a lot of gold, but not able to finish it just yet. Shockwave in the mid lane, and it's Rookie taken apart. I said that Shanks had to redeem himself, and boy, has it.
And I just love seeing these three-man plays towards the mid lane. Missing and Beishang both coming from different angles to open this one up. Next Rift Herald's going to be up in just a little bit, so W can very easily turn this into more vision on the top side of the map. They can even hover over, put some pressure on the Shy, who is farming under turret right now.
Shy getting a couple of needleworks his way, and Breathe takes what should really be a solo kill. Beisheng threw a smoke bomb in for the assist. Now we've got another fight in the mid lane. TP from Rookie here. I don't think it's actually going to turn into a fight. Nicely done. The whirling death went all the way across the map from Wink there, and Breathe narrowly avoided his own whirling death there. As Beisheng again toying with the idea of contesting this Herald. I don't think this is something you contest here, WE. Or the TP from Breathe. They want to go for this. Beisheng moving into the pit. Elk isn't here just yet. But neither is the whole squad for IG as they try and cluster for this one. Shanks over the wall. They're looking for Wink here. Hallowed Mist to keep Breathe safe, as the smite will come on through here. It's going to be taken by WE. Now fight to ensue. Is Missing surviving. There's the knockup coming through. Lucas the first to fall. And WE, I don't think they should have been able to take that one, but take it they do.
So the big thing about that play, Munchables, was the fact that not only was the Shy dead, but the Shy didn't have TP for when he was going to respond. So WE had numbers advantage. They felt comfortable looking for the play, thinking, hey, IG shouldn't realistically be posturing to fight us, knowing we have this. Shockwave does come out.
Yo, Elk, those are some nice little mechanics you got there, buddy. Buffers the E, dodges the W with a sidestep. Very nicely done.
I definitely think Elk has had, you know, a fine 2 good split so far. Definitely not one of the problems with WE we've seen. As we're going to go back to the play on mid lane. Shank starting it off, steals the Shockwave, locks him down. He pretty much did all the work, right? Sure, Beisheng and Missing do follow up for the support, but we're going to move to top side now and see... Was this the solo kill? Yep, it was pretty much the solo kills. The Shy going in, he actually knows that both Shanks and Breathe move towards the top side of the map. He saw them clear the wave and then move over. Pings are coming out. Not sure if the Shy just thought he could get the solo kill before anyone followed up, but he would have gone down regardless.
Yeah. Oh, you can't even tell whether it's the replay or not because it's the exact same clip here. As the Shy getting a bit of a better trade this time around. He's finished his own boots. He's finished his first item as well. So a little bit stronger. It is a huge spike for Viego when you finish the Divine Sunderer. And importantly as well, I think the Shy basically just all-inning and saying, look, I'm going to flip this one because I'm dead anyway. As Smoke Bomb to try and keep him there. Heartbreaker coming on through. Needlework through, but can't get another auto attack to proc the next Needlework. There's a hook onto Beisheng here. A knock as well, but the Shy can't get in because Breathe just one-shots him. Now in with the Olaf goes Shun. It's time for IG to find themselves a fight. But Missing says no, denies everything.
Oh, wait, oh my god. Well,
okay.
Okay, 1-for-1 on the bottom side of the map. Seems like Shank solo killed Wink, but there is a tower there. As Munch, I don't think we're slowing down. WE making their way towards mid just now. They have Herald. Elk is here, but looks like they're not going to opt into making this play, instead wanting to have Beisheng go for his reset. Not sure if he was already sitting on that Executioner's Calling or not, but is going to have that and 2 longswords right now leading into this next dragon. As we're going to get a replay of what happened on the bottom side of the map, Wink pushing him in. I'm really surprised that Wink feels comfortable doing this, pushing in a Silas under turret. He has a level lead on you. I assume Shanks has more item components than him as well, but much more fighting!
We don't get to see what happens because Missing's in trouble. Can he jump to the minions? 1 HP taken down by the Shy. Drake spawning as well. This will be the 3rd Drake for IG as Beisheng and Elk try and push in the mid lane instead. They have a Herald to work with. They would love to pressure a second tower, but Rookie moves in. And Wink is there. This will be Drake taken for IG off the back of the pick onto the support of Missing.
So IG now going to be playing for Soul. IG's team composition doesn't really build too many resistances, so these 2, like, Mountain Drakes, like, assuming they would get the following one as well, right? 2 Mountain Drakes in isolation. 1 definitely doesn't mean anything for the side of IG, so working your way up towards the shield could be decently nice. WE do have a lot of DPS, though, so their comp isn't too burst reliant. Yeah, Beisheng taking a bit of a hit.
I think Rookie could have killed him. Like, if you Shockwave there, pull him back in tower range, at least force a flash, right? That was maybe kill territory. I guess he does have Gale Force as well, so he probably escapes, but at least burn cooldowns.
Yeah, I guess the question is if Rookie feels like Shockwave is going to, like, come in use in the next few minutes, right? Because you definitely much rather have that for any kind of, like, big skirmish or team fight rather than just, like, an isolated maybe pick onto Beishang, had the Gale Force, had the Flash. Could have potentially forced that out as well, but instead opting not to. So now we're going to be forced into a position where IG have to answer waves on sides. Definitely where IG are not comfortable, because you can see WE right now, the Silas and the Graves already moving over. They love punishing immobile control mages like Orianna in this position.
Rookie, no flash available, but will have that shockwave. Control ward spots Beishang, and it means Rookie will get away. And you could see how careful Rookie was being, right? Throwing his Orianna ball into the lane brush, getting a ward out into the river. He knew that there was serious potential of him getting chased down, and so they shut him down. I want to take a look at the scoreboard for a second here, though, Lyric, because there's a player that has been criticized a little bit on this IG roster. His name is The Shy. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's 1-4 so far in this game. He's not having a great performance. A lot of the fans calling for Nani to rejoin this roster, and it is The Shy that will finish out the split. And he's not having a fantastic performance to end the split off.
Whoa, Munchables. 1-4 sounds like The Shy's comfort zone, if anything. This is where he comes online. This is where the big carry performances come from.
Just because he's comfortable doesn't mean he's playing well, okay? Those are not necessarily the same thing.
But if anything, it's good for IG if they default back into this where Rookie's playing on, the Shy's playing bad, because that's when they had that banger year of last year where they at least got close to making the worlds. Oh my god, really close hook coming out from Lucas, but not quite on the mark.
Good shockwave onto Elk as well. Nearly one-shotting him, honestly. But it didn't one-shot him. That's the most important thing. Elk still surviving here, as WE grouping up, and Breathe is making his way over. Maybe a flank from Gwen could turn this kind of standoff into a big old team fight. But it looks like the recall's going to come through. Nothing going to happen in the end. Just a bit of congestion. Drake not up for another 2.5 minutes here. And that, I think, is when we will have our scheduled chaos.
You know, Munchables, I want to bring out the bias caster in me for all the IG fans.
Bring it out.
Just wait for it, IG fans. The Nautilus hook is going to come out, the ultimate. All of WE are going to be grouped up as 5. A massive shockwave into a Heartbreaker is going to set up the Shy for all the resets. They'll win the game. They'll take the series. Oh, action how much?
It's going to be...
no action.
Well, you were right about the Nautilus, because Shanks went for the depth charge to start the fight.
I set it up. I hyped everything, and there was nothing.
It could have been beautiful. It could have been beautiful, but it wasn't. So, yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Let's move on.
Such is life. Such is life. Take from that what you will. 5-8 on the scoreboard. Drake up in 1.5 minutes. And I feel like this is the point where we need to see IT starting to take control of that bottom side of the map, right? Get vision control, force WE to play into you.
For IG, I just feel like you're playing with your 4-man core, right? It's going to feel so hard to be making those plays around the Gwen. Is Wing?
He's fine.
Nothing going to come out from that one. The Shy's still not in a position where he's winning in this isolated 1v1. I mean, Breathe even just on more items, right? Having that natural tooth and moving first. Maybe going to find a flank here.
He's going to try as Wink steps up. True Shot Barrage is almost half of his health at this point. But the T1 is taken in the mid lane, as the Shy is just going to have to settle for some Krugs on the bottom side of the map. Drake coming up under 1 minute's time. IG on Soul Point. The reset's coming on through because they know they need to get back for this Drake, but they're going to be a little bit late because this is going to be full vision control in favor of WE here. And maybe a tier 1 tower in the mid lane as well, because Wink actually using the Whirling Death to try and clear the way. It doesn't even protect the tower. And now with Dravenor on cooldown, I'm not sure IG can even contest this Drake.
And it makes you wonder if IG are going to... Okay, never mind. I don't wonder. IG are making their way towards Drake. They could have looked for a gold trade, right? Could have made their way towards the top half of the map and tried to set up vision. Maybe if camps will respond and take those away, but not like that really benefits their comp at all. But WE definitely in a decent position in terms of controlling the space. Going to be able to get a lot of damage done with Elk if he can hit these Mystic shots. But don't count IG out just yet. They do have Shockwave available.
Can't ever quite count IG out. That was a really hard sentence as Elk buffers his E. 3-man death charge. A huge shockwave. You called it, Lyric. IG make it happen. Rookie with the shockwave and Lucas with the perfect engage. WE sent running to the hills and IG will be rewarded with a Dragon Soul. The dream ain't dead just yet.
We needed hope, and hope has arrived, Munchables. Nautilus big play into Orianna Ultimate. WE kind of, you know, helping them out a little bit, but WE not known to not make mistakes. Is Lucas finding the hook onto Elk? Sure, he still gets the E off, but still getting in between enough members to where it sets up Rookie. And now IG gonna move over to the Baron. This one can be a bit risky.
Yeah, now this is very IG, isn't it? They have now been spotted out. Shanks looks for Rookie, actually just steals away the Shockwave here. But they're just going to take this. The Baron is going to go down here. Rookie flashes away. Shanks can't get in. And IG just take it. Rookie zones everyone. WE not willing to commit. I guess they were under the assumption that IG had backed away, but they definitely hadn't. There's a Baron for IG.
There's a Baron, they have, you know, Mountain Soul. They're now up in gold. Just a lot of things going right for IG after this play. So we're going to see here Lucas looking for it. Does find the hook onto Elk, and sure, he gets the E off, but you're still able to get the ultimate, knock numerous members up. Beautiful Shockwave coming out from Rookie as well. And there it is, right into the Heartbreaker for the Shy. Everything lined up that needed to line up for IG to take the team fight.
I love how it is exactly what you called as well. Lucas finds the engage on Nautilus. Rookie gets a big Shockwave off of the depth charge and then Heartbreaker to finish the kills. Like, that was insanely accurate to your dream scenario. And now IG are in control. They've got a 3,000 gold lead. They've got a Mountain Soul. They've got a Baron. They have everything they need, surely, to get themselves a win here and keep the dream alive for IG fans everywhere. But they still need to finish this one out. With this Baron, they look towards the mid lane.
You know, Munchables, as the guy who just built up hope, I don't want to kind of be a hypocrite, but just like how you can never count IG out, it's never a guaranteed win for IG, right? Exactly. You never know what's going to happen with IG, whether they're winning or losing. Things are just going to happen, and then the game's going to end at some point. So IG right now, doing a nice job playing out this 2-lane, set up the Shy, being able to secure a turret for himself. For IG, I still feel like they want to be playing more as like a 4 to 5 man core, rather being separated and giving WE these windows to punish with the Silas.
You can never count IG out, but you can never count IG in. I want you guys to quote Lyric on that forever, because I think that's the most apt way of describing IG I think I've ever heard. WE trying to defend in the bottom side as IG 4 men strong here. And Wink now arriving on the scene as well to turn it into a 5-man squad. But there is some good poke damage coming out from WE. They're able to weather the storm, at least for now. But over towards the mid lane go IG. This should be a tower taken down. WE desperately trying to defend, but it's just not working out for now. Glacial Fissure goes completely wide as they try and close the gap. Beisheng will be knocked up on the side, but this is perfect grouping from WE. Shockwave misses from Rookie, and that was the most important ability. You can never count IG in, and WE take them apart. Rookie tries to get the recall off, and he will be able to do so. Oh, but IG's hopes and dreams are dashed on the rocks as WE take the fight.
The hopium literally lasted for about exactly 5 minutes, right? Almost about 5 minutes is how long that lasted for IG. But like we said, you just can't believe in them. You can believe in them and can't at the same time. As the window comes out, Shanks, the one finding the big engage, getting on top of the Shy who's in the front line, not able to get out, did throw out the W to try and get away, but now you're just left surrounded by all the members of W. Rookie off to the side, tries to hit the Shockwave onto Elk, but Elk uses the flash, and then in the meantime, all of your other members are getting killed by the rest of WE, so I actually don't even know if Rookie hitting that Shockwave or not would even turn the fight.
Yeah, I don't think it would, honestly, and we saw Wink there trying to get some damage out. Missing is ruining his day. Missing just completely blocked the Whirling Death. It didn't do anything. And then just jumped straight onto, guess the Braum passive there. We saw, I think it was Shanks alongside him. No, it was Breathe, sorry, alongside him. Immediately get the stun and just one-shot the Straven. And even though Wink got pretty huge early on into the game, it doesn't feel like it matters right now. And suddenly we've got Beisheng 4-0-6. We've got Breathe 4-1-4. And Shanks, I didn't see his exact scoreline and it's got away now, but it was 4 kills as well. There's WE now in control, but it's IG that actually have control of the jungle at very least for the time being. WE actually technically still behind in gold as well. Maybe I'm telling Porkies here, Lyric. IG look like they want to fight here. This would be 5v4 for the time being. Breathe is not on the scene. The Shy moving forward, looking for an engage. Shanks having to back away, using the Heartbreaker just to escape. The Shy just Heartbreaker's in for nothing there. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on that one, but it does get the resets when he can possess someone, so it might still be useful in a fight.
That was a bit confusing. I want to go back to the last fight to highlight one thing is, Breed's Gwen. Felt like it was the most big part of that fight. That's not English. There's a better way of saying that. Munchbles, I'm a color caster. I don't know how to use words. We have a fight.
Shun's in trouble here. He's in the most big kind of trouble as the Shy jumps in. Everfrost comes through and Elk getting damaged down. The Shy falls as Lucas on the front line. In goes Shun to try and buy time, but WE have already taken control of everything here. They make these fights look easy, and Rookie for the second time in a row is on the wrong side of the fight, just trying to buy time. He's going to proxy a wave, but really, it's not going to do much of anything. There is a wave with WE already, or is there? I guess it died to the tower. They can go over to the Drake at very least, and guess what? They already lost the soul, so this is an Elder Drake. Shanks just has to buy time here against Rookie. He doesn't actually have to fight Rookie. He just has to stop Rookie taking that inhibitor. Elder Dragon down to 6,000 as Rookie is forced away, and now Shanks is going to have the Elder buff, and Rookie couldn't escape. Rookie has TP, but Shanks has a way to interrupt that teleport. Misses the E, though. Rookie looking for a 1v1 with Shanks, while Shanks has the Elder buff. Jumps over the wall, will find the knockup, will find the damage. Rookie low on HP, looking for anything. Zhonya's comes out from Shanks as Rookie still surviving, but he's running out of time. The rest of WE arrives. Rookie has done everything in his power, but it just ain't enough.
Munchables, it just hurts at this point. Rookie did his best in that scenario. What are IG doing? IG positioning for a pick. This did not work out the last 2 times you tried this, my dudes. As WE gonna turn onto the Baron. I mean, okay, IG, fight the team with Elder that has numbers advantage on you. Let's see it.
If IG are gonna get knocked out of playoffs, Lyric, then let them get knocked out of playoff contention in the most IG way possible. They're getting collapsed upon. Shanks is happy to start this one off as they are corralled.
Why are they
like
here?
Sheep pushed into the top lane. Here comes WE with Elder Dragon. Breathe untouched and just cuts through the entire squad. IG are eradicated. Rookie spawning in the fountain with his head in his hands, wondering what went wrong.
Fans, co-streamers, casters of the world, pour one out for IG because it's done. They look like they've accepted that it's done. Everyone knows that it's over. And man, the last few minutes was so hard to watch for IG.
But honestly, so funny to watch from a neutral perspective. This is maybe the most IG that they could have lost. The most IG way they could have lost their playoff contention. Rookie versus the world once more as he gets a shockwave and actually finds a kill. Rookie versus the world, and Rookie wins again.
And this is the IG that fans are missing, right? As an IG fan, you don't care if your whole team is bad as long as Rookie is stepping up. And here, the Shy, what is the Shy going for? Goes in. All of WE are just right for him. Lucas not able to land a hook either, but the Shy instantly going down. You're now in the situation, and we're still going.
Beishung in trouble. He will get away with his life. Wink grabs the red buff. Looks like the situation is diffused once again. This game is everything I could have wanted. I don't even care who wins anymore. I'm just having a great time watching IG at their best. This is the IG we all know and love. The Shy is 1-7, and Rookie is doing everything in his power to drag this team kicking and screaming across the finish line.
Rookie, 3 wards, and 6 opponents. What more do you need? I want to calm down. The Shy having a rough game, right? But I do want to say it's unfortunate because the Shy was the member who in Spring Split was stepping up after a bad 2020. The Shy's 2020 was not good at all. Spring Split, he was one of the members showing up, and again, wasn't able to be with the roster the whole split due to visa issues. And man, since he's been back, IG just have not been able to put it together.
And I want to take a second here as well and look at the other side of the rift, because I feel like we've just talked about IG all game, right? Because this has been such a weird game. But WE now in control, 7,000 gold lead. Look at the top side. We talked right at the start of the day about how strong Beishung and Breathe as a duo are. And one of that duo may have been caught out here. IG looking to make a play onto Breed. He is Gwen. I feel like this might actually be a favored fight for Gwen. Only 4v1. pretty sure Gwen wins that one. And IG agree with me because they're backing away. Decided they can't take on Breathe just yet. Missing moves in, looks for Lucas. This is 2v4, and IG are running because someone is in the base right now. Wink has been taken down by Beishyung. IG are left running to the hills because WE are finishing the base. IG are out of playoff contention as WE take third place in the league. But forget third place, they want themselves a fight, but they're actually losing this fight. Rookie might actually hold on. They go over to the Nexus. It's over, Lyric.
Oh my god, I love that WE are like, yeah, let's pad our KDAs, let's get more kills. And then they quickly start losing the fight. They're like, never mind, peace out, boys. We're ending this one. And my god, you're right. I feel like we did harp on a lot about IG that game. But what were those decisions coming out from IG? And man, it was great to see Rookie versus the World once again, which sounds horrible, but it was great to see. But moving over to WE, this top side of the map is seriously phenomenal. Their top jungle, one of the best in the league. I don't really know how you measure it up against RNG because RNG's top 2v2 feels like a lot more consistently a top like 3v1 or top 4v1 as compared to WE, who it is much more just about this two-man core, and they always perform excellently. Missing having one of the best series of the split for himself.
Yeah.
And when you have Elk, who I think has been firing on all cylinders all split long, it's like, cool. If WE have figured out their formula, the question is, can the consistency be there? Because we have seen different versions of WE, but this is the version where this team can get to Worlds. Whether they will or not, whether they're favorites or not, you know, that's a different answer to different people. But this is a team that can compete.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely have the power on the roster. I just want to take one more minute and go back and relive that final moment of the game because I totally agree with you that Rookie versus the World is one of the most fun things to watch in the LPL. And like there was just that moment where WE celebratorily are trying to pad their KDA. And it's like they start walking towards Rookie. He one-shots Elk. And WE are like, what? Why do I hear boss music? They just like run in the other direction, banging on the fog door, trying to get out. Because Rookie is just something else, man. Look, almost topping the damage in this game. In this game, while they were behind for a huge portion of it, while they were losing fights for a huge portion of it, Rookie still almost tops the damage.
Man, it's just sad. The Shy not showing up. Wink and Lucas. I mean, right? You draft this bottom lane to try and snowball early on. Wink and Luke still not really positioning the best in these team fights to output damage. I do think it gets harder as like the game goes on. So, but I mean, WE just did everything. Not everything right, but WE in game one did everything right. WE this time around, they were willing to give into the Fiesta, and they came out of the Fiesta sane. And I feel like that's something not every team can do.
They stared into the void that is IG's Fiesta gameplay, and the void stared back, and they double dipped, that is for sure, but they managed to survive. They managed to win it out, and they managed to take themselves third place in our standings. WE doing an amazing job this split, and I think proving a lot of people wrong, because I certainly had lost faith in this roster, especially after their series against Rogue Warriors. I think a lot of people lost faith in this roster, and even this series, like this was chaotic, this was messy, but they've shown that they have such a high quality of players. But once again, Lyric, we have to return to the conversation of we see WE winning with Shanks on Silas. That's great. What happens when it's banned? We still don't know when it comes to playoffs. We still have no idea what to expect from WE if their opponents just ban Silas.
I mean, even the Ezreal, right? Like WE have shown that certain members on their roster have like very core champions that they're gonna default back to for comfort. Then you have other members like top, like jungle, like support that are gonna be, you know, more variants. So WE, a lot of great things I think we saw out of today. A lot of nerves calmed. I mean, me and you were talking before today. I said, like, no way do WE make Worlds. They have no chance after what we saw against Rogue Warriors. Wasn't hyped on the team at all. And after today, it's like, okay, this is more back to their mid-split form where they were starting to pick up all those wins after Shanks came into the roster. And now we get to see the fun ones, right? We get to see RNG. We get to see top esports, because those are going to answer a lot of questions for WE going into playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's the crucial thing, right? Is beating beating IG, the team that is in 13th place in the league. that should not be your moment to say, hey, WE are making it to Worlds, WE are the best team in the world, WE are, et cetera, right? This is your moment to say, okay, WE have stabilized a little bit. Now these next two series, that's when we see what WE are made of. That is when we get our preview before playoffs. And it's important to remember that most teams have 2 or 3 series remaining, even less than that for some teams. WE still have 2 series remaining, and they are against 2 of the arguably best teams in the league. RNG certainly, Top Esports. that's another IG basically, really, but it's a whole different conversation. Regardless, WE still have a mountain to climb. The split is not over yet. WE still have a lot to prove, but I will say, great performance from them. And just one last time, commiserations to IG. This is kind of the moment that we're sort of putting IG to bed here. They are now out of playoffs contention, so for IG fans, I'm sorry. They have had a really rough split, but at least they went out in style.
It's one of those things where we were extremely rough on them and memeing them a lot towards the end of that game, but it actually is very sad, right? Have not missed playoffs since 2015, and now this will be the first time. After seeing such high highs of the 2020 regular split in both spring and summer, now not making it is, you know, disappointing. But I'm gonna tangent out this into like the next portion of what we can expect, right? Because now we literally only have 2 teams fighting for a playoff spot. It is Top Esports and JDG competing over who gets the very last spot in playoffs. That is so hype, but so crazy.
It's so poetic, isn't it? That it's JDG and Top Esports, the 2 teams that had 10 finals games in 2020, right? They played 10 games in finals of 2020. Now scrapping to fight for the last playoffs spot between these 2 teams. And like, let's be totally realistic here. Top Esports are the heavy favorite to take it. Top Esports just need to win one of their series. They have 2 chances. JDG currently on a 5-loss streak. They need to win their remaining series, which I forget who it's against. It's against Rogue Warriors.
Rogue Warriors.
So,
Rogue
honestly,
Warriors.
Rogue Warriors are on an upswing. I feel like I favor Rogue Warriors in that series. So
I was gonna say very losable for sure.
Yeah, it's not looking good for JDG, but look, I'm just saying there's a chance. I'm just saying it is possible for them. But our playoffs race is almost over, Lyric. We still have a week left of the LPL to go here. There's still a lot of series to be played. Seeding can still very much change, but in terms of who makes it to playoffs, the story is almost complete.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to know very soon. You know, I'll look at the schedule now for when that next Top Esports match is. We're going to have it on Tuesday, Top Esports versus OMG. If they can win that one, they are just in. If not, we're potentially waiting till when JDG plays next on Friday. And if JDG win that, then you're waiting until the very last day of LPL where Top Esports play WE. So, yeah, could get an answer very soon. Could be waiting quite a bit of time.
Just think about that. If it does go that way, and let's be honest, Top Esports versus OMG, with how OMG played today and how Top Esports played versus UP, I could easily believe OMG wins that series. On the last day of the LPL, we could be deciding the first seed and the last team for playoffs in the same day. Sunday, the 8th of August, you do not want to miss that day of LPL. Let's talk about this series, though, and wrap things up as our MVP. I believe it was Beishang, I heard in my ears. Coming out of that game, really, really great performance coming out from WE across the board. But Beishang especially, it felt really good to see him on Graves again as well, because this is a pick that he really stood out from the crowd on back in 2020. It feels good to see him back onto it.
In my mind, in 2020, the 3 people I'll say who impressed me the most with like their Graves performances, especially being able to play team fights, because right, it's very different because you are more of a marksman, was Weiwei, Kanavi, and Beishang being the 3rd one. So Beishang definitely standing in an elite few of, I think, phenomenal Graves players that we had here in the LPL, and having the confidence to pull it out once again with the composition that they put together. Didn't have like a massive front line, didn't really have any consistent engage other than Shanks being able to steal away the Nautilus ultimate, but they had faith they could make it work. And we need to remember early on, they took Shun out of the game. Beishang was being a total bully to Shun this time around, and just amazing performance. And we're always going to come back to these 2 members when we talk about WE, right? It's always going to be Breathe and Beishang, the reliable ones. These are 2 players, if WE do make playoff, well, they make playoffs. If WE make a playoff run to make Worlds, I think these are going to be the 2 players we're most excited to see stack up against players from the LEC, LCS, and LCK.
I would love to see WE make a deep run in playoffs. I would love to see WE make Worlds. That is another question, though. They still have a lot to prove. Whether or not they can stay at the top of the standings here and actually make it through, it totally depends on their matchups on Tuesday and Sunday. They play RNG and Top Esports. I cannot stress enough, you do not want to miss those matches, because that is going to be such a crucial set of games in terms of what, not just the preview of what WE will look like in playoffs, but also for seeding, right? WE, with their 10th win now, have just taken 3rd place, but they still have 2 series to go. They can fall from grace. There are other teams that are on 10. LNG is on 10 wins. We're going to see RNG getting to 10 wins. We'll likely see Rare Atom getting to 10 wins. It's even possible to see teams like Suning getting to 10 wins. So whether or not WE can hold that spot in 3rd place, this 9th week of LPL will be the story of that, the journey of whether or not WE can hold on. So honestly, this final week is going to be incredibly exciting. There are so many things to try and keep track of.
I remember, I can't remember if it was summer or spring, but there was once that we casted where they did the opposite. They waited all the great matches towards the beginning. Then you got to the end, it's kind of like all the expected results. But definitely this split is the opposite way around, where you just look at not even just week 9, right? But even this week and last week, everything was just so exciting to watch.
All right, well, I think we are going to head to a break now because WE are playing in their own arena. We're going to wait about 5 minutes, and then we will have an interview with one of our winners. So please do stick around for a winner's interview. We'll be back in a few minutes' time with that.
But you tryna entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick, cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we are rounding out our day here, and we're just waiting for the guys in the Xi'an Arena to be ready for an interview with one of our winners over on WE. And, you know, we just had that 5-minute break. The entire time, basically, me and Lyric have been talking about how that was maybe our favorite game of the entire split so far. Certainly as a caster, that was exceptionally fun to commentate. And I feel like that was maybe the best way that IG could have gone out, right? Maybe the most IG game for them to go out on in the end. And it is disappointing to see them gone, but at the end of the day, at least they went out in style, man.
Like, they went out as 2020 IG, which 2020 IG was a fun team. They're a team that almost made it to Worlds, that arguably maybe was a better team than LGD, but LGD was like the perfect team to just take them out. And yeah, they went out as that. We saw the Shy having a very the Shy game. Rookie stepping up again and just trying his hardest to carry that. And man, that was fun. That was an awesome game. There's really no other way to say it. I mean, me and you both also just fans. Getting to watch that and be a part of that was just great. And for WE, fighting for higher seeding, maybe being able to make their way up to, you know, a potential top 4 finish in regular split or something along those lines will be really nice to see, because every spot matters, especially for those teams that can secure top 2. Really feels like it's going to be the big one, right? Of being able to get straight into double elim. Not quite sure if WE are in contention for that one.
I think it's theoretically possible, but it relies on other results, right? It relies on FPX and EDG having a bad end to the split for WE to be able to make first seed. So totally
and
depends
FPX,
on the other results.
FPX plays Victory 5, so they have one expected win. Not to disrespect V5. I own a jersey, just throwing that out there. But EDG's schedule being EDG's schedule being a little bit harder. They play LNG and FPX left, so that one always possible to drop both of those games. So yeah, I guess we're gonna see. I guess those top 2 spots still in contention.
Yeah.
EDG look like the only team that is confirmed for top 4 as of right now.
Yeah. I will say, I like, as much as I like the idea of WE being able to contest first seed, right? First off, I don't anticipate that will happen. I don't want to set expectations there. But second off, I kind of hope that it doesn't happen, because I want to see EDG and FPX fight for first seed. That would be the last series of the entire split. Like, how perfect of an end to the split would that be if we actually get to see a fight for first as our final series? And I just want to, like, I want to give context of the fact that this schedule is pre-planned. This wasn't like, we don't look at what the scores are and then plan the week's schedule. This was planned weeks ago. This is like astronomical odds that we have the last series of this split deciding the first seed. This never happened. So I'm really hoping that the stars align and that can happen, and that can be how we round out the split, because it would just be just too poetic, honestly.
I mean, both of those scenarios, right? The one we talked about earlier with top esports, if they drop to OMG and JDG wins, and then you have like a full last day full of meaningful results, which would really be crazy to be a part of. But yeah, LPL schedule all up in the air. Still waiting for that interview. Honestly, we have no idea who it's gonna be with. Much to kill time, I'm gonna take a random guess that it's gonna be with Missing. There we go. That's my guess.
No. Definitely not Missing. This is going to be Beishang, apparently. I was literally about to guess Beishang, and then production told me.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't, bro.
It's a disaster. Let's head over to the stage. I believe it's Christina standing by, if I'm not mistaken, alongside Beishang.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview. I'm Christina. This is home field of Team WE in Xi'an, China. Now I'm standing by with Beishang, the jungler from the Team WE. So could you please introduce yourself and say hello to the audience? 先跟我们海外的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 W 打野悲伤。
Welcome and congratulations on your today very clean 2-0 victory. Now you guys have 6 consecutive wins. So tell us more why you guys can maintain such a good performance currently. 今天你们2-0干净利落的赢下了比赛，目前已经是拿到了6连胜了。为什么队伍最近会保持一个这么好的状态呢？
因为心态和状态上都调整回来了。
Because we made some adjustment on our mindset, mentality, and our condition, so we can maintain such a good performance currently. Next question is that you were qualified to play off yesterday because FunPlus Phoenix took down the Beijing JDG Intel Esports Club. So are you relaxed before today's best of 3? 昨天因为一个赛程的原因 ，FunPlus 打败了京东之后，你们也是晋级到了季后赛嘛？会不会在今天的比赛之前就会觉得比较轻松呢？
就虽然进去了季后赛，但是还会认真打好每一局的。
Although we are qualified to play off, but I think we will try our best to win at every game and try our best to win as many as possible. Next question is that there was a lot of skirmishes and team fights, tower dive in early game in game 1. So tell us more about your game strategy in early game. 我们可以看到第一局前期呢有非常多的小规模团战、越塔啊这样的情况，所以和我们聊一下你们第一局前期的一个策略是什么样。
因为杰斯一级放眼了，所以想着一直gank他。
Because our opponent top liner GC have a ward totem on the grass, so I decided to have a try to make some tower dive and ganking to help our top liner breathe. Also, we noticed that you picked Grave in Game 3. That's not really a hot pick currently in LPL stage. And you also picked just like Xin Zhao or Olaf. So why is that? 我们可以看到第3局你选出了是一个男枪嘛，但是他最近可能在 LPL 不是一个很热门的选择吧。像你之前也经常玩赵信啊、奥拉夫这个比较多，所以选出这个男枪的原因是什么呢？
因为对这个英雄自信，然后打奥拉夫还可以。
Because I think it's a good counter pick towards Olaf, and I am very confident on these champions. Let's talk a bit more about Game 2. There was a skirmishes in level 1. You guys got invasion to the red jungler area. So share us more about that situation. 我们可以看到第3局在前期呢，你们是有一个1集团的入侵嘛，在对面的这样的一个红 buff 的草丛处，所以当时你们第1局的这个计划是什么样子的？
第一局是我们感觉斯维斯可以赢，然后就进去找对面打架了。
I think that we can win the team fight 4 vs 4. So we just got an invasion and to seek some opportunity to make a hard engagement, make a hard team fight. My final question is that you are going to play against with RNG. The guys got 8 consecutive wins. So are you confident of winning them or any expectations? 下一局你们要对阵到的是目前拿到一个8连胜的 RNG 了，有没有信心拿下他们，或者是有什么期待吗？
期待打安吉上路5v5吧。
I hope there will be 5 vs 5 team fights in the top laner playing against the RNG. So thanks for joining us. Say bye bye to the audience. 谢谢来到我们的采访，跟大家说再见吧。
Thanks very much, Christina. Thank you very much, Beishug, as well, for joining for the interview. I mean, what do you reckon? What do you reckon, Lyric? Do you reckon he sounded confident there, talking about RNG? I'm not so sure.
I just love that he wishes for 5v5 team fights up in top lane, because I wouldn't be surprised, right? That actually sounds like a very realistic thing to happen in a series of WE against RNG. So, you know, hopefully it delivers. And then, I mean, we're going to get 2 different styles, right? I feel like RNG keeps showing us just like amazing map play coming out to where WE are much scrappier. So it'll definitely be a great one to watch.
Yeah, that is going to be an insane series. I can't wait. Let's look at our results, though, as we round the day out, Mr. Lyric. We had some pretty damn good games today, honestly. OMG really showing up against LGD, showing us why they're a team that should be feared moving into playoffs and not a team to be underestimated. And also, we had IG versus WE, which did go 2-0 in the end, but IG certainly gave us a ride along the way.
And, you know, 2 teams today made it to playoffs in OMG and Suning, and 2 teams didn't make it to playoffs in LGD and IG. So, you know, very poetic day in terms of standings as well.
I just want to quickly point out, like, the world's representatives for LPL last year are not doing so hot. We've got 8th, we've got 10th, we've got 11th, and we have 12th. Like, it's not... The transition from year to year really has not been kind to the LPL, or at least to those teams.
I mean, it feels like, right? I mean, even with LPL consistently having different champions split after split, LPL always a kind of changing forces. There's tomorrow's matches. Ultra Prime up against BLG. BLG playing to get higher seeding. And then RA against Suning. I think definitely going to be a bit of a spicy one. You have stability coming from RA, and then I'd say crazy shenanigans and creativity on the side of Suning.
Would you say Mojo?
Sorry, Mike. Don't know if Suning qualifies on the Mojo train for me.
Look how cute the lion is. Of course they have Mojo. What are you talking about? We'll see how that one's going to go down. Certainly a very crucial matchup when it comes to the standings for both RA and Suning. And remember, the seeding when it comes to the kind of 5th and 6th spot. If you can get to top 4, you get to skip a lot of playoffs. If you can get to top 6, you get to skip the first round of playoffs. If you fall down to 7th seed, you have a long playoffs bracket to go. That's going to wrap us up for today, though. Lyric, thank you very much for joining me. Thank you to all of our production crew for putting everything together. And we're going to round out the day. We will see you guys later, but until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.